Chapter 744. The next stage of the Apostle Mechanic class was called Emperor Mechanic, and the upper limit was level 35. This was what the name meant, and it could be said to be the emperor of machines, leading countless mechanical soldiers. As the saying went, a king could not be without soldiers. The skills of this class would greatly enhance the army style, and at the same time, it would further increase one's strength. The Machinery Emperor talent's introduction was machines will submit to you like the people. Its effect was to increase the efficiency of virtual intrusion by 150%, increase machinery affinity by 200%, and increase the default level of all machinery type skills by 1. This bonus could break through the level limit. This talent had another effect, which was also a core effect. Just like the Apostle Mechanic talent, Mechanical Force Sublimation Apostle Body, Machinery Emperor, also allowed one's mechanical force attribute to sublimate once more, giving machines a special strengthening effect. This was the prerequisite for many of the skills of the Emperor Mechanic class. Needless to say, Emperor Machinery Affinity was a new machinery affinity skill, and its effect was even stronger than Apostle Machinery Affinity. When it reached the max level, it would increase machinery affinity by 150%. Emperor's Gift was one of the core skills. Its effect was to use the mechanical force of Machinery Emperor to permanently strengthen a single machine, giving it extremely strong additional attributes. It could only be used 3 times on the same target, and the cooldown time was rather long. The degree of strengthening depended on Han Xiao's attributes, and the target had a random chance of receiving additional special abilities. This skill was obviously used to create elites. It was like a reward from an emperor, giving great strength to his mechanical soldiers, making them stand out and become generals. In layman's terms, it was to strengthen normal monsters and turn them into elite monsters or even mini-bosses. Mechanics originally had the ability to strengthen machines, but at this stage, the strengthening skills would only be sublimated. As for the other 4 inactive skills, they could only be used after one learned the corresponding cutting-edge knowledges or even ultimate knowledges. Han Xiao still had a gap in this area. Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel required a few cutting-edge knowledges, including advanced space application, and required a certain level of prerequisite. Its effect was an enhanced version of Han Xiao's mechanical force transmission. Because he was a void race, Han Xiao was able to transmit mechanical force across long distances, but this was limited to his own energy and was a personal talent. On the other hand, the Quantum Infinite Distance Transmission Channel was a technology that could be used widely, not only by himself but also by any kind of energy. It was a more high-end ultra-long-distance energy transmission method. The value of the two was completely different. Man Ison had used this technology to transform the AI civilization into the indestructible Mecha Empire. Secondary Dimension Army used space technology to hide the army in a secondary dimension. Then, through some kind of technology, one could control the passage to the secondary dimension and open it at any time. This was a more advanced mechanical and portable technology than compressed orbs. Just like the introduction of the skill, the king personally led the army into battle. Wherever the emperor went, the king's flag would be raised. Mechanical Force Emperor's Authority was a skill that allowed one's strength to return to themselves. It was like an advanced ability of machinery apostolization. At the same time, when the number of mechanical force added to the mechanical army reached a certain scale, it would be fed back to the main body, allowing the mechanic to receive attribute bonuses from the mechanical force link. The degree of enhancement to the main body depended on the size of the army. The larger the army, the greater the bonuses of Mechanical Force Emperor's Authority. This was the biggest benefit of the army style. As long as this skill was activated, once the mechanical force bonus was applied to the mech army, the mechanic would receive a huge bonus and obtain even more strength from it. Of course, the energy consumption was also very high. If an ordinary mechanic did not have the ability to recover energy, they would not be able to activate Mechanical Force Emperor's Authority for a long time. The introduction of the skill was also very direct. The might of the Emperor's authority came from the army, and the army was the source of the king's strength. The more the army, the stronger the emperor's authority. The final skill, King's Mentor, was somewhat similar to Emperor's Gift. It was also an ability to strengthen machinery. The difference was that this skill was an AoE skill and could be used on a large scale. Its effect was also very special. Using the special mechanical force of the Machinery Emperor, it could be stored in the machinery for a long time, and through the energy furnace, the strengthened machinery would obtain self-growth. Self-growth meant that the machinery would be able to level up on its own without Han Xiao needing to take the initiative to modify it. As long as the strengthened mechanical soldiers were not destroyed in battle, their attributes would slowly increase and gradually become elite. Blue-grade mechanical soldiers would slowly level up to purple grade, and level 100 mechanical soldiers would slowly grow to be comparable to level 120 mechanical soldiers. It was like turning mechanical soldiers that were originally inanimate objects into living soldiers. As long as they did not die, they would become experienced soldiers. The introduction of the skill was King's Mentor, experienced in hundreds of battles. Elites are hard to be called, which meant that the King's Mentor would be nurtured as the King of Machinery. These skills had basically displayed the characteristics of the Emperor Mechanic. With the army style as the main focus, one could command countless mechanical soldiers and treat them as living subjects. Gradually, the mechanical equipment would be upgraded in the direction of mechanical life. Just like Cisco's ability to activate psychic energy, the Machinery Emperor talent also gave the mechanical force similar attributes and could activate machinery. The upgraded mechanical force could become a special energy that flowed in the structure of the machinery for a long time, becoming the energy of the machinery itself, just like the energy of mechanical life. Apostle Mechanic was a watershed in the later stages of the mechanic class. In the later stages, the methods of a mechanic would become more and more miraculous. Using the word Emperor to describe a mechanic's ability at this stage was very fitting. They were the kings of machines. In the combat training room, Han Xiao endured the painful changes brought about by the class advancement, and his eyes were filled with electricity. This was not a race evolution, and Han Xiao's body did not mutate. Instead, the energy in his body was going berserk, and his mechanical force seemed to be boiling. On the microscopic level, every cell was like a supernova explosion, tirelessly squeezing out mechanical force, and the total amount kept increasing before compressing on its own. During this process, his mechanical force was gradually reborn and completed its upgrade. The enormous amount of mechanical force roared through his body, and Han Xiao even had a deafening rumbling sound. After a short while, the sound in his ears slowly disappeared, and the springtime cells in his body seemed to have been squeezed dry. The energy in his body calmed down. Han Xiao let out a long breath, and his senses were refreshed again. Energy was the foundation of a super. Not only was it the fuel to use great strength, but it also promoted the evolution of a super's genes. This class advancement caused his mechanical force to undergo a qualitative upgrade. Although his species did not change, Han Xiao could feel that his life level had increased again, and it was no less than a promotion. In the later stages of his class advancement, the level required for each class advancement would even exceed the promotion threshold every 20 levels, and the increase brought by the class advancement would also become greater and greater. This class advancement had greatly increased his abilities as a mechanic. Although his attributes did not change much, these new skills were extremely powerful. Browsing through the new abilities brought by the class advancement, Han Xiao was quite happy. The 4 unactivated abilities can't be used for now. They can only be activated after I learn the corresponding class knowledge. TSK, I can only test their actual effects after they are activated. Han Xiao could not help but ponder. For now, only Machinery Emperor, Emperor-grade Machinery Affinity, and Emperor's Gift can be used. Also, my virtual technology abilities have all been strengthened by 35%, so my chances of invading Sardim's floating city are much higher. Thinking about it, Han Xiao decided not to level up his abilities for now. Level 240 was just around the corner, and he did not want to spend his experience elsewhere. Since he had already started leveling up, he did not want to stop. He decided to put all his experience into it to see how much he needed. His total level rose to level 238 in one go, and his experience pool was almost depleted very quickly. The remaining experience could only fill up 3/4 of his experience bar, not enough to level up one more level. He should still be 2 levels away from beyond grade A. It's about the same as what I estimated. I still need a few more days before the experience provided by the players can fill up the last gap. Han Xiao nodded. Class advancement was class advancement, and he had plenty of time to slowly study the new abilities in the future. He did not forget his goal tonight, which was to connect his mind to the quantum network. His vision suddenly turned dark, and the next moment, the quantum network nodes lit up one after another in the darkness like thousands of lights. These nodes were of various sizes, bright and dark, and the light beams formed by the interaction of information connected these nodes, forming a network that covered the entire city, outlining the shape of the city. Han Xiao looked up. In the sky above the main city, the floating city's quantum network nodes were as dazzling as stars, surrounded by countless ribbon-like defense mechanisms, like crystal cores surrounded by runes. With a thought, Han Xiao headed straight for the floating city's quantum network node. The floating city node suddenly enlarged in his vision, and he flew into the node. What entered his vision was an impenetrable wall weaved by a flood of data. Many data dots that acted as guards patrolled the surroundings like an orderly army. This was the outermost firewall of the floating city's control center. Philip, get him. The floating city was the base of a grade A+ mechanic, so Sardim naturally knew the danger of a virtual mechanic. He had set up many defenses for the base, and the artificial intelligence defense of the floating city's control center was many times stronger than that of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. Normal calamity-grade virtual mechanics would not be able to enter at all. However, Han Xiao had just completed his class advancement, and his virtual technology had been strengthened. It was rather easy for him to deal with the artificial intelligence defense mechanism of the floating city. After all, virtual mechanics were undoubtedly experts in spreading greenery. Armed mechanics were not good at such non-direct confrontations, and Han Xiao's raw strength was much higher than Sardim's. Silently infiltrating the enemy's artificial intelligence was much more difficult than directly attacking it. Han Xiao did not dare be too aggressive and cooperated with Philip to slowly infiltrate the defense mechanism of the floating city's control center to avoid triggering the alarm. His base was being silently invaded by Han Xiao and Philip, and Sardim, as the owner, knew nothing about it. After spending quite some time, Han Xiao finally went around the floating city's control center's defense line and went deep into the control center, leaving his temporary authority inside. Done. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Philip, search his database and find the Eternal Light blueprint. Searching, Found it, Philip's tone was joyful. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he could not help but laugh. As expected, this guy did not dare put the blueprint in the databases of other industries but saved it in the database of his base. Sardim's blueprint was most likely exchanged from the Mecha Empire with his merit. The Mecha Empire's hometown was so far away from the Shattered Star Ring, so it was impossible for them to transport the physical blueprint over. Therefore, the blueprint was sent to Sardim in the form of data, and Sardim had a very high chance of keeping the complete blueprint in the form of data. Because the floating city's defense was far stronger than the Cornerstone Summit Corporation's, most virtual mechanics would not be able to break in. Therefore, he was more assured that the blueprint would be stored in the database of his base. With the prerequisite of security, this method was naturally more convenient than the physical blueprint. This way, Han Xiao did not need to steal the physical blueprint and only needed to copy the floating city's database, which saved him a lot of effort. Han Xiao chuckled and said, "Philip, copy all of his blueprint database." Since the database had the complete blueprint of Eternal Light, there was an 80% chance that all of the blueprints that Sardim had accumulated from the Mecha Empire were stored there as well. It was not easy for him to sneak in, so Han Xiao did not mind stealing. Not only did he steal the Eternal Light blueprint, he even took all of Sardim's inventory. Han Xiao took a look at what Sardim was doing, and his expression turned weird. Sardim was browsing the database. Because the alarm of the defense mechanism was not triggered, even though he was using the database, he did not notice Han Xiao's actions. He did not know that Han Xiao had opened a backdoor in the floating city's control center and that his assets had been ransacked. This is quite exciting, but it's a little perverted. Han Xiao tilted his head and felt weird. Philip was busy copying the blueprint. He had nothing else to do, so he opened the command log of the control center to see what Sardim had been doing recently. The log recorded all of Sardim's orders. Han Xiao was originally just casually glancing through it, but his gaze suddenly froze. He realized that Sardim had personally done something today, which made him a little concerned. Sending a large number of mechanical security forces to monitor a group of people in Acropolis number 2? Interesting. Isn't Sardim neutral? Why is he monitoring people all of a sudden? To be able to catch his attention, it has to be at least a calamity grade like me. Heh, I get it. This guy is probably going to use the name of the Mecha Empire to recruit people again. If it's really a calamity grade, I might be able to steal a talent from him before I leave planet Macipher. Han Xiao could not help but smirk. He casually pulled out the image of the target that the mechanical security forces were monitoring, and the moment he saw the image, his smile froze on his face. It was Colin and his group in the image. Han Xiao had never seen this group of people before, but he recognized one of them. Orozen, the wanted criminal of the Tyler civilization, the murderer of Harafal, suspected to be a Skod's subordinate. This person was the target of the Grade A bounty mission, Harafal's Revenge. This discovery was out of Han Xiao's expectations. He was stunned on the spot, and all sorts of guesses flashed through his mind. It's actually this group of people. They disappeared for a few months. Why would they suddenly appear here? Han Xiao secretly became vigilant. Harafal's last words had said that this group of people was very likely sent by a Skod to take revenge on them. Harafal was already dead, and this group of people suddenly appeared on planet Macipher after a few months. Could it be that they had finally come to take revenge on him? Thinking about it, Han Xiao felt that something was not right. He had concealed his whereabouts and disguised his identity, so there was no reason for a Skod's subordinates to find him. This is planet Macipher, the edge of the shattered star ring. They came here after a few months. Could it be that they're preparing to leave the shattered star ring and escape the pursuit of the Tyler civilization? Are they not going to take revenge on me? Han Xiao frowned and pondered. From his perspective, Harafal's matter was the only intersection between them. With the few clues he had, he could only make limited inferences. He did not expect to run into a Skod's subordinates here. Was this premeditated or just an accident? After pondering for a while, Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he made a decision. No matter what, since this group of people ran into me, whether it's to take revenge for Harafal or to complete the mission for the bounty, there's no reason for them to escape. Harafal was a friend who had fought side by side with him. Han Xiao did not have the time to find the culprit, but if the enemy took the initiative to show up, he would not sit still and watch the culprit leave. Han Xiao looked at the surveillance image again. He thought that he had guessed Sardim's intentions. Sardim is actually monitoring them too. Humph, looks like this guy wants the bounty too. I have to strike first. This was not difficult for him. Since he had already hacked into the floating city's control center, as long as the surveillance mechanical troops did not call the police, he would be able to take action before Sardim. The only problem was that Han Xiao felt that Orozen's group might have a Skod's doppelganger in their hands. Han Xiao secretly clenched his fists. Because of the possibility of a Skod's doppelganger, he raised the danger level of Orozen and the others to the level of quasi beyond grade A. Now that the enemy is out in the open and I'm in the dark, I can only ambush them and kill them before they summon a Skod's doppelganger. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. He was not sure about the combat strength of these people. He only knew that Orozen was a calamity grade, but his strength was enough to beat a bunch of ordinary calamity grades. If he wanted to kill them before they could summon a Skod's doppelganger, he should have a 50% chance of success. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Chapter 745. After locking onto the location of Orozen and the others, Han Xiao immediately contacted Hela and Fu Ding. Where are you? The screen showed the scene of a beast fighting casino. A few strange beasts from different planets were fighting each other. The edge of the arena was separated from the audience by a protective shield, and the audience was filled with people. Countless people were cheering for the beasts that they had placed their bets on, and the atmosphere was feverish. Fu Ding sat in the crowded audience, while Hela and Aurora sat beside him, watching the arena attentively. Fu Ding helplessly replied, "This is the largest public casino in the main city. We're gambling here. Since when did you like gambling?" Han Xiao was surprised. "Cough, I don't like it. It's Chen Xing who insisted that I come here to gamble. She said, why would I not want the money that was guaranteed? She asked me to come here to support the family." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "Then what about the two of them? They insisted on coming with me." As soon as he said that, the battle in the arena came to an end. A giant python with green scales and a head that was dozens of meters long spewed out a poisonous mist, paralyzing the last giant beast and standing at the end. "We won again. We won again." Aurora waved her arms excitedly. "Sister, we've already won 4 times in a row." Hela nodded slowly and turned to look at Fu Ding, seemingly addicted. "Who are you betting on next?" Fu Ding shrugged with a helpless expression that said, "It's not that I want to lead them astray." Han Xiao felt a toothache when he saw this. He coughed and said seriously, "Stop playing. We have things to do. Come and meet up with me now. I'll wait for you at Citadel number 2. I'll send you the location later." With that, Han Xiao turned off the communication. While maintaining his brain connection to the floating city's control center, he left the port and headed straight for Citadel number 2. There was no time like the present. Han Xiao planned to make a move against Orozen and the others tonight. After all, Sardim was a subordinate of the Mecha Empire, and this matter was a little sensitive, so Han Xiao still did not intend to reveal his true identity. Since he had already obtained the blueprint, there was no need to continue staying on planet Macipher. Bairn's fake identity was no longer useful, so he was not afraid of using the name Bairn to cause trouble here. He could directly deal with Orozen and the others on the planet's surface without worrying about the consequences. Han Xiao waited for a while at the rendezvous point in Citadel number 2. Hela and the other 2 quickly joined him. As soon as they met, Aurora noticed the change in Han Xiao and screamed, "Your life force has become stronger again." Fu Ding and Hela were stunned when they heard this. Han Xiao did not deny it and nodded. "I have a feeling that I've already touched the threshold of the beyond grade A realm." Hela's body trembled, and she stared deeply at Han Xiao with a complicated expression. Fu Ding was sincerely happy for Han Xiao and asked, "So, are we leaving planet Macipher?" But before we leave, there's one more thing we need to do." Han Xiao then explained his intention to kill Orozen. Hela nodded. "The enemy has a grade A super. Fu Ding and I will go with you. Aurora, go back to the spaceship and wait." Fu Ding did not have any objections to chasing after wanted criminals, but he was a little confused. "With your strength, you don't need our help to deal with 1 or 2 calamity-grade supers, right?" Han Xiao shook his head, and his tone became serious. "Don't underestimate this group of people. They might be Escod's subordinates, Escod's doppelgangers with beyond grade A strength. We have to deal fatal damage to them the moment the battle starts, so we have to go all out from the start. Only with you guys will we have a higher chance of success." Hearing that the enemy was related to beyond grade as, Fu Ding and Hela's expressions also became serious. "If the enemy summons Escod's doppelgangers, with my strength, I won't be in any danger, but you guys are different. Therefore, you have to listen to my orders. We only have one chance." Han Xiao immediately explained the battle plan to everyone. He had already suffered once, so he did not rush over. He did not dare to be careless in front of a beyond grade A super because he had the advantage of being in the dark. He decided to make full preparations first. Citadel number 2, Star Bridge Hotel. This was where Colin and the others were staying. The Star Bridge Hotel was located in the red light district of Citadel number 2. This district was filled with countless entertainment facilities, and the flow of people was huge. This hotel was expensive, and it stood in the middle of a street, extremely eye-catching. Colin and the others arrived on planet Macipher that day. After sending their spaceships for maintenance, they stayed in the hotel and spent money like water. They called for a large number of cool girls of different races to party to their heart's content, working from day to night. The members of the fallen Ark naturally did not have much integrity and were used to indulging their desires. Even if Colin had a mission in mind, he did not reject this activity. This was because once they crossed the starfield, they would spend a few years in the desolate universe belt. The last 1 or 2 days on planet Macipher would be their last chance to enjoy themselves. Colin pushed away the girl sleeping on top of him, climbed up from the bed, and glanced around. There were more than 10 exhausted female creatures lying on the spacious bed. He put on a casual robe to cover the scars all over his body, took out a bottle of blue stimulant synthetic alcohol from the fridge, drank half of it in one gulp, and walked to the single-sided window in the hotel room, looking at the scenery outside. It was already late at night, but there were still many people on the streets. 4 to 5 out of 10 people were drunk. The sky above the city was filled with red and green neon lights, making this planet look like a luxurious place. From time to time, hovering vehicles would fly across the sky, and mechanical security forces would patrol nearby. Looking at the scenery outside, Colin recalled his actions in the past few months. He had secretly done 2 big things in the shattered star ring, almost turning the star pupil Protoss upside down. Even the local Beyond Grade as were fooled by them. Now that he was about to retire, Colin could not help but feel a sense of pride. Touching the evolution cube on his neck, Colin could not help but smirk. Ah! Shattered star ring. This starfield is just SOSO. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, the single-sided window in front of him was suddenly covered by a dazzling light. Boom! The next moment, the window exploded. The powerful shockwave directly sent Colin, who was standing in front of the window, flying. He crashed through the wall of the room and landed in the hallway of the inn. At the same time, the same explosion occurred in all the rooms. One by one, Colin's subordinates were blown away and fell to the ground like him. The entire hotel seemed to have been bombed. Bricks and stones flew everywhere, and dust splashed everywhere, turning the place into a mess. Orozen, who was completely naked, also landed in the corridor. Colin immediately exchanged glances with him, and their gloomy and angry eyes revealed the same message. Someone attacked them? Could it be the bounty hunters? The enemy could only be here for the Tyler civilization's bounty. With 2 calamity-grade supers here, these bounty hunters were simply courting death. Colin glared at Orozen fiercely and was about to erupt with his calamity-grade strength to get rid of these bounty hunters. The next moment, 2 mental shockwaves swept past like hurricanes. One was dark red, and the other was colorless, sweeping through the entire hotel. Who? The brains of all his subordinates suddenly exploded, turning into blood and flesh. Only Colin and Orozen managed to withstand the 2 mental shockwaves. However, their brains were also in extreme pain, and their minds went blank. They temporarily lost control of their bodies. There were 2 calamity-grade supers among the bounty hunters. Colin and Orozen's expressions changed drastically. However, before they could struggle, a strong light flashed before their eyes again. This was the last scene they saw. Outside the Star Bridge Hotel, the pedestrians on the street were all shocked and ran far away. Just a moment ago, a black mechanical army that blotted out the sky had suddenly appeared, surrounding the Star Bridge Hotel in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They were firing madly at the hotel, with each round containing tens of thousands of light cannons. Boom! Half of the street where the Star Bridge Hotel was located was directly razed to the ground. The people on the street were blocked by the Mech Legion, and they could not see through the dense Mech Legion to see what was happening inside. On the other side, within the encirclement of the Mech Legion, Han Xiao looked at the 2 corpses in front of him with a strange expression. These 2 corpses belonged to Colin and Orozen. Before the 2 of them could even resist, they were instantly killed by the Mech Legion's ambush and died on the spot. Han Xiao had tried his best to overestimate the strength of his opponents. Originally, he was prepared to personally charge in and fight when the Mech Legion ambushed them. However, he did not expect to be able to kill these 2 calamity-grade supers in 1 round of ambush. This was much smoother than he had expected. Han Xiao originally had a few backup plans, but he realized that they were all useless. Instead, he was shocked to see how easy it was. Aren't these people Esgod's subordinates? Why are they so weak? He had thought that Asgod's subordinates would be stronger, but it felt no different from killing other calamity-grade supers. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he felt as though he had punched cotton. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was as though he was fighting with the air. It might be because I just completed my class advancement and my strength increased, so I can crush normal calamity-grade supers even more easily. By the way, these two don't have any talents that are immune to true damage, so it's not surprising that they were instantly killed by my 3 attacks of true damage. Han Xiao could only convince himself like this. He originally had the strength to crush calamity-grade supers, and he had just completed his class advancement. Not to mention too, even 20 calamity-grade supers would not be a problem. With Orozen dead, Harifal's revenge was displayed as complete. Han Xiao got Philip to use a mechanical suit to carry Orozen's corpse and bring it back to the Tyler civilization to exchange for the bounty. This time, he looked at the corpse of the other calamity-grade super, Colin, and noticed the square accessory on Colin's neck. What's this thing? It actually didn't get destroyed after being ambushed by the army? Han Xiao was a little curious, so he bent down and picked up the small black square. The moment his finger touched the small black square, an item introduction popped up on the interface. With just one look, Han Xiao's face froze. He rubbed his eyes, looked at the item introduction again, and almost could not believe his eyes. Evolution. Cube. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Isn't this Cisco's universal treasure? Why is it here? Did I just pick up a divine weapon on the street? Han Xiao grabbed the evolution cube and was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, he understood. He turned around and stared at Fu Ding. Why are you looking at me? Fu Ding's hair stood on end from Han Xiao's invasive gaze. Han Xiao swallowed his saliva, raised his thumb, and almost broke his voice. Fu Ding awesome. Fu Ding's face was filled with question marks. A few minutes later, Sardim arrived at Acropolis No. 2 with a large mechanical army and arrived at the scene. At this time, the Star Bridge Hotel was only a pile of ruins. Countless people were gathered around, pointing and discussing. Meanwhile, Han Xiao's group and the Mech Legion had disappeared without a trace. The security forces hurriedly cleaned up the scene but did not find any clues. The people I was monitoring are all dead, and their corpses are gone. I can't even find the traces of the attackers. Sardim was furious. Because of Han Xiao's control, the spies that Sardim used to monitor Colin and the others did not inform him immediately. The mechanical security forces also did not stop Han Xiao's group along the way. Even the surveillance images were destroyed, making it impossible for Sardim to track them. Sardim was still in the dark and had no idea what was going on. Who killed Colin and the others? To be able to kill a calamity-grade super in such a short time, how strong was the attacker? Furthermore, what was the attacker's motive? Were they bounty hunters? Or were they a special force that took orders from Cisco? Or was there more to it? If the attacker was not Cisco's men, how was he going to explain to Cisco when the people he was monitoring were all killed and the attacker disappeared? Sardim could not help but have a headache. He could only report this sudden situation to Cisco. Chapter 746. At the same time, Han Xiao brought Hela and Fu Ding away from the scene. He held the evolution cube tightly in his hands with a complicated expression. Picking up the evolution cube was something that he did not expect at all. After the surprise, Han Xiao gradually calmed down. The appearance of the evolution cube here was definitely not because of Fu Ding. There had to be a deeper reason behind it. Something had happened in a place that he could not see. The appearance of the evolution cube had cleared up the information blind spot. Han Xiao's brain worked quickly, re-examining the series of events and speculating the cause and effect. Cisco's evolution cube appeared in the hands of these people. This means that Asgod stole the universal treasure from Cisco in some way and got his subordinates to transport it. No wonder they were silent for so many months after killing Harifal. It turns out that their goal was not revenge but the evolution cube. Han Xiao understood. It seems like I misunderstood. These people are not here to deal with me but to steal the treasure. However, why did they kill Harifal? Is it related to stealing the treasure or something else? In his previous life, The evolution cube had first appeared in the hands of the arcane church. If not for Austin revealing the secret, Han Xiao would not have known that the evolution cube actually belonged to Cisco at this time. Perhaps this was not a secret among the upper echelons, but it would not be made public. At the level of the players, it was naturally difficult for them to know this information. In the later versions of his previous life, the players who joined the Arcane Church could pay faction contribution points and anas in exchange for the opportunity to use the evolution cube. The effect of the evolution cube was mainly focused on species evolution. The specific effects varied from person to person. The weak would become stronger, and the strong would become stronger. The effect of using the evolution cube for the first time was the best. As the genes continued to be optimized, it would gradually lose its effect. I don't know what happened to the evolution cube from Cisco to the Arcane Church. How did Escod get involved? Han Xiao was suddenly stunned. He remembered that in his previous life, there was information about Escod causing trouble in the Star Pupil Protoss race. However, it did not happen during this period but during the version 3.0 to version 4.0 update. The players did not personally experience it and only recorded it in text form. There was no mention of it being related to the evolution cube. Philip, search for recent news reports on the Star Pupil Protoss. Han Xiao immediately gave the order. The report on planet Avatan was quickly found by Philip, but due to the government's control of public opinion, the details were blurred out. They only said that planet Avatan had experienced a drastic change and suffered heavy casualties, but they did not mention Escod's name. In the huge starfield, there would be hundreds of similar news every day. The incident on planet Avatan did not cause much of an impact in the shattered star ring, and Han Xiao would not pay attention to a small piece of news that had nothing to do with him. Han Xiao thought about it and said, the incident on planet Avatan should have been done by Escod. He probably used some sort of diversion tactic to steal the evolution cube from Cisco. This meant that Escod's attack on the Star Pupil Protoss race had been brought forward. Connecting this to Harifal's death, Han Xiao was shocked. Could it be that Escod's actions have something to do with me? Is this the butterfly effect? What a pity. If only I had left one alive. Han Xiao was a little frustrated. In order to be absolutely sure, he had gone all out. Who knew that the enemy would be so weak and be killed in an instant? There was no way to interrogate them now. Wait a minute. This time, Han Xiao was suddenly stunned. Thinking about the source of his intelligence, a new doubt appeared in his mind. Since Escod's subordinates were acting in secret, and the Star Pupil Protoss race did not announce the theft of the evolution cube, the reason why Sardim was monitoring this group of people was very intriguing. Maybe Sardim was not doing it for the Tyler civilization's bounty but for the evolution cube in their hands. Han Xiao's brows furrowed, and he thought of three possibilities. The first possibility was that Sardim had a special intelligence channel and knew the whereabouts of the evolution cube, so he wanted to snatch it himself. The second possibility was that the Mecha Empire knew about this and wanted to benefit from it, so they ordered Sardim, who was stationed in the shattered star ring, to intercept the evolution cube. The last possibility was that Sardim was instructed by Cisco to help the Star Pupil Protoss snatch the evolution cube. No, Cisco might not have told the truth, and Sardim only knew to monitor this group of people but might not know about the existence of the evolution cube. Either way, Sardim was a competitor, and the last possibility was the worst. It meant that he might have to face a real beyond grade A super while Cisco was on his way. Han Xiao sized up the evolution cube in his hands with a solemn expression. He was no stranger to the evolution cube. At the very least, he knew that the original version of the evolution cube was extremely huge, and the one in his hands was obviously a complete portable version. Austin said that he has never seen what the evolution cube looks like. During this period, Cisco did not publicly display the evolution cube like the Arcane Church, so there should be very few people who know about it. Sardim might not be able to recognize it. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly contacted Aurora on the spaceship. What's the current situation at the ground port? Aurora was surprised. Uncle, how do you know what happened here? Just now, all the ground ports issued a notice saying that someone is attacking the city, so they are temporarily closing the takeoff ports and implementing a port departure control. All spaceships are not allowed to leave planet Macipher until they catch the culprit. As expected, Han Xiao clenched his fists. He had just killed Escod's subordinates, and Sardim had immediately sealed off the entire planet, not allowing anyone to leave. Such a big move was not only to catch the culprit who attacked the city but also to keep the evolution cube on the planet. However, this created a new problem. If he hid his tracks so that Sardim would not be able to chase after him, how long would it take for Sardim to find the evolution cube if he hid on planet Macipher safely? There were so many people on planet Macipher, and the difficulty was like finding a needle in a haystack. Without the corresponding detection method, sealing off the planet would be futile. Therefore, Sardim definitely has a method to locate the evolution cube. Maybe it's some kind of detection device that can detect the location of the evolution cube as long as it's within a certain distance. It could also be Cisco's detection method, but the accuracy of the detection should be limited. Otherwise, Sardim would have already located me. Han Xiao thought to himself. Although he had not personally experienced the entire process, based on the clues from the evolution cube, he had already guessed the general situation. Thinking of this, Han Xiao told the two of them to stop. Originally, Han Xiao wanted to leave planet Macipher immediately after killing Orozen. However, before he could return to the spaceship, Sardim had already implemented air control. If he wanted to leave now, he could only forcefully break through the fleet's defense line. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to return to the port and decided to think about how to deal with the evolution cube that he had accidentally obtained. Han Xiao summarized his current situation. Obtaining the evolution cube meant that he would have to face Sardim, whose intentions were unknown, Cisco, whose house had been robbed, Escod, and the Arcane Church. This meant that at least 2 beyond grade as and 1 universal civilization would find trouble with him. Han Xiao took a deep breath and realized that the evolution cube was a hot potato. It was both a surprise and a risk. In that case, he would have to be careful when dealing with the evolution cube. Han Xiao became serious and quickly calculated the pros and cons in his mind. There are only 2 ways to deal with it: hide it or hand it over. If I want to keep the evolution cube, I'm not far from beyond grade A and have the qualifications to occupy a universal treasure. However, the consequence is that I will become an enemy of Cisco, and Escod will target me in order to snatch the evolution cube. I'm now like fire and water with the tyrant. If Cisco joins forces with the tyrant because of this, the situation won't be good. The advantage of keeping the evolution cube is that it is a rare commodity. Not only can I use the evolution cube to strengthen the Black Star Corps and my troops, but I can also attract a large number of organizations. There shouldn't be many civilizations that can resist the temptation of the evolution cube. Cisco did not do this because the Arcane Church and him monopolized the right to use the evolution cube and did not want to use the evolution cube to nurture competitors. Han Xiao nodded. Sardim had locked down the planet but could not stop him from taking the evolution cube away. Even if he did not forcefully break through, he could use Void Dimension Hyperdrive to secretly leave planet Macipher with the evolution cube. As long as Sardim could not find the evolution cube, the restrictions would be lifted sooner or later, and Hela and the other 2 would be able to escape in a spaceship. The problem was that if he kept the evolution cube, it would be impossible to hide it from these organizations. At that time, the Black Star Corps would become the target of everyone. Han Xiao pondered. If I hand it over, it's just a question of who to hand it over to. Actually, I don't have many choices right now. It's just Escod, the Mecha Empire, the Universal Civilizations, and Cisco. Handing it over to Escod was to turn him into a friend. However, if this matter was exposed, he would become enemies with the 3 Universal Civilizations and many other organizations. Overall, the risk was too great, and the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. Handing it over to the Mecha Empire was a strange move. While he was negotiating with Sardim on planet Macipher, he could immediately throw the hot potato that was the evolution cube to someone else in exchange for a large amount of resources. This would allow him to get rid of the risk and stay out of the whirlpool of conflict. If he handed it over to the universal civilizations, he would become their loyal ally. The results would be different no matter who he handed it over to. If he handed it over to the Radiant Federation, he would be able to exchange it for a large amount of resources. If he handed it over to the Red Empire, he would be able to obtain both resources and the ticket to the flickering world. However, if he handed it over to these two, the Arcane Church, who saw the evolution cube as theirs, would definitely become enemies with him. If he handed it over to the Arcane Church, the situation would be a little more complicated. Cisco was already half an ally of the Arcane Church, and the Arcane Church might not give up on Cisco and favor him. If the Arcane Church did not stand up for Cisco, they might lose a beyond grade A ally. However, he would also become a beyond grade A, and the Arcane Church might not use force to snatch the evolution cube. In that case, the final result might be that after he handed over the evolution cube, the Arcane Church would return it to Cisco and continue to maintain the loan agreement. This way, not only would he be able to protect Cisco, but he would also become an ally of the Arcane Church, and he would still be able to use the evolution cube. Cisco would be grateful to the Arcane Church, but he would not like him or even become enemies with him. Of course, the Arcane Church was a huge organization and was not afraid of angering Cisco. There was also a possibility that they would kindly accept the evolution cube. The last option would be to return the evolution cube to its rightful owner and return it to Psyker. This would undoubtedly allow him to gain Psyker's friendship, and he might even be able to obtain the right to borrow the evolution cube like the Arcane Church. Blackstar, where are we going now? Are we not going back to the spaceship? Just as Han Xiao was weighing the pros and cons, Fu Ding could not help but ask. Han Xiao came back to his senses, thought for a moment, and shook his head. No. Hela, bring Aurora back. We'll find a place to hide. He could not return to the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. The first person Sardine would suspect would definitely be him, a calamity-grade mechanic of unknown origins. Since he would be suspected if he went back and disappeared, there was no need for him to go back and act. Anyway, it was all done by him. Ben, am not afraid of anything. Han Xiao temporarily put down his hesitation. He was used to planning ahead and considering the possible consequences. However, no matter what, at this moment, the evolution cube belonged to him alone. He would enjoy it first. Your Excellency Cisco, I have locked down the port of the planet. On the other side, Sardine was communicating with Cisco. Before I arrive, don't let anyone go, Cisco said calmly. Okay, but please be quick. I can't lock down the planet forever. Sardine had a helpless look on his face. Thankfully, he had the excuse of hunting down the troublemakers and maintaining law and order. Locking down the planet for a few days was fine, but locking it down for too long would negatively affect Planet Macipher's business. This was something he could not accept. Thank you for your hard work. I'm almost there. Cisco nodded. Sai, what should I do now? You don't have to do anything else. Just make sure that no one leaves Planet Macipher. If anyone tries to leave, stop them, Cisco said slowly. In his senses, the evolution cube was still on Planet Macipher. However, due to the distance, he could not pinpoint it accurately. Therefore, when Sardine informed him that Escod's subordinates had been killed, Cisco was slightly shocked but quickly regained his composure. As long as the evolution cube was still on Planet Macipher, it was fine. Once he arrived, he would be able to find the location of the evolution cube. Chapter 747. Early morning. In a mountain range somewhere in the wilderness of Planet Macipher, Han Xiao's mechanical army had dug out a cave halfway up one of the mountains. The entrance of the cave was equipped with a fully automated environmental shield, disguised as a mountain rock, so outsiders could not see the existence of the cave. At the same time, an energy detection blocker was set up to isolate the many satellite detectors that Sardine had set up in outer space, so the owner of this planet would not be able to detect the energy reaction here with the satellites. It became an invisible area on the radar. Inside the cave was the hollowed-out belly of the mountain. Han Xiao had set up a portable mechanical fortress here. It was about 10 stories tall, and the mechanical ground took up thousands of square meters. Countless mechanical structures spread across the mountain walls, supporting the mountain, turning this place into a mechanical stronghold. The dense hovering guards were the light source, making the cave as bright as day. After picking up the evolution cube last night, Han Xiao had analyzed his situation clearly and planned to leave the city of planet Macipher. He planned to build a temporary hidden stronghold in the wilderness of this planet to prevent Sardim from detecting them using the evolution cube. After Hela brought Aurora over, Han Xiao brought the three of them there and built a small base with the compressed orbs that he carried with him. He had never lacked such items for temporary bases. Now that everything was settled, Han Xiao took out the evolution cube and explained his speculations to the three of them. Originally, Hela and the others were confused by Han Xiao's sudden actions, but after hearing about the origin of the evolution cube, they were shocked. The three of them curiously sized up the small black cube in Han Xiao's hands. Aurora was purely curious about the so-called universal treasure, and Hela was interested in the evolution cube's ability to make people stronger. Fu Ding, on the other hand, had a worried expression. "This is the legendary evolution cube. We actually picked it up. What do we do now? Do we return it to Cisco? Will he suspect that we stole it?" He had visited Austin with Han Xiao before and knew that this belonged to Cisco. Han Xiao helplessly said, "I haven't thought about it yet." "You're not thinking of leaving the evolution cube behind, are you? This way, we will become Cisco's enemies," Fu Ding advised. "You've already provoked the tyrant. If you add Cisco into the mix, you'll have provoked half of the four beyond grade as in the shattered star ring," Han Xiao interrupted him. "We'll talk about that later. Since the evolution cube is in my hands, let's use it first." "How do I use it?" Hela asked impatiently. If I remember correctly, Han Xiao examined the black cube over and over again. Every surface was as smooth as a mirror, and there were no buttons. When he tried to insert his energy into it, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Pausing for a moment, Han Xiao pressed down on every corner of the evolution cube with both hands, and all 8 corners were pressed in. The next moment, streams of light appeared on the surface of the black cube, and a spherical black energy shield popped out, covering the small cube and suspending it in midair. The first step was correct. Han Xiao was overjoyed. The simplest way to use the evolution cube was to enter the evolution cube when it was in its original state. However, when the evolution cube was in portable mode, the container had to be opened in a specific way, revealing an opening to release the evolution cube's energy. The first step was to prepare the container for activation. This was what Han Xiao had just done, and the container had not been opened yet. Then, an energy shield popped out from the container. This was actually a shield similar to a password input screen. A series of specific switch symbols had to be drawn on it to open the container. This was equivalent to a password. Compared to the secret message bead, this method was much simpler. In his previous life, many players had used contribution points to exchange for the right to use the evolution cube in the Arcane Church and watched the Arcane Church open the evolution cube in front of them. Some had even recorded it. Han Xiao had seen it before, and the process was not a secret to him. Someone had even posted a summary of the password of the evolution cube, which was a total of 42 fixed symbols. Han Xiao could not remember the symbols so clearly. Fortunately, his intelligence had increased so much that his memory structure had long been in the form of a bookcase. All his memories were stored in different categories, and he could take out any memory he wanted to see. This way of thinking could be grasped by ordinary people with training, and it was even less of a problem for mechanics with extremely high intelligence and large brain regions. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to remember so many blueprints. He thought for a while and gradually recalled the 42 switch symbols. He used his finger to draw on the energy shield of the container, leaving behind a golden mark. He quickly finished drawing the password. However, the container retracted its energy shield and fell to the ground. It had obviously failed to open, which made him slightly stunned. By the way, the password set by the Arcane Church might not be the same as the password set by Escod. Han Xiao understood and felt a little troubled. If he could not open the container, he could only destroy the container and let the evolution cube return to its gigantic state. This would cause too much of a commotion, and he would be discovered immediately. Han Xiao frowned and pondered. However, that might not be the case. The evolution cube belongs to a lost civilization, and making portable containers is also the technology of that civilization. It's very advanced, and ordinary people will not be able to decipher it. Perhaps Esgod's subordinates will be able to copy and create the container, but it should be very difficult to improve the technology. These 42 switch symbols might be the initial password of the container. As for why the container did not open, maybe the method was wrong, or maybe I did not draw it correctly enough. However, he did not know that he had guessed the truth. This set of symbols was the activation password of the portable evolution cube and could not be changed. Not only was it used to open the container, but it was also the key to activating the energy of the evolution cube. This password was top-secret information left behind by the evolutionary civilization, and only Esgod knew how to open it. Even Colin and the others did not know how to open it. This was to prevent their subordinates from being greedy, betraying, or leaking the secret. In his previous life, the Arcane Church was not afraid of it being leaked because no one could steal their things. Therefore, Han Xiao was one of the very few people who knew the password other than Esgod. He tried more than 30 times, slowly adjusting the shape of the symbols according to his memory, making it standard. Finally, on the 37th try, the evolution cube had a new reaction. A small hole appeared in the center of every face of the cube, and ribbon-like black particles flowed out, surrounding the cube and floating in midair. "It's open." Han Xiao was overjoyed. Looking around, Han Xiao took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and released mechanical force toward the evolution cube. Who? The next moment, the black particles around the evolution cube seemed to have found a target and rushed toward Han Xiao, seeping into his body from the surface. Itchy. This was the only feeling Han Xiao had. This itchiness seemed to be born from the depths of his soul. His skin, muscles, bones, blood vessels, and organs all felt itchy. However, when he stretched out his hand to scratch it, it felt like it was not his own body that was itching. This time, notifications started to appear on the interface. You have used the evolution cube, gold quality. You have received a permanent special buff, gene optimization evolution cube. Your genetic structure is being adjusted to the best state of void star pursuit. Please do not interrupt the evolution process. The first optimization was successful. Your potential has increased. You have received plus 6 SDR, plus 4 DEX, plus 8 END, plus 5 INT, plus 4 MYS, plus 3 CHA, and plus 30 energy. Your energy level is higher than LV0. The second optimization has succeeded. Your potential has increased. You have received the following attributes: plus 8 SDR, plus 7 DEX, plus 11 END, plus 7 INT, plus 5 MYS, plus 6 CHA, plus 40 energy. Your energy level is higher than LV14. The 16th optimization has succeeded. Your potential has increased. You have received the following attributes: plus 64 SDR, plus 67 DEX, plus 72 END, plus 76 INT, plus 61 MYS, plus 43 CHA, plus 240 energy. When he reached level 238, his energy attribute broke through the 40,000 mark and received the bonus of LV14. Every time one's energy level increased, a new layer of genetic optimization could be obtained. Thus, the stronger one was, the better the effect of using the evolution cube for the first time. The completed attributes depended on many factors, such as cell activity, lifespan, and species. Among them, the species had the greatest influence. The evolution cube was optimized based on one's own species. If one species was stronger, the benefits would be greater. The second time he used the evolution cube, however, it was not to calculate a new energy level but to repeat the optimization process of each level. However, the attributes added would be greatly reduced, and each time would be less than the last until it was no longer effective. Only when he evolved into a new species would he receive some benefits, but it was far from being able to compare to using the evolution cube for the first time. Han Xiao endured the numbness and quickly calculated. This series of genetic optimizations had provided him with extremely terrifying attributes. His strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, and mystery had increased by more than 500 points, his charm had increased by nearly 400 points, and his energy had increased by more than 2,100 points. This surge in attributes had even exceeded the total bonus of LV14 energy. Adding all of them together, the increase in attributes had reached more than 3,000 points, which was equivalent to Han Xiao's own attributes increasing by 1/3. The effect was extremely outstanding. The Void Star Pursuer had great potential. He was also very young, so his cell activity was extremely high. Coupled with his dense energy realm, he could achieve such a terrifying increase. When he had advanced to Emperor Mechanic and reached level 238, his energy level had already reached 32,600 points. Now that he had used the Evolution Cube, his energy level had increased by nearly 2,000 points, reaching 34,450 points. Even though Han Xiao could not endure the numbness, he could not help but reveal a surprised expression. This genetic optimization was too worth it. However, the notifications on the interface did not end there. After using the Evolution Cube for the first time, you have received 16 levels of genetic optimization. Plus 40% EXP required to level up. Duration, 16 months. Han Xiao secretly nodded. There would be an EXP penalty when players used the Evolution Cube. After all, the attributes obtained were equivalent to leveling up dozens of times. It was impossible for there to be no price. The principle was that the stronger one was, the harder it was to level up. Every time the Evolution Cube was used, there would be a 40% EXP penalty. The duration depended on the number of genetic optimizations obtained. This was nothing to him. A mere 40% EXP penalty was only a 10% EXP penalty after neutralizing the 30% bonus from his political asset. Han Xiao relied on the EXP from the leak field to level up, so it was only a matter of waiting a little longer. Using 16 months of express penalty in exchange for a huge increase in attributes was undoubtedly worth it. This was a permanent increase in combat power. Furthermore, the stronger the attributes, the higher the energy level. This way, the possibility of him breaking through to beyond grade A at level 240 would be even greater. This time, the last few notifications popped up on the interface. You have met the special conditions. You have received more than 10 levels of genetic optimization when using the Evolution Cube for the first time. You have triggered a special effect. In your next promotion, you will receive an additional species evolution opportunity. Genetic optimization complete. The black particle flow stopped pouring in and returned to the Evolution Cube. Han Xiao hurriedly bent over and took a deep breath, quickly calming himself down. Only then did he feel the swelling power in his body, giving him the illusion that if he released all his energy, he could blow up the planet under his feet. Fu Ding hurriedly came up to help him and asked, "How was the effect?" Han Xiao waved his hands, indicating that he did not need to be helped. He stood up on his own, feeling refreshed. Seeing Hela looking at him, he could not help but smile. "I've tried it. The side effects are very small. You guys try it too. I'll go first." Hela was the first to nod. Han Xiao did not hesitate and opened the Evolution Cube again, letting the black particle flow toward Hela. From the perspective of a bystander, the black particle flow wrapped the user into a black cocoon. After a while, Hela broke out of the cocoon. It was as if she had undergone nirvana. The red light in her eyes slowly faded. "Sister, how do you feel?" Aurora asked curiously. Hela clenched her fists. Her sharp eyes suddenly softened, and she revealed a rare smile. "I feel great now." Han Xiao smiled. He was happy to share the Evolution Cube. In his hands, he could use it to increase the combat power of the core members. Very soon, 2 more black cocoons appeared beside the Evolution Cube. It was Fu Ding and Aurora's turn to enjoy the baptism of genetic optimization. Han Xiao stood at the side, looking at the 2 of them evolving, and suddenly realized a problem. If the Evolution Cube returned to Cisco's hands, he would not know the activation symbol and could only destroy the container, releasing the Evolution Cube, and let it return to its original state. It seemed that only he knew how to use the portable version of the evolution cube. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Han Xiao's eyes flickered. Maybe there was a basis for cooperation. Not long after, Fu Ding and Aurora also completed their genetic evolution and felt the changes in their bodies. Okay, what do we do next? Fu Ding immediately asked. Now that the evolution cube had been used, it was time to think about what to do next. Han Xiao's answer was beyond his expectations. You guys stay here. The three of them were stunned. Are you thinking of? Fu Ding was surprised. Without waiting for him to finish, Han Xiao nodded. Sardim has locked down planet Macipher, so maybe Cisco will come. I can protect myself against a beyond grade A, but you guys can't. We should split up. You guys stay here, and I have a way to leave this planet. His plan was to use Void Dimension Hyperdrive to leave planet Macipher alone. This way, he would be able to test how accurate Sardim or Cisco's detection methods were. No matter how he dealt with the evolution cube, he would not be able to avoid risks. He might as well act alone and not worry about Fu Ding and the others. To be honest, the evolution cube was a hot potato, but since it was already in his hands, Han Xiao was not willing to hand it over just like that. Risk and opportunity coexisted, and this was the situation he had analyzed. However, there was no doubt that keeping the evolution cube in his hands was the only way to maximize his benefits. As for whether he had the ability to keep the evolution cube, how would he know if he did not try? Therefore, Han Xiao decided to bring the evolution cube into the desolate universe belt alone to buy time for himself to accumulate experience to reach level 240. Although he did not know the details, he felt that the truth should be similar to his speculation. The most likely pursuer would be Cisco, whom he had never met before. Han Xiao did not have any prejudice against Cisco and even respected such a hero. Originally, the evolution cube only worked on individuals, but the descendants of powerful individuals would also inherit a certain degree of genetic optimization effects. Then, they would let the newborns use the evolution cube to complete a virtuous cycle. Cisco had evolved the star pupil Protoss generation after generation to what they were today. Even now, the evolution cube was still very important to the development of the star pupil Protoss. However, what does this have to do with me? I'm not a member of the star pupil Protoss. I'm not the one who stole your cube. I picked it up from the ground. Han Xiao had already made up his mind. At the very least, he would fight Cisco once. If he could not win, he would think about other things. Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version website. Chapter 748. In the floating city of planet Macipher, Sardim was dispatching all his mechanical security forces to search for clues and find the culprits who attacked Colin and the others. He had not slept since the previous night. Cisco's order was to lock down the planet to prevent the attackers from escaping, but Sardim thought that if he could find the attackers as soon as possible, there would be no need to lock down the port and affect the business of the planet. This concerned his own interests, so he was very motivated. Unfortunately, he did not find anything after an entire night. The attackers seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and none of the surveillance devices detected them. Do they have a teleportation ability? Sardim could not help but scratch his head. Or are all my surveillance devices malfunctioning? Sardim could not help but pull up the operation records of the floating city's control center, only to discover that there were no signs of it being hacked. Han Xiao had long erased his browsing traces and cancelled his temporary authority. With Sardim's expertise, it was almost impossible for him to find out what he had done in the control center. Ding ding. Just as Sardim was vexed, Psycha's series of fatal calls came again. Your Excellency Cisco, what's wrong? Sardim suppressed his frustration and made his tone sound natural. He was a member of the Mecha Empire and had done many things for Cisco because he was a beyond grade A super. Now, Cisco seemed to be ordering him around like a subordinate, which made Sardim a little unhappy. The main reason was that locking down the planet had harmed his interests, which was the key to the change in attitude. However, Cisco's words almost made Sardim jump up in shock. The fugitive has already left planet Macipher and is escaping out of the shattered star ring. What are you doing? Sisko's tone was no longer relaxed but very solemn, as if he was questioning Han Xiao. Just a moment ago, he sensed that the evolution cube had left planet Macipher and was moving far away at the speed of hyperdrive. It had undoubtedly been taken away by someone. This made Sisko lose his confidence and become anxious. How is that possible? I've already locked down the port. No one has left planet Macipher during this time. Sardim had a look of disbelief and almost thought that Sisko was trying to shift the blame. Forget about the passengers on the Light Fox spaceship, but how did Sisko know the whereabouts of the attackers? He was clearly not here. Even a local tyrant like him did not notice that someone had slipped away. Perhaps the fugitive has some kind of ability that allows him to evade your blockade. In any case, he has already escaped. I need you to do one more thing for me, Sisko said in a low voice. He was not in a good mood. Originally, he was about to reach planet Macipher and take back the evolution cube easily. However, an accident happened at this time. He did not know if it was the other subordinates of Escod secretly helping him or if the evolution cube was intercepted midway. Regardless, the situation was gradually getting out of his control. Now that Escod's subordinates were dead, the intruder who was running away with the evolution cube was a mystery. What do you need me to do? Sardim asked. I will point out the direction of the fugitive's escape. Help me chase after him and follow him. My spaceship is very fast. I will catch up with you and meet up with you. Sardim hesitated. He was very confident in his strength. It was not that he was afraid of danger but that he was worried that after leaving planet Macipher, there would be no one guarding his base and someone would cause trouble. Because Sisko had never told him the truth, Sardim had already realized that the matter he was involved in this time seemed to be very complicated. You helped me, so you won't miss out on the benefits. All right. Sardim finally agreed. He rolled his eyes and asked, then, can we remove the blockade on planet Macipher? Up to you. Sisko's goal was only to retrieve the evolution cube. He did not care about anything else. After the communication ended, Sardim did not waste any time and immediately started to pack up his things, count his mechanical army, and prepare to set off. He would follow the coordinates sent by Sisko to track Han Xiao. While gathering his mechanical army, Sardim released the control of the spaceport, and the passengers on planet Macipher started to flow. At this time, Sardim suddenly thought of something and immediately contacted the upper echelons of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. Where is Bane? Your Excellency Sardim, Bane did not return last night and has not appeared since then. Sardim narrowed his eyes. This calamity-grade super of unknown origin was the #1 suspect in his heart. I remember that he has 3 companions. Where did they go? They are also missing. Then, they are most likely the attackers. Sardim clapped his hands heavily with an unfriendly look in his eyes. He had thought that Bane was there to steal the blueprints, but he did not expect that it was related to the incident with Sisko. This guy is bad. He has been lurking since more than 20 days ago. Thinking about that, Sardim immediately brought up the appearance of Bane's group of 4 and entered it into the control center. He had the mechanical security forces, surveillance satellites, spaceport crossings, and other surveillance facilities pay attention to the whereabouts of Bane's group of 4 and inform him as soon as they appeared. After that, Sardim took a bunch of elite giant soldiers that had made him famous, boarded a vehicle, and chased after Han Xiao in a flash of light. At the same time, in the wilderness of planet Macipher, in a mechanical stronghold in a mountain range. Only Fu Ding and the other 2 were left in the stronghold. Han Xiao had already secretly left the planet through void dimension hyperdrive. The mechanical stronghold was left behind for Fu Ding and the others to hide and monitor Sardim's movements. The control of the spaceport has been lifted. Sardim has also left. In front of a few virtual screens, Aurora's fingers danced nimbly as she skillfully operated the machines. Due to her Esper ability lacking in combat ability, she had learned a lot of miscellaneous knowledge when she was on Floating Dragon Island. She knew everything from vehicle piloting, potion concocting, combat shooting, ship cannon control, battlefield commanding, tactical deduction, group warfare, and so on. She had also learned a lot of skills from her subclass and was familiar with the customs of many races. Black Star guessed correctly. Sardim has left the planet and started chasing after him. Fu Ding was helpless. And we were left behind. Hyla clenched her fists, unwilling to accept this outcome. In order to protect the three of them, Han Xiao had left alone to lure away Cisco. Clearly, the three of them were seen as burdens. Hela wanted to face the enemy together with Han Xiao, but she was rejected by Han Xiao. The reason was that she was not strong enough to deal with a beyond grader yet. She hated herself for not being able to help. She had trained with Ames for 10 years and became a high-level force in the universe. She thought that she would be able to help Han Xiao, but she was still a burden. Hela clenched her teeth and felt wronged. She had left the mountain to help Han Xiao, but now, she had become someone who needed his protection. She was not willing to be protected by Han Xiao all the time. She wanted to stand beside Han Xiao and fight alongside him. Otherwise, how could she repay his kindness? Seeing that her expression was not good, Fu Ding could not help but worry. Hela, don't do anything stupid. Hela regained her expressionless face and said coldly, don't worry, I won't disobey his orders. Even if I insist on helping, I will only be a burden to him. Fu Ding heaved a sigh of relief. After spending some time together, he had already understood Hela's stubbornness. He then smiled helplessly and said, don't underestimate yourself. Black Star sees you as his backbone. You still have a lot of room to grow and will definitely become his right-hand man in the future. Hela pursed her lips and clenched her fists. You don't have to worry about him. After all, we've all been baptized by the evolution cube. Don't you know the effects? Black Star will definitely become stronger, Fu Ding said. Hela nodded. She had personally experienced the effects of the evolution cube. The increase was so great that it was like a rebirth. Don't worry, I've made a lot of vitality potions for him. He won't be in any danger. Don't you believe in my ability? You asked me to make more potions just now. Aurora giggled. Before Han Xiao left, Aurora had made a lot of vitality potions for him. She had once learned pharmaceutics from Yi Yeqing and then refined it on Floating Dragon Island. Her subclass level was very high, and together with her Esper ability, every vitality potion was equivalent to a full health recovery. When Aurora was making the potions earlier, Hela did not stop her sister. Instead, she allowed Aurora to use more vitality to make potions for Han Xiao. Thinking about it now, Hela could not help but blush. She turned her face to avoid Aurora's gaze and changed the topic. The lockdown of the planet is over, and Sardim has left. What do we do now? Do we stay here or leave in a spaceship? Fu Ding thought for a while and said, we'll leave planet Macipher after Sardim leaves. It's safer that way. Hyla and Aurora nodded without any objections. As long as it was a decision made by Phaidon, it might not necessarily be profitable, but it would definitely not be a loss. Outside the border of the shattered star ring, in the desolate universe belt. In the dark universe, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Han Xiao left the void dimension and appeared. His skin was red, having absorbed a lot of cosmic radiation. In front of him was a grey desolate planet. Han Xiao slowly landed on the cracked ground, sat cross-legged, and hovered 1 meter above the ground, waiting for the army box to jump over. He had left planet Macipher with the void dimension jump, and the army box was still on the spaceship. Thus, he had to wait for the Mech Legion to jump over. As the Emperor Mechanics, secondary dimension army, had not been activated yet, he could not solve the problem of having an army with him. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've left the shattered star ring. Looking up at the starry sky, Han Xiao raised his brows. For the past 20 years, he had been in the shattered star ring. There were desolate universe belts between star clusters and star fields, and the latter was much larger than the former. He had once fought in the desolate universe belt between Clent and Purple Crystal, but it paled in comparison to what he was seeing now. The desolate universe belt that separated two star fields had very few resources, and the value of development was very low. The planets were sparse and dead. Even if a civilization was born there, Due to the harsh environment, the civilization would have no future and would be in despair. In the entire explored universe, the desolate universe belt took up more than 60% of the area. In the unexplored universe, the desolate universe belt was even larger. After lamenting for a while, Han Xiao got down to business. He opened the faction interface and gave the faction store a wave of discounts for the various knowledges. He claimed that the army members who had participated in the secret war for a few months would receive a 60% discount on their contribution points for learning knowledges. He was only 2 levels away. In order to make up for it as soon as possible, Han Xiao did not hesitate to use promotions to stimulate the players' desire to spend. Originally, the players needed to learn knowledges, the only difference was when they learned them. At this moment, in order to increase the speed of accumulating EXP, Han Xiao needed the players to learn the knowledges immediately. Promotions were the best way. For this reason, he could earn less anas. This way, even with the 40% EXP penalty, a mere 2 levels of EXP would not delay him for long. Before the enemy caught up, Han Xiao was very confident that he could reach level 240. Beep beep. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. He had received a message from Hela. Han Xiao looked at it and narrowed his eyes. Sardim left planet Macipher? As soon as I left, he came out to chase after me. It seems that although their detection method is not accurate enough, they can still remotely locate the evolution cube. This means that my whereabouts are transparent in their eyes. Sardim and Cisco are coming straight for me. After finally figuring out the enemy's detection method, Han Xiaoshan finally had a grasp of the situation. The ability to locate the evolution cube should be the enemy's greatest reliance. He did not continue waiting for the army boxes and entered Void Dimension Hyperdrive again. He turned into a stream of light and headed into the distance. Since the enemy was chasing after him, he could not stop. This battle was inevitable, so he could only slowly take a detour and find a chance to meet up with the army boxes. Han Xiao thought as he jumped. I have a lot of trump cards. Aurora's Potion, the Dragon Emperor's character summon card, and the rarely used, Painful Revenge, and Luck Curse. I have to use all my trump cards to deal with a beyond grade A super. It has been a long time since an opponent made me use my full strength. However, the psychic class is a bit of a counter to me. Cisco also has a powerful AoE ability, and the destructive power of a beyond grade A super is completely different. He can easily get rid of a large number of mechanical soldiers. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to upgrade the mechanical soldiers. He had already tried it in the stronghold, and the evolution cube had no effect on the mechanical soldiers. After all, machines were inanimate objects, and there were no biological genes that could be optimized. Perhaps it would only be effective after he became a real mechanical life. Unfortunately, King's Mentor had not been activated yet. He could only try it in the future, but it was too late now. Without machinery that was compatible with a beyond grade A super, he would not be able to reach his best state immediately after his promotion. If only he could increase the strength of his mechanical army before fighting with Cisco. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled. Oh, right, Sardim. Chapter 749. A stream of light flashed, and the spaceship that Sardim piloted stopped at the periphery of an asteroid belt. He had chased after Han Xiao for an entire day, following the route that Cisco had given him. He realized that the target did not go straight into the desolate universe belt but took a detour around the edge of the shattered star ring. The target was not as fast as his spaceship. He finally caught up to the target in this asteroid belt. The location that Cisco had given him was marked on the star map, and the target was currently hiding in this asteroid belt. The target stopped here, Sardim said with a serious expression. Countless meteorites floated in the universe like a long dragon. Some were tens of thousands of meters long, while others were more than 10 meters long. They were so densely packed that they blocked his line of sight. Sardim could only use his detection device to slowly scan the meteorite belt. The asteroid belt was so large that it was the best place to hide. Scanning it was undoubtedly a huge project. However, as soon as Sardim had this thought, the radar reacted. Report. Abnormal energy target detected. The porthole expanded immediately. A person was sitting on top of an enormous, shuttle-shaped asteroid. His face was hidden under a helmet, and his entire body was covered in a sleek, silver-black mechanical suit. Dark blue cloud patterns glowed on the armor, and he was facing Sardim's spaceship. Clearly, he had discovered him long ago. Sardim narrowed his eyes, stopped the spaceship, and flew out of the cabin. The golden-red armor spread from his chest to his entire body, forming a heavy armor-like armor. It expanded twice its size, and he faced Han Xiao from afar. "Bane, is that you?" Sardim took the initiative to send a message to Han Xiao. His tone was unfriendly. Han Xiao smiled and said, "You can continue to call me that." Hearing that, Sardim could not help but snort. He did not know where this Bane came from, and he knew that this name was fake. As for this guy's real identity, he did not ask back then, so he was not sure now. However, it did not matter. It would not be too late to capture this guy and interrogate him later. Thinking of this, Sardim's eyes flickered, and he had a plan in his mind. Originally, Cisco had only asked him to track him, but since he had caught up to him, he was not afraid of attacking. He might be able to pry the information that Cisco had concealed from him from Ben before Cisco arrived. He did not know why this person wanted to escape and why Cisco wanted to chase him. He was the only one who was in the dark. He was anxious to get to the bottom of this matter. "I still have a question," Sardim said in a low voice. "You hid on planet Macipher ahead of time. Your real goal was to attack that group of people, right? But you hid in my property and stole the blueprints. Weren't you afraid of being exposed?" In his opinion, Ben had stayed on planet Macipher to kill Colin and the others, so he was puzzled by Ben's behavior. Why was this guy so bold that he dared to expose himself in front of him? Wouldn't it have been more discreet if he had stayed in a hotel in the city and waited for a while? "If I said that it was all because of luck, would you believe me?" Han Xiao smiled helplessly. At first, he only wanted to do the talent mission, but then he found the Eternal Light blueprint. Then, he only wanted to steal the blueprint, but Orozen delivered himself to him. He only wanted to kill a wanted criminal, but he was dragged into the storm of the evolution cube. Could this be the will of the Big Fooding? Luck? Sardim narrowed his eyes and felt that there were too many doubts. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. I won't get anything out of you even if I ask you now. When you land in my hands later, you will know what to say." As soon as he said that, Sardim's mechanical force bloomed. The spaceship's belly opened, and golden red army boxes shot out like missiles, opening in midair. The overwhelming mechanical army quickly formed up and hovered behind Sardim. As far as the eye could see, there were 2 to 3 million of them. Their models were very different from Han Xiao's, and they were thicker and more ferocious. As an armed mechanic, Sardim had more blueprints for war machines. The mechanical army under his command was mainly heavy and huge. Heavy mechanical soldiers 5 to 6 meters tall could be seen everywhere. There were also thousands of conspicuous giant soldiers, the largest of which was more than 1,000 meters tall, larger than many asteroids. Other than the various mechanical soldiers, there were also many combat equipment, such as floating turrets, satellite cannons, heavy hovering guards, defensive fortresses, charge cabins, and so on. They were all used in galactic wars and were equivalent to dozens of galactic armies that were equipped with both offense and defense. Sardim ejected a large number of compressed orbs, which turned into huge components after expanding, connecting to his armor and forming a giant soldier that was hundreds of meters tall. He then retreated to the center of the army. Many defensive fortresses and floating guards surrounded him, activating multiple shields and space-stabilizing devices to prevent hyperdrive. This was the traditional army style of fighting. The mechanic was the commander in the center, so he focused on arranging the troops and fighting steadily. It was not Han Xiao's fierce fighting style, where he led the troops and focused fire on the enemy. Seeing that Sardim had summoned his army, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He scanned Sardim's army that covered the sky and could not help but lick his lips. So many heavy machines. Looks like it's an army that specializes in attacking. Good stuff. Han Xiao's fingers moved slightly, eager to try. Millions of mechanical soldiers raised their cannons and aimed at Han Xiao. Seeing that Han Xiao did not move, Sardim frowned slightly. "You're a mechanic too. Where's your army?" Sardim was interested. "Or do you not want to ask for trouble and are willing to surrender?" Han Xiao smiled and pointed at Sardim's back. "Isn't my army over there?" Sardim was shocked and immediately turned around. Behind his army, streams of light flew over from afar. It was the Black Star Mech Legion that had arrived through hyperdrive. The army boxes opened one after another, and tens of millions of mechanical soldiers swarmed out. The black wave that covered the sky was like an endless swarm of bugs. Their numbers were more than 3 times that of Sardim's army. "Why are there more than me?" Sardim's expression changed drastically, and he was shocked. He suddenly realized that this bairn of unknown origins was probably not a nameless person like he had guessed. Instead, he was a big shot of unknown origin. The size of the Mech Legion also represented the financial power of the mechanic. Maintaining the army cost a lot of money, and in the entire Shattered Star Ring, there were only a handful of mechanics who could afford such a large mechanical army. Names flashed across his mind one after another, and they finally stopped at an image. Sardim suddenly panicked. He turned around and stared at Han Xiao in disbelief. "You're Black Star?" "Correct. I'll reward you with a green hat." Han Xiao chuckled. With the evolution cube in his hands and him about to break through to beyond grade A, there was no need to disguise Ben's identity anymore. "Fire." Sardim's underestimation was shattered, and he hurriedly gave the order to fire. The troops at the back became the troops at the front to face the incoming Mech Legion, while the troops at the front focused their fire on Han Xiao. Millions of light cannons shot toward him at the same time. Facing such a powerful attack, Han Xiao did not want to take it head-on. He pulled with both hands like he was pulling a canvas, and a strengthened void distortion caused the space-time stability coefficient around him to suddenly change, creating chaos in space. Countless light cannons were deflected, and the asteroid belt around him was affected. Countless asteroids were penetrated by the light cannons and exploded into dust. Even the huge asteroid under Han Xiao's but was blown into pieces. After this wave of fire, the area tens of thousands of meters around Han Xiao instantly became an empty area of the asteroid belt. However, he was completely unharmed. His entire body was covered in a dark blue psionic shield, and all the stray bullets were blocked. Seeing that the cannons of Sardim's mechanical soldiers lit up again, and they were about to launch a second wave of fire, Han Xiao directly entered the void dimension. The next moment, he appeared at the back of Sardim's troops. As a sharp knife, Sardim, who only lacked protection, attacked from the front and back with his Mech Legion. All around him were densely packed mechanical soldiers. Han Xiao immediately activated apostolization, and the psionic energy in his body surged. The blue psionic energy blast shot out like it was free, penetrating through the mechanical soldiers one after another. Every mechanical soldier in front of him was easily torn apart into scrap metal, breaking through the layers of defense like breaking through rotten wood. The evolution cube had greatly increased his combat strength. Only a tank-type mechanic like him dared to go so deep into the enemy's territory. Han Xiao's vision suddenly turned black, and a giant soldier hundreds of meters tall blocked his way. Its entire body was covered in a spaceship-grade shield, and there were thousands of battleship cannons on its body. It was currently firing at him. The gigantic mechanical hand swatted down like a fly, and it was like a mountain crashing toward him. Han Xiao did not dodge and directly raised his hand to block this palm. The difference between his size and the giant soldier's hand was like the difference between an ant and a ball. However, his mechanical suit's thrusters spat out white flames at full power, preventing him from being blown away. Han Xiao's 10 fingers pierced into the giant soldier's hand, hanging on it. The giant soldier clenched its fist and held Han Xiao in its hand. However, the next moment, countless fine cracks spread from the giant soldier's hand to its entire arm. A faint blue light appeared in the cracks, and before the giant soldier could react, the entire mechanical arm was blown into pieces by the psionic energy that Han Xiao had injected into it. Countless parts were blown away by the shockwave, smashing the surrounding mechanical soldiers. With the buff of energy enhancement halo fashion, the light effect of the energy was very bright and dazzling. Although it did not have any practical effect, it looked very cool. After flipping over this giant soldier blocking his way, Han Xiao's legs sprung up, and he instantly accelerated, smashing all the machinery along the way and heading straight for Sardim, who was in the center. The laser cannons chasing after him formed a grid. Too strong. Sardim was sweating profusely, and he hurriedly mobilized more troops to stop Han Xiao. At this time, the Black Star Mech Legion on the other side finally clashed with Sardim's troops. The two sides were clearly separated. Han Xiao's Mech Legion was black, and Sardim's troops were red. At this time, the black side that looked like a black tide had turned into a comb-like formation, and the densely packed comb-like teeth stabbed into the red side's formation, messing up the red side's formation and gradually dyeing it black. Immediately afterward, the large forces of the black side pressed down like an avalanche, pushing the red side to move. The two sides crashed into the asteroid belt not far away. The formation of both sides was separated, and the scene suddenly turned into a chaotic battle. Tens of millions of laser cannons lit up every second, and the asteroid belt rapidly shrank in size. The entire universe seemed to be illuminated by the blinding laser cannons. Hundreds of mechanical beasts hung on a giant soldier and tore at its thick exterior armor. The defense cannons on the surface of the giant soldier fired non-stop, blowing the mechanical beasts into pieces one after another. An assault formation pierced through a group of scattered mechanical soldiers, but they were immediately annihilated by the concentrated fire around them. A large group of mechanical soldiers were fighting fiercely on a certain asteroid. At this time, a giant soldier descended and crushed a large number of mechanical soldiers together with the asteroid. More than a dozen Black Star mechanical soldiers pushed forward at full power, pushing the remains of a giant soldier and sweeping away a large group of enemy soldiers. Every second, a large number of mechanical soldiers were killed, turning into metal debris floating in the universe. While Han Xiao was attacking, he did not forget about virtual intrusion. More and more Sardim troops suddenly turned against him. A giant soldier had just crushed a Black Star mechanical soldier, but it suddenly turned around and smashed the head of another giant soldier beside it. The troops that came to stop Han Xiao became the vanguard that opened up a path for him. Han Xiao was originally attacking alone, but there were now thousands of traitors around him. Sardim panicked and could only keep retreating. He could still fight with his army, and he might even be able to escape. However, once Black Star closed in on him, it would all be over. The orthodox army style was not afraid of sudden attacks. If a normal mechanic used Han Xiao's tactic, it would be suicide. However, Sardim did not think that he had the ability to break through Black Star's defense. With so many examples in the Shattered Star Ring, who did not know how terrifying the indestructible body was? He did not want to be the next negative example. The two armies fought for a long time in the asteroid belt, and the entire asteroid belt was reduced to dust. After holding on for so long, Sardim finally ran out of places to retreat. Han Xiao caught up to him from behind and pressed him down. The defensive measures around him were torn apart by Han Xiao, and the troops around him were held back by the Black Star Mech Legion. Sardim's only reliance was this giant soldier that he was controlling personally, so he could only fight against Han Xiao. Both of them had the apostolization ability, and their psionic energy clashed again and again. Blue energy shards sputtered like broken jade and spread out like shockwaves. Every punch from Han Xiao would shatter a large part of the exterior armor of the giant soldier. Sardim was sent flying everywhere and could not hold on at all. In terms of the army style, Han Xiao had more subordinates, and in terms of physical strength, Han Xiao was stronger. Furthermore, the evolution cube had given him a lot of attributes, so the difference was even greater. The battle was one-sided. Han Xiao chased after Sardim and gave him a good beating. The exterior armor of the giant soldier was dismantled. Han Xiao charged into the giant soldier, grabbed Sardim's body, and used the throwing ability of the Mountain Ape mechanical suit to throw him out of the giant soldier, leaving behind a trail of broken parts. The next moment, Han Xiao sped up and caught up to Sardim, who was rolling on the ground. Han Xiao's mechanical force wrapped around his entire body, and he punched out with explosive abilities such as gene liberation, legendary battle technique, overload, mechanical force overload, fatal critical hit, and so on. Bang! The punch penetrated the armor and landed heavily on Sardim's abdomen. His organs were like the surface of a drum, and a thunderous sound could be heard. The sound was transmitted through his body, and Sardim's eardrums were buzzing. Being hit by the multiple critical hits and true damage of this punch, Sardim, who was a fragile mechanic, was stunned in an instant. Before Sardim, who had suffered a heavy blow to his abdomen, could curl up like a shrimp, his chin was grabbed by a large hand. His helmet was crushed, and the 5 fingers that were grabbing his skull tightened. Don't. Sardim had a splitting headache, and his face was filled with fear. He hurriedly begged for mercy, but no sound could be heard in the vacuum. Han Xiao tilted his head, and an air bubble popped out from his shoulder, enveloping the two of them. He then opened his mask and said, "You've lost. You don't want to die, right? Don't kill me," Sardim hurriedly shouted. He was not stupid and would not use the name of the Mecha Empire as a shield. The Mecha Empire was far away, and even if he died, they would not come all the way here to help him. Furthermore, this black star in front of him was not someone to be scared of. Using his backer would only anger the other party, and it would be counterproductive. Cowardly is the right thing to do. Then tell your troops to stop. Han Xiao pouted. At this moment, Sardim's Mech Legion was still fighting with his Mech Legion. His life was in the hands of others, and Sardim did not dare act recklessly. He hurriedly controlled his troops to stop. The 2 Mech Legions quickly stopped fighting and stared at each other from afar. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction, smiled, and said, "Then, give me the authority to control your troops." Sardim's expression changed, and he clenched his teeth. His heart was bleeding. These millions of troops were the foundation that he had accumulated for a long time. Handing over the authority was equivalent to giving the troops to Black Star. "You're not willing?" Han Xiao raised his brows. "I can still take over your troops even if I kill you. The only difference is that it will take a bit of time. If you want to die generously, I have no objections. After killing you, I can even take over your planet Macipher. TSK, your 100-odd years of operation will all end up in my pocket. Do you want this kind of result? Stop talking. I'll give you the authority." Sardim's face was pale, and he had no choice but to reluctantly hand over the authority to his mechanical troops. The moment the authority was removed, Sardim's heart throbbed painfully. He was filled with grief and anger. Not only was he being cuckolded, but he was also cuckolding himself. "Don't be so angry. You're still alive. Do you think you can't earn it back?" Han Xiao was overjoyed. He let go of Sardim and told Philip to count how many troops he had obtained this time. As long as he wrote a new set of authority, this army would be his. Then, Han Xiao took out a bunch of electromagnetic handcuffs and restrained Sardim tightly. He did not plan to kill Sardim. After all, he was still a subordinate of the Mecha Empire. Since he could not get rid of him completely, he would not kill him. After all, Sardim was the one who attacked him first. Stealing resources was just a small conflict. Even if Sardim reported it, the Mecha Empire would not care about such a small matter. However, the nature of killing was different. Han Xiao did not want the Mecha Empire to pay attention to him at this time. However, he could not let Sardim go yet. Sardim sighed in relief. He was afraid that Han Xiao would kill him after taking over the authority. Now, it seemed like his life was saved. "I have some things to interrogate you about. If you cooperate, you can suffer less." Han Xiao grabbed him and said, "By the way, explain that this is not personal." Sardim's eyes sparkled, and he said with a submissive attitude, "I'll cooperate." Seeing that Han Xiao was not going to kill him, Sardim gradually regained his composure. Although he was submissive on the surface, he was actually very angry. If he fought with Black Star on planet Macipher, he felt that he might not necessarily lose. However, it was meaningless to think about this. The only thing Sardim could count on was Cisco, who was on his way. As long as Cisco arrived, he would be saved. A Beyond Grade A would definitely crush a Calamity Grade. Black Star would definitely not be his match. Sardim did not know about the existence of the evolution cube. The way he saw it, Han Xiao might not know that Cisco was chasing after him. Therefore, before that, he planned to calm Han Xiao down and not resist. Han Xiao glanced at Sardim and knew what he was thinking. He was thinking that Cisco was his reinforcements and was waiting for a Beyond Grade A to come and save him. This was good, too. It would save him some energy. With this mechanical army, I have more bargaining chips to deal with Cisco. My experience is now at level 239. The promotion was indeed the right decision, Han Xiao thought. Today's word count is still okay. For some reason, every time winter comes, I feel like the days pass by very quickly. It's as if someone stole my time. Chapter 750. One day later, a small, teardrop-shaped spaceship entered the desolate universe belt from the direction of planet Macipher. It had a peculiar appearance, like a translucent azure bubble. It did not have a metallic texture. This was Psyche's ship. Cisco maintained his psychic energy, and his white beard moved without wind. In his vision, the coordinates of the evolution cube were still moving in the desolate universe belt. With the difference in speed, he would be able to catch up to the target in another 10 or so hours. I wonder who intercepted my evolution cube on the way. More than 10 hours ago, the coordinates of the evolution cube had paused for a period of time. During this time, Sardim had lost contact with him. Cisco had sent more than 10 communication requests, but none of them had been answered. Obviously, Sardim had encountered his target and was defeated in the end. Cisco was getting more and more interested in this mysterious intruder. Firstly, the fact that the target could defeat Sardim meant that he had the combat strength of an upper Calamity Grade. Secondly, the target's sudden appearance, snatching the evolution cube, and running away meant that he had intelligence channels to know what the evolution cube looked like after it was shrunk. Based on these 2 points, Cisco felt that this intruder could be a Skod's helper, a third party who knew about a Skod's plan through a secret channel, or an unexpected opportunist who found out about the opportunity through some kind of foresight ability. He felt that the latter two were more likely. Since he defeated Sardim, he should be able to get information about me chasing after him. However, he's still running away. He knows that the evolution cube belongs to me, but he still doesn't plan to return it to me. Does he want to keep it for himself? Does he think that he can survive in my hands? Cisco could not help but shake his head. He gave this intruder a simple definition in his heart. Another greedy person who valued money more than his life. This person is too daring. Does he not know the strength of a Beyond Grade A? Facing the pursuit of a Beyond Grade A, he still wants to keep the evolution cube for himself. Of the 4 Beyond Grade A bosses in the Shattered Star Ring, only he and the Dragon Emperor kept the lowest profile. Does this guy think that I'm easy to mess with? As the leader of a cosmic system civilization, Cisco had seen countless strange people, but he had rarely seen such an arrogant person. Cisco, on the other hand, would not get angry because he was looked down upon. As the leader of a civilization, he had long trained his aura to be calm. He just felt that it was a little funny. It had been a long time since anyone had looked down on him. Cisco's thoughts drifted far away. Memories from the distant past were brought up. He still remembered that the deepest impression he had of the humiliation was something that happened hundreds of years ago. At that time, the Beyond Grade as of the Shattered Star Ring were not the same as they were now. He was still a young man who followed his family financial group to the mother planet of a star cluster civilization to manage his business. However, because of his race, he was looked down upon by the arrogant citizens of the star cluster civilization. This was not a personal humiliation but the contempt of an advanced civilization toward a backward civilization. However, it made him feel even more humiliated than when others humiliated him. Looking down on the bloodline that he was so proud of was a stab to the pride of his race. Even now, Cisco still used this experience to motivate himself. That star cluster civilization of the past was now the civilization that could only watch the rise of the star pupil Protoss race but could only swallow their pride because of the existence of the arcane church. If not for the fact that he had obtained the evolution cube in those ruins, the star pupil Protoss race would not have had the glory they had today. Sisko put away his distracting thoughts. His eyes were firm. He had to get the evolution cube back. Only then could his race continue to receive the support of the Arcane Church. Central Galaxy, Abyss of Stars, Radiant Federation Mother Planet, Supreme Court. This was a circular platform with dozens of holographic projections hovering above the platform. They were divided into two distinct factions, sitting opposite each other. On one side was the elder delegation of the Radiant Federation's Supreme Court, and on the other side was the emissary group led by the diplomatic ambassador of the Red Empire. Both sides had been in a meeting for 2 consecutive days. In the past 10 years, similar meetings had been held close to 100 times, arguing endlessly over the same topic, but there had never been a conclusive result. However, this time was different. Then, on behalf of the Radiant Federation, I announce that this decision has entered the final ruling. The meeting is over. The leader of the Radiant Federation's Supreme Court Elder Committee finalized the final plan, putting half an end to this agenda that had lasted for 10 years. The diplomatic ambassador of the Red Empire nodded solemnly. This involved the ownership of a large starfield in the future. Both sides had been arguing for 10 years, and diplomatic means were only auxiliary means of negotiation. The real source of the bargaining chip was the countless military demonstrations, threats, temptations, political oppression, and beyond grade A deterrence in the past 10 years. The Red Empire had single-handedly caused the crimson tide that had swept through more than 10 starfields for 10 years. Today, they had finally obtained the fruits of victory and reached an agreement that satisfied both sides, making the Radiant Federation compromise. This time, the leader of the Radiant Federation's Supreme Court Elder Committee suddenly spoke. What name does the Red Empire plan to give to this newly explored starfield? The diplomatic ambassador of the Red Empire heard this and spoke with a proud tone. We have already decided on a name. This new starfield that will be included in the Empire's territory will be called the Flickering World. Shattered Star Ring, Colton Star Cluster, West Wind Star System, Frontline of the Secret War. In the enormous purple crystal satellite fortress, the Section 0 Alliance army that had just finished a bloody battle was resting. Damaged battleships were sent to the military factory for emergency repairs, and the warriors of the various organizations took the time to rest and enjoy the help of their logistics teams. The Black Star Corps warriors returned to the Army's exclusive supply station in the fortress. The benefits and treatment were obviously much better than the other organizations. The NPCs mixed with the players, collecting resources and repairing equipment at the supply station. The fortress was crowded like a cafeteria during mealtime. Mad Blade, Furious Sword, Hao Tian, and the others squeezed into the queue, sent their equipment in for repair, and squeezed out again. They were punched a few times by someone in the queue, and they even lost a small portion of their health. Mad Blade turned around and asked, "What are you guys planning to do later?" "Recently, the faction store has a discount for knowledges. I plan to learn a few," Maple Moon said. Hao Tian nodded, indicating that he would do the same. Mad Blade then looked at Pork Bun, only to see that Pork Bun had a listless look on his face. He could not help but be curious. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so listless?" Pork Bun sighed. "We've been fighting at the front line of the secret war for so long, and our mission rating has increased by a few levels. But why hasn't Black Star participated in the war in the past few months? I'm lacking material." Maple Moon also fell into a dilemma. That's right. The war is so intense, and the high-level combatants of Bloodshed Land have been too arrogant in the past few months. I keep getting killed by their AoE attacks. If the army commander was here, Li Ge suddenly popped his head out from the side. "I think so too. Where did you come from?" Everyone turned to look at him. Hao Tian pushed Li Ge back into the crowd. Mad Blade returned to the topic. "Maybe they're purposely making us do missions. Think about it, if Black Star were here, how would we have so many opportunities to fight? We might even have to watch cutscenes every day. Pork Bun was furious. What I want are cutscenes. Otherwise, what kind of material would I have? The few of them shook their heads helplessly. Not only Mad Blade's group, but countless army players were also curious. As the leader of the faction, Black Star did not participate in the secret war, and there was no news of him in the past few months. It was as though he had disappeared. What exactly was Black Star doing? As I expected, Black Star disappeared for a few months and did not participate in the war during this period. As Purple Crystal lost the deterrence of Black Star, our high-level combatants achieved good results. On planet Heber, Bloodshed Land's Chief of Staff, Jode, was reporting the battle situation to the tyrant. The mountain-like Heber sat on his throne and listened to Jode's report silently. He supported his chin with his hand and nodded casually. Seeing this, Jode excitedly continued. Clint just sent a new report. Not long ago, the Red Empire and the Radiant Federation finally reached a final agreement. The handover will take a few months, and the Red Empire will then have time to deal with the problems of their allies. When it comes to dealing with the secret war between Clint and Purple Crystal, it should take about half a year. Oh? Heber raised his voice. This means that there's only half a year left until the secret war. It's earlier than we expected. Jode was extremely excited. We still occupy West Wind, Kaya, Cheda, and other border star systems. In half a year, Purple Crystal won't be able to turn the tables. Your Excellency Tyrant, we've already won. Not bad. Heber nodded slowly. He thought for a while and suddenly asked, "What's the situation with Black Star?" He disappeared for a few months after I ambushed him. I don't know where he is now. Jode stroked his chin and pondered. However, he has his own channels to know that the negotiations between the Red Empire and the Radiant Federation were successful. I think he should be preparing for his escape now. Preparing for his escape? Yes. Black Star probably knows his situation too. He needs to think about his future after the war. He knows that he's no match for you. I think he might escape the Shattered Star Ring temporarily to save his life. Heber shook his head. He's not a coward. Maybe he'll ask the Dragon Emperor or the Amethyst Civilization to stop me. Jode nodded. No matter what, he killed so many of my subordinates. I can't let him think that he doesn't have to pay the price. Heber slowly said, Clint got what they wanted, and I need someone to show my might to. Hall of Hidden Spells, Magus Palace. In the hall, Austin sat in midair and talked about magic theories. Mags of different races surrounded him, listening to the Magus Master's lecture attentively. Therefore, according to the errors in the 3rd, 7th, and 19th circuits, the 13th modified version of the circuit cornerstone theory proposed by the Beyond Grade a holy sorcerer Matt Peltier hundreds of years ago is flawed. Alright, that's all for today. The many magicians bowed and left in a single file. Very soon, the hall became empty. Austin was the only one left. Austin took a deep breath, took out his communicator from his pocket, and checked the backlog of intelligence. Why is it all about celebrities? TSK, this female celebrity is quite pretty. The situation in the Primeval Star River is still grim. More than 10 civilization ruins have been excavated in the ancient Star Desert. Sigh, how sad. The negotiations between the Red Empire and the Radiant Federation were successful? When Austin saw this intelligence, he was suddenly stunned. He recalled the situation of the Secret War, and the scene that he had reminded Han Xiao a few months ago appeared in his mind. Putting down the communicator, Austin rubbed his chin with his small hand. The Secret War is about to end, and the show is finally about to begin. I wonder what choice Black Star has made. I hope he won't disappoint me. Outside the Shattered Star Ring, in the desolate universe belt, Han Xiao landed on a desolate planet with Sardim. This was an extremely hot planet. The ground was cracked, and blazing flames could be seen from the cracks. Lava flowed on the surface, and volcanoes were erupting all the time. There were large amounts of lava lakes and rivers on the surface. Let's choose this place. Han Xiao nodded. It had been a day since he captured Sardim. He had already gotten the information from Sardim and confirmed that Cisco could locate the evolution cube. Therefore, Han Xiao decided to take the initiative to choose the battlefield and prepare to face the incoming Cisco. Philip counted Sardim's troops. They had lost hundreds of thousands of mechanical soldiers in the battle, and they had obtained more than 2 million mechanical soldiers. They had made quite a profit and increased Han Xiao's confidence. Of course, his biggest source of confidence was not these mechanical troops. Just a few hours ago, the experience provided by the players had finally filled his level 240 experience slot. He had descended on this planet to complete the level 240 promotion that he had been looking forward to. Han Xiao suppressed his excitement and turned to give orders to the mechanical troops that were escorting Sardim. "You guys control him. Don't let him run around." "Yes, sir." The combat artificial intelligence, Spada, replied coldly. It controlled the many mechanical troops and aimed their cannons at Sardim, ready to fire at the slightest movement. Woo woo woo. Sardim's entire body was bound by electromagnetic chains, and even his mouth was sealed. The super genes in his body had been temporarily drained by Han Xiao, so he was extremely weak and could not move at all. He could only let out a weak moan from his throat. Leaving Sardim behind, Han Xiao flew away alone, crossed thousands of kilometers, and found a random crack in the ground to hide in. He put away his mechanical suit and walked through the magma with his physical body. With the buff of his talent, universal environmental adaptation, he could resist all kinds of harsh environments. Magma that was thousands of degrees hot was no different from a bath to him. It might even be considered a cold bath. I wonder when I can reach the level of starbathing like the tyrant. No, why should I compare myself to a pugilist when I'm a mechanic? Very soon, Han Xiao passed through the underground magma river and flew into an underground cave thousands of meters underground. This place should be private enough. It's hard for the energy waves to be transmitted out. Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this place. He lowered his head and glanced at his muscular body. The rune circle tattoos that Lagi had drawn made his body look as exquisite as a work of art. TSK, so good looking. Sigh, I've used the evolution cube. I wonder if I'll become a monster like Cisco after advancing to beyond grade A. Han Xiao took off the evolution cube, slapped it into the wall, rubbed his hands, and opened the interface. Come. Taking a deep breath, Han Xiao put all his experience into leveling up with a serious expression. Straight to level 240, Floating Dragon Island, Main Island, Dragon Emperor Palace. Her long black dress dragged on the ground like a black peacock putting down its tail feathers. Ames walked in the corridor of the palace with Aesop and Vilna beside her. "Haven't you found them yet?" Ames' tone was unfriendly. "No." Vilna's face was filled with fear. "That be *starred Black Star, where did he take my disciple?" Ames was furious. A few months ago, Hela and Aurora had left the mountain. She had planned to secretly send people to protect them, but Black Star and Hela had disappeared in the past few months. She could not find them at all. "You're confused because you're too concerned. There's no need to worry at all. Black Star won't harm the two of them." Aesop had a helpless expression. "It's fine if you learn how to teach your disciple, but at least learn how to be open-minded and irresponsible. How did you become obsessed with your disciple? You weren't like this before." "Do you think I'm an irresponsible teacher like you?" Ames raised her brows and said faintly. "What a huge amount of resentment." Aesop wiped his cold sweat. "Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, if you want to know the whereabouts of Hela and her sister, can't you just let me ask Black Star?" Vilna could not help but complain. Ames glared at her and said, "If I had to ask Black Star for everything, why would I form your army?" Vilna was speechless and could only lower her head. "It should be formed by Black Star." Aesop shook his head helplessly. However, he agreed with Ames' attitude. Floating Dragon still needed to develop its own intelligence network. After all, Black Star might leave one day. At this moment, Aesop's movements paused and he suddenly stopped. Ames and Vilna walked a few steps before realizing that Aesop had fallen behind. The two of them turned around in confusion, only to realize that Aesop had closed his eyes and frowned. What did you foresee this time? Ames was a little curious. Aesop's Esper ability would occasionally trigger automatically and give him some foresight revelations. Aesop suddenly opened his eyes. His face was full of shock, and his tone was full of surprise. The fifth beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring is born. It's the end of the year, and Dian Niang is organizing a year-end celebration. There's a link at the bottom of the app. Brothers, please help us and support us. Let's destroy a few more people's chrysanthemums. Remember the mobile version of the website, M759 Born, page 11, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 751. Boom. The moment the notification popped up on the interface that he had reached level 240, a surge of energy erupted from Han Xiao's body. The lightning-like mechanical force was like a tsunami of thunder, leaving scorch marks on the ground and walls. Level 240 promotion mission completed. Promotion successful. END bonus increase. 1 END equals 210 health equals 220 stamina. The END bonus increased by 35 points, which was 5 points higher than the last time. In the later stages, the increase with each promotion would be greater and greater. Gene Optimization Evolution Cube effect has been triggered. You have received an additional race evolution opportunity. You have taken another step forward on the path of evolution. Your life level has been enhanced, and your genetic code has been reorganized. This race evolution is affected by the evolution cube, increasing the chances of mutation options appearing. Please choose one of the 10 options below as your evolved race. Warning: the evolution process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix: Evolution Path Characteristics Description, Void Commander, Human Form, 66% compatibility, Void Devourer, Aberration, 42% compatibility, Void Ripper, Aberration, 38% compatibility, Thunder Elemental Tyrant, Energy Form, 17% compatibility, New Generation Mechanical Race, Human Form, 58% compatibility, Void Silencer, Human Form, 49% compatibility, Chaos Demon, 27% compatibility, Void Pathfinder, Human Form, 72% compatibility, Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy, Energy Body, -35%. Compatibility, Child of the Core, Material, -9. 7% compatibility. Han Xiaoshin stirred. The influence of the evolution cube was very obvious. Among the 10 options, there were many mutated evolutionary directions. Cisco was probably like this. Void Silencer and Primal Chaos Mysterious Ones were suitable for the spellcaster system, so there was no need to mention the 2 aberrations. His best choice was Void Navigator, which was the next evolution path of his race. Void Commander, on the other hand, was a path back to Void Lord. The mechanical race was the bloodline left behind by a Beyond Grade A mechanic among the primordial ones. Becoming a Beyond Grade A mechanic was equivalent to evolving into a unique new species. They could also reproduce. Beyond Grade As had a long lifespan, which was enough to pass down their race. Today, that mechanic primordial one had already died of old age, but the mechanical race was still active in the universe. As the name suggested, they were born mechanics. Manison of the Mecha Empire was the ruler of the mechanical race. He was the second Beyond Grade A of this race. Child of the Core was also a universal species with outstanding talent. It was born in the core of a planet and had extremely high resistance. After thinking about it, Han Xiao chose Void Pathfinder. Although the mechanical race was suitable for the mechanic class, its prospects were not as broad as the Void race. Since he had already evolved to this stage, unless he met an extremely overpowered race, he would not easily change his evolution path. Selection complete. Race evolution. Evolution complete. Race changed to Void Pathfinder, Human Form. Molecular structure improved, organ structure strengthened, metabolism changed, adaptability increased, genetic coding optimized. Your potential has increased. You have received bonus attributes, plus 130 SDR, plus 180 DEX, plus 271 END, plus 317 INT, plus 169 MAS, plus 73 CHA, plus 3180 energy. Energy level bonus attributes have changed. The original 5 talents did not disappear, but Void Molt was strengthened into Void Blessing, which increased his status by about 25%. At the same time, there was a new talent, Void Passage. As the name suggested, it was an advanced version of Void Distortion, directly opening the door to the Void dimension to the outside world. This was where the name, Void Pathfinder, came from. Opening the Void dimension to the outside world had many uses. It could throw the enemy's attacks into the Void dimension like trash, banish the enemy into the Void, or even connect to certain areas in the Void dimension and release the creatures in the Void. The only downside was that the cooldown time was a little long. Otherwise, he would have been able to hide the Mech Legion inside. In terms of carrying the Mech Legion, the inactivated, secondary dimension army, was still more useful. You have met the prerequisites. Personal energy rank must exceed 32759. One owner during the promotion, breaking through the critical point of life level. Species transformation, activated. At this moment, the originally lukewarm pain level suddenly increased by several levels. Han Xiao's face suddenly twisted. He felt as if someone was constantly pumping air into his body, causing it to swell more and more, as if his body would explode at any moment. Species transformation. This is it. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and stared at the interface. This was the true sublimation of a beyond grade A. Your life level has reached a critical point. You have found your own direction on the path of evolution. An unprecedented transformation will befall you. From today onward, you will be a unique existence in the universe, detecting evolution route. Detection complete. You have evolved through Carbon Human, Yellow, Type 1 Space Human, Void Prowler, Human Form, Chaos Observer, Human Form, Void Distorter, Human Form, Void Star Pursuer, Human Form, Void Pathfinder, Human Form. Please select 10 from these racial talents. Many options appeared on the interface, all of which were the racial talents that he had once possessed. Some of them had disappeared due to the species evolution and were now available. This is a unique racial transformation, integrating all the essence of the previous evolutions. Han Xiao understood. Because he walked the Void system, he could give up some of the repetitive talents, so it was very easy to choose. First, he kept all 6 of the strongest talents of Void Pathfinder. Han Xiao then chose 2 talents of Chaos Observer, Void Vision Observer, and Observer's Mark. He had missed these 2 abilities for a long time, and now, he finally had the chance to take them back. Of the remaining 2, he chose Chaos Entity Release and Adaptability. The latter was the jack-of-all-trades talent of the space human race, giving him a plus 10% physical, abnormal, and psychic resistance. Considering the threat of Cisco, he chose this ability. After confirming his choice, a new notification popped up on the interface. Please select 2 of the 5 species evolution options below to receive a talent each. 1. Chaos Apostle, Human Form, 2. Void Destroyer, Aberration, 3. Void Missionary, Psychic Body, 4. High-grade Ethereal God Race, 5. Holy, Cosmic Beast Race. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. The previous 10 talents were chosen from the previous evolutions, and the 2 he chose now were chosen from the next stage of species evolution. Because the beyond grade as would give birth to their exclusive race, their species evolution would strengthen their exclusive race and give them the talents of other races. If the species evolution before this was to become a stronger race, the species evolution of a beyond grade A was to absorb the essence of others to make their own race stronger. The absorption talent was not afraid of having a low evolution compatibility because it would not mutate. Enduring the pain of the changes in his genes, Han Xiao hesitated for a while before choosing Chaos Apostle and Void Missionary. The former was to maintain the evolution system of Void Pathfinder, and the latter was because of its existence as a psychic body. Han Xiao felt that it should have the ability to increase his psychic resistance, which could make up for his weakness in the psychic body aspect to deal with Cisco. You have received a new talent, Void Deity Echo. You have received a new talent, Supreme Devotion. Void Deity Echo came from Chaos Apostle, and it could be used to connect to the Void Deity to obtain divine power. It was a near-universal ability that could be used to apply negative statuses to the enemy, imprison them, control them, defend, or attack them. It could only be used for one purpose at a time, and it had a cooldown of 5 minutes. No matter what it was used for, the effect was very impressive. Simply put, it was similar to the Void Deity character summon cards that could be used repeatedly. Supreme Devotion was one of the talents of Void Missionary. It was a passive talent that increased his psychic resistance by 90%, making him immune to all kinds of psychic attacks, and there was a 20% chance to reflect psychic attacks. Great, I have a better chance of dealing with Cisco this way. Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. This talent alone was comparable to all the psychic resistance talents he had. This time, a new notification popped up on the interface. Please select your exclusive race talent. This was the 13th talent brought by the species evolution, and it was also a unique talent of the exclusive race. It was no longer absorbing the talents of others but creating one on its own. This unique talent was a race talent that could be passed down to future generations. The interface listed out the possible talents, which were attack, defense, resistance, life, machinery affinity, and so on. The unique talent was related to the development direction of the exclusive race, and there was only one chance. Han Xiao did not mess around and chose the machinery talent. Choosing a talent related to his main class would definitely guarantee the effect. Selection complete. Unique talent is being generated. You have 3 chances to change your talent. Once confirmed, it cannot be cancelled. Generation complete. Innate mechanical sense, plus 180% machinery affinity, plus 2 to all machinery type skills. Actual effect can exceed level limit. Confirm change. Han Xiao shook his head. This talent was a little too ordinary, so he immediately used up one chance to change it. Generating. Generating complete. Source of mechanical force. When your energy attribute is mechanical force, you will receive an additional 50 energy points per level. Confirm change. This is not bad. If I confirm this talent, with my current level, I will have an additional 12,000 energy points, and I should be able to receive a new level of energy attribute bonus. It was almost impossible to create an ability at the level of a molding talent, so, source of mechanical force, was already not bad. There were only 2 chances left. Now that Fu Ding was not by his side, Han Xiao felt very insecure. He was worried that the African bloodline hidden in his genes would show its might again, so he hesitated. Let's try again. A beyond grade a unique talent shouldn't be too bad, right? Han Xiao made up his mind and used up another chance to change it. Generating. Generating complete. Mechanical genius, total machinery affinity x1. 15, plus 30% machinery creation performance. This is not a loss. Han Xiao was overjoyed. A 1. 15 times increase in machinery affinity, plus the 1.08 times increase in basic mechanical sense, was more than half of the 1.4 times increase in Reynolds molding talent, perfect mechanical sense. Furthermore, a 30% increase in machinery creation performance was the most valuable ability, and the machinery created would have higher attributes. Just like how machinery truth grasp increased the strength of the Mech Legion in all aspects, a 30% increase was enough to raise the level of the Mech Legion to another level. It just so happened that he was going to rebuild the Mech Legion that was suitable for beyond grade as in the future. This ability was very useful. This is it. You have received the unique talent, Mechanical Genius. Tip: the effect of the unique talent will continue to increase as the race evolves. 13 talents have been confirmed. Unique race has been born. Please name it beyond grade as were a brand new race. As the first existence of this race, Han Xiao could name his own race. What race should I call it? Void Machinery Race? Mechanical Tank Race? Business Genius Race? Pugilists who don't want to be espers aren't good mechanics? The pain of evolution was still ongoing, and Han Xiao frowned. He did not waste time thinking of a name and directly used his own. He remembered that the Zergs he had rescued in the past called themselves the Black Spirit Race and did not steal his name. Unique race name has been confirmed. Your race has been changed, Black Star Race. Race appearance identification. Based on your evolution experience, the highest change in your appearance is 2.7%. Do you wish to maintain your original appearance? Does this mean that I can change my face? Han Xiao looked at it. Because he had been maintaining his human form, the upper limit of the change was very small. He did not want to change and chose to maintain his original appearance. Life level sublimation, molecular structure improvement, organ structure enhancement, metabolism change, race transformation, has been completed. Your grade has been raised to S, beyond grade A. Plus 100 END. 1 END equals 310 health equals 320 stamina. Grade A bonuses have disappeared. You have received a rank S bonus. Han Xiao clenched his fists in excitement. Just like when he had obtained superhuman, after breaking through to the calamity grade, grade S also had a specific talent. This was also the main factor in widening the gap between a calamity grade and a beyond grade A1. Physical resistance 2. Mental resistance 3. Power bonus 4. Status enhancement type 5. Health points 6. Explosive strength 7. Energy points. Han Xiao focused on thinking. Power bonus was a must. Just like superhuman, it increased the strength of all his abilities. This was the source of the destructive power of a beyond grade A, including the mechanical force bonus. He was conflicted about the second option, hesitating between mental resistance and health. Mental resistance could be used to deal with Cisco, but health had the same effect and even more uses. He had not forgotten about Escod and the Tyrant, these two strong enemies who did not use mental attacks. You have received the grade talent, Supreme Power. You have received grade talent, Eternal Body. Supreme Power. You have comprehended a power that surpasses the calamity grade. The energy wandering in the universe is under your control. The strength of your abilities has been increased, including but not limited to various weapons and equipment, mechanical creations enhanced by mechanical force, summoned creatures, and other combat methods controlled by yourself. The bonus effect depends on the total level of the character. Level 1, level 100, plus 4% attack every 10 levels, level 100, level 200, plus 6% attack every 10 levels, level 200 and above, plus 10% attack every 10 levels. Current ability power amplification, 140%, this amplification can be stacked with superpower, current effect, plus 120 END bonus. The buffs from these two talents are too terrifying. Han Xiaoxin was shocked. No wonder a beyond grade A is so strong. The tearing pain became more and more intense. Han Xiao focused on feeling the drastic changes in his body. Just as Austin had said, after advancing to the beyond grade A realm, his mind had become extremely tough. The soul embryo in his brain had died on its own. This thing was like a tumor that absorbed nutrients and was directly destroyed by the beyond grade A's mental strength. The series of negative statuses of the psychic poison on the interface were all removed at this moment, and his body returned to its peak state. After about a few hours, the pain finally subsided, and what replaced it was a feeling of power that was constantly expanding. The feeling this time was even more intense than before. His perception of the world had never been so clear and detailed. The energy in his body was boiling, and it seeped out from every pore. His entire body was emitting a faint blue light. I've finally succeeded. Han Xiaoxin was excited. He had walked all the way from the Blue Star. From today onward, he would also be a beyond grade A who stood at the top of the galaxy. Calming his mind, Han Xiao divided the free attribute points equally between his intelligence and endurance before browsing his interface. Even though he was mentally prepared, he could not help but be shocked by the interface after advancing to the beyond grade A realm. His attributes were several times higher than a calamity grade. Total level, 240 main class, mechanic race, Black Star race attributes, 2346 SDR, 2930 DEX, 4265 END, 6672 INT, 2108 MAS, 986 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 0 potential points, 84 health, 253310 stamina, 248727 energy, 52270, LV 15, LV 15 energy bonuses, plus 671 SDR, plus 848 DEX, plus 1080 END, plus 1305 INT, plus 653 MAS, plus 141520 stamina limit, plus 952% machinery affinity, super electromagnetic induction, energy rank, 43837 grade, S, beyond grade A. The power of a beyond grader far surpasses that of a calamity grade. No matter which star field you are in, you will stand at the top. Too strong. Han Xiao's eyes widened in excitement. The increase in strength of a beyond grade A was extremely terrifying. It was a completely new realm compared to a calamity grade. With these attributes, it was no wonder that no calamity grade was a match for a beyond grade A. Even before he advanced, he could not defeat a beyond grade A. These two levels were like the difference between species. No matter what, a human would not be able to kill a Godzilla with his bare hands. He had more than 2,500,000 HP, and who knew how much HP the tyrant had? Just the thought of it was terrifying. If not for the primordial ones breaking through this limit, perhaps the universe would still think that the calamity grade was the limit of an individual's strength. This is the power of a beyond grade A. Han Xiao felt the changes in his body and felt as though he could penetrate the planet beneath his feet. This time, it was most likely not an illusion. Beep beep. Before he could test the limits of his strength, Philip suddenly sent him a message. Master, the radar has detected a spaceship outside the atmosphere. Han Xiao suddenly raised his head. His vision seemed to be able to penetrate the thick rock walls and lock onto a water droplet-shaped spaceship outside the planet. Cisco. I spent a few hours promoting, and he finally caught up to me. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. This was the best opponent. He could fight with Cisco and test how strong he was among the beyond grade As. Wow, these numbers are killing me. I woke up at 2:30 AM to type until now, and I haven't even eaten lunch and dinner. I'm begging for votes. My word count for the past 3 days has been okay, more than 5,000 words. Today, it's almost 6,000 words. Chapter 752. The droplet-shaped spaceship entered the atmosphere and slowly descended. The blazing, cracked magma surface leaped into Cisco's sight. Cisco had already sensed the location of the evolution cube. It was right under the planet. At such a close distance, he could already pinpoint the exact location. The coordinates stayed on this planet for a few hours. Did he give up on the evolution cube and choose to escape, or did he purposely stay here to meet me? Cisco secretly guessed the intentions of the unknown enemy. He felt that the enemy might have set a trap to attack his spaceship so that he would not be able to chase after him. Just in case, he gave up on flying with his physical body and continued to drive the spaceship across the planet, approaching the coordinates. After flying for a while, the radar suddenly reacted. There was a life signal a few hundred kilometers away. His vision zoomed in, and he could vaguely make out that there were a few hundred mechanical soldiers surrounding a life form as if they were imprisoning it. That seems to be Sardim. Cisco's eyes flickered. He turned around and quickly arrived above Sardim. The mechanical soldiers on the ground raised their cannons and fired at the spaceship above them. Bang! 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 An invisible psychic shield rose, and the space around it twisted like a wall of air. The psionic particle cannons exploded on it one after another. The explosions continued, but the shield did not budge at all. The next moment, a pale white psychic shockwave appeared out of nowhere and swept across the ground. Swoosh! The few hundred mechanical soldiers below did not have the mechanical force bonus, so they were all shattered into parts. The psychic shockwave purposely avoided Sardim, and he was the only one standing on the spot, surviving. The psychic class was the class that specialized in psychic energy. Its forte was psychic attacks, and it also had physical attacks. The psychic class was to use psychic energy to create energy attacks. It even had the ability to materialize illusions to a certain extent. It was both offensive and defensive. Cisco used psychic energy to crush the restraining device on Sardim, then used the spaceship's tractor beam to suck him into the cabin. Cough cough. You're finally here. Sardim held onto the cabin door weakly, but his face was filled with excitement. I'm saved. A Beyond Grade A is reliable. I was right to believe in Cisco. Who's the enemy? Cisco did not waste any time and directly asked the key question. BA. It's Black Star. Black Star? Where have I heard this name before? Oh, I think it's someone from the Colton star cluster. He seems to be active in the secret war. I heard that he provoked the tyrant. Yes. It's that Beyond Grade A seed, the one who's said to be invincible within the Calamity Grade. Invincible within the Calamity Grade? So, it was this title that gave him the confidence to challenge a Beyond Grade A? Cisco shook his head. The Colton star cluster was rather far from the territory of the star pupil Protoss. He had only heard of Han Xiao but did not pay much attention to him. To him, a Calamity Grade was just a small fry no matter how famous he was. He was not interested in the secret war. If he had the time, he might as well pay more attention to the fertility problem of the star pupil Protoss. Your Excellency Cisco, Black Star left me here a few hours ago, so he should still be on this planet. You've exposed yourself by killing this group of mechanical soldiers. It's best to capture Black Star immediately to prevent him from escaping. Sardim could not wait to give this suggestion. He could not wait to see Black Star's misfortune. He could not forget the humiliation of being cuckolded and had always wanted to snatch his army back. Cisco was his current backer, and the way he saw it, a Calamity Grade would never be a match for a Beyond Grade A. No matter how Black Star struggled, he would only be beaten up by Cisco in the end. Not only am I going to take back my mechanical army, but I'm also going to take back your mech legion. Sardim clenched his teeth and swore in his heart. You're right. We have to end this quickly. Cisco agreed. With the positioning system, he was not worried that Black Star would escape. Instead, he was worried that Black Star would find out that he had nowhere to run and destroy the portable device of the Evolution Cube, releasing the Evolution Cube's enormous body here. If that happened, he would need to mobilize the manpower and resources of the star pupil Protoss to transport the Evolution Cube back. He hated this kind of trouble. Just as he was about to pilot the spaceship over, the position of the Evolution Cube in his senses suddenly moved and rapidly flew in his direction. Very soon, a black dot grew larger at the edge of his vision. Rumble. The rapidly approaching black figure flew across the ground, stirring up a howling wind. The flowing magma on the surface seemed to have been shaken by the shockwave and splashed up like mini magma tsunamis. The next moment, the black figure stopped in midair not far away and faced Cisco's spaceship. That's Black Star. Sardim pointed outside the porthole and shouted. He actually found me himself. Cisco was a little surprised. He roughly understood what the other party was trying to do. He wanted to negotiate with him. His eyes were fixed on the small cube around Han Xiao's neck. Through the positioning system, he knew that it was the mini-portable Evolution Cube. Without waiting for Han Xiao to open his mouth, Psyker had already made his move. His psychic energy surged out and attacked Han Xiao directly from the mental level. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Han Xiao. The other party was just using the Evolution Cube as a bargaining chip. However, what right did a Calamity Grade like Han Xiao have to negotiate with him? Cisco was not willing to let others take the initiative. He did not say anything and directly attacked first. If you have anything to say, wait until I get the Evolution Cube back. Before Han Xiao could say anything, the psychic energy attacked him. Thankfully, he was mentally prepared and directly used the new talent of the Chaos Apostle, Void Spirit Echo. He absorbed a dense amount of Void God power from the Void Dimension and formed a psychic barrier, negating almost half of the psychic damage. The remaining psychic energy entered his brain, and his brain felt like it was being pierced by countless steel rods. Even with supreme piety, advanced mental fortitude, spirit lock, and other talents that increased his psychic resistance by more than 2 times, this attack still took out more than 80,000 of his health. The combat information showed that Cisco had used a skill and dealt additional damage. This was the attack power of a true beyond grade A super. However, with Han Xiao's current health, this psychic attack that was enough to heavily injure or even kill an ordinary calamity grade was not even a light injury to him. He could recover in the blink of an eye. This guy attacked as soon as he said so. How decisive. Han Xiao's expression froze. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Only by showing his strength to the other party would he have the right to talk to him as an equal. His thoughts quickly turned, and Han Xiao's hands did not slow down. Without saying anything, he directly cast a luck curse on Cisco. Instead of retreating, he activated apostolization and void buff. His status skyrocketed, and a torrent of psionic energy gushed out like a flood, smashing toward Cisco's spaceship. Kaboom! The psionic energy that poured out slammed into the psychic barrier like a waterfall crashing into a reef. The blue shattered light splashed out like water splashes, and the air vibrated endlessly, producing rumbling echoes. This power doesn't seem right? Cisco could not help but be surprised. He felt pressure on his mind, which was completely different from what he had imagined. Although it was only a little pressure, this was the first calamity grade super that made him feel pressure after being a beyond grade A super for so many years. Ka lolo. The next moment, Han Xiao maintained his energy and summoned his mechanical army. Light flashed in the sky, and the army boxes arrived through hyperdrive, releasing an overwhelming mechanical army. The black tide covered the entire sky, occupying every inch of the sky. Not only Han Xiao's own mech legion, but Sardim's mechanical army was also included, numbering more than 10 million. Buzz! Mechanical force surged out of Han Xiao's body and connected every mechanical soldier like an enormous lightning spider web. At this moment, it was as though all the mechanical soldiers were synchronized. Han Xiao unleashed his full strength, and the energy level he exuded skyrocketed. At this moment, Sardim suddenly felt a sense of fear that came out of nowhere. At this moment, Cisco spoke to Sardim in the spaceship. "You're wrong." Sardim recovered and was confused. "What's wrong? You said he's a beyond grade A seed." "You're wrong." Sardim could not help but look at Cisco, only to realize that Cisco's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, it was unprecedentedly serious. "He's not a beyond grade A seed." Cisco's tone was grave. "He's a beyond grade A." As though a bolt of lightning had exploded in his head, Sardim's mind went blank. His eyes slowly widened, and his expression turned from disbelief to shock. "Black Star is a beyond grade A? This means that there's a 5th beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring?" Sardim's face was pale. If Han Xiao was only a calamity grade, he would still dare to make him his enemy. However, the other party had become a beyond grade A, and he could not even think of taking revenge. "When did this happen?" "When I fought him 2 days ago, he was only a calamity grade." "Did he purposely hide his strength? Maybe he was already a beyond grade A when he disguised himself as Bane. Has he been toying with me all this time?" Thinking back to how he had shamelessly said that he wanted to recruit a beyond grade A, Sardim could not help but feel ashamed. If Black Star and Cisco fight, the shockwaves from the beyond grade as Sardim panicked. He had thought that he would be safe once Cisco arrived, but from the looks of it, he might even die there. At this time, the mechanical army surrounded Psyche's spaceship, and countless cannons were aimed at him. At the same time, the light of accumulating energy lit up. Hum. Cisco's 7 eyes suddenly opened wide, and his psychic energy gushed out, forming layers of barriers around the spaceship. Fire. Han Xiao pressed his palm down. Whoosh. Tens of millions of particle cannons were fired at the same time, all of them focusing on the same target. The psionic light that filled the sky connected together, and the next moment, these psionic cannons gathered together, triggering a chain reaction of annihilation. With Psyche's spaceship as the center, a dark blue energy ball was born and rapidly expanded. The Mech Legion hastily retreated, and this energy ball expanded to more than 100 kilometers before exploding. Boom! The sound was earth-shattering. A dazzling blue beam of light shot into the sky, piercing through the atmosphere. There was no dust or mushroom cloud, they were all annihilated by the expanding psionic energy. This area turned into a deep crater, and the ground seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The explosion almost penetrated the planet's crust, and a bottomless hole appeared on the planet's surface. Rumble. The earth veins within thousands of kilometers were affected, causing violent earthquakes. All the volcanoes erupted, and countless deep rifts appeared on the already cracked earth. The tectonic plates were torn apart by the movement of the earth's crust, and magma gushed out from the rifts like red-hot dragon spines. How many times stronger is this? Han Xiao looked down at the changes on the ground and muttered. His attributes and machinery affinity had skyrocketed, and with the buff from supreme power, his destructive power had also stepped into the beyond grade A realm. My mech legion hasn't been updated yet. When I go back and build stronger machines and a large number of Star Destroyer cannons, that will be the peak of my combat power. Han Xiaoshan made up his mind and began to search for Cisco. The destruction he had created was indeed shocking, but he had never lacked confidence and did not think that this attack would pose much of a threat to a beyond grade A. Since the aftershock was so strong, it meant that the power was still not concentrated enough. After a series of actions, Han Xiaoshan took a look at the damage. The combat information on the interface showed that most of the attacks were blocked by the beyond grade A psychic barrier. In the center of the explosion, there was a red ball of shattered light. This was Psyker's telekinesis barrier. Even his telekinesis had been heated up by the psionic explosion into a blazing red color that resembled lava and was emitting white steam. The mech legion reassembled. Cisco looked at this scene, glanced at the trembling Sardine, and shook his head. After a moment of silence, he dispersed the psychic barrier, opened the hatch, and flew out, facing Han Xiao. Not bad. Cisco first looked down at the bottomless crater before looking at Han Xiao. Let's talk. After a simple exchange, Cisco already understood that the other party was in existence on the same level as him. He could only change his attitude and admit that Han Xiao had the right to talk to him as an equal. Although he had never interacted with him before, he had no choice but to remember this person called Blackstar. Doing this meant that he was ready to negotiate with Han Xiao. In truth, Cisco was very frustrated. He originally thought that his opponent was just a calamity grade with overconfidence, but it turned out to be a true beyond grade A. The worst-case scenario with the lowest probability had happened, and the situation had become even more complicated. Cisco was not afraid of Han Xiao, but as the leader of a civilization, unless the negotiation failed, he was not willing to provoke a new beyond grade A as an enemy. A new beyond grade A would change the structure of the star field. It had been a long time since a beyond grade A had appeared in the shattered star ring, but it was different in the other star fields. Cisco had lived for a long time, and because of the arcane church, his eyes were not only on the shattered star ring. However, seeing the birth of a new beyond grade A with his own eyes, it was inevitable that he would be shocked. It was just that he did not want to show it, lest it affect the negotiation. Seeing this, Han Xiao stopped the mech legion and flew in front of Cisco. The two of them faced each other and sized each other up. Tell me your conditions. What do you want to do with my evolution cube? Cisco took the initiative to speak. He did not want to waste time on pleasantries and went straight to the point. Han Xiao's brows twitched. This guy's personality is really direct, and he doesn't look like he's easy to talk to. However, that's right. The exchange just now was just a simple exchange of pointers, and both sides had displayed their strength. It was far from the point where a beyond grade A would go all out. Cisco is willing to negotiate on equal terms mainly because I've displayed the strength of a beyond grade A. As a veteran beyond grade A, it's impossible for him to be afraid of me after just one exchange. Han Xiaoshan thought for a while, grabbed the evolution cube around his neck, and said with a deep voice, "Actually, there's room for us to work together. Speak." Cisco was expressionless. Han Xiao nodded and explained the situation with the password for the evolution cube. I know how to use the evolution cube in a portable state, and I can keep it in this state. This way, it won't be stolen. Once the evolution cube is back in your hands, you won't know the password and can only release its original body. There might be a day when Escod attacks you again, and there will be many casualties. Therefore, why don't you let me carry the evolution cube and divert Escod's attention? You can borrow the evolution cube from me at any time, and we can form a close alliance. This way, you won't have to worry about the evolution cube being stolen, and you can continue to use the evolution cube. It's a win-win situation. Cisco listened patiently and spoke with an indifferent expression. Then I'll give you a plan. Give me the evolution cube and the password, and the star pupil Protoss will become your close ally. In the future, you can also borrow the evolution cube from me, and I can even help you get rid of the tyrant. Will you agree? Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. If I don't agree, then I'll help the tyrant get rid of you. Cisco interrupted Han Xiao without hesitation and said expressionlessly, "Now, give me an answer. Are you going to give me the evolution cube or not?" Recommended book Hogwarts at a Bite, written by Soft Feather. The style is light and pleasant. It's recently published in Sanjiang. Those interested can go and take a look. Chapter 753. Is this a threat? Han Xiao was surprised. This was too direct. No, I'm just trying to make you understand your situation. Cisco's tone was calm, and his attitude was firm. As beyond grade as who also controlled great power, the roundabout negotiations between civilizations would only make him a laughingstock. Beyond grade as were people with special privileges in the galaxy and had long stepped outside the rules. Therefore, Cisco knew that it was useless to talk nonsense. Directly stating the stakes and capturing the other party's concerns was much more effective than saying a bunch of metaphors and hints. Cisco did not know much about Blackstar's situation. He only knew that the Tyrant and Blackstar were opposing each other. This way, no matter which side he joined, the balance would be broken. What he was betting on was that Blackstar, as a new Beyond Grade A, would choose to prioritize stability. Advancing to the Beyond Grade A realm was precisely the time to accumulate forces and divide the benefits of a star field. At this juncture, facing two veteran Beyond Grade As, he felt that there was a high chance that Blackstar would compromise. The genes of the star pupil Protoss had almost reached the bottleneck of optimization, and the evolution cube was no longer useful to them. What Cisco needed was not to continue using the evolution cube but the value of the evolution cube itself, to hold it in his hands in exchange for the support of the Arcane Church. In fact, in the past few decades, the Arcane Church had offered many generous terms in exchange for the evolution cube. The most recent offer was that they were willing to support the star pupil Protoss to become the designated spokesperson of the Arcane Church in the Shattered Star Ring, turning them into a true star cluster civilization. This had already made Cisco somewhat tempted. However, his bargaining chip had been snatched away by someone else. Therefore, it was not important whether the evolution cube was portable or not. Han Xiao's terms were not attractive in his eyes. He did not need to borrow it. What he wanted was the evolution cube itself. No matter what, the evolution cube had to return to his hands, or he would lose the support of the Arcane Church. Without this, there was no room for compromise. Han Xiao pondered for a moment and understood Cisco's bottom line. Cisco's unyielding attitude gave him a headache. This little comrade refused to cooperate and only wanted to get back the evolution cube. There was nothing he could do to Cisco. Threatening the other party's race did more harm than good. Star system civilizations were protected by the Civilization Treaty, but armed forces were not. This was the difference in the nature of the forces. In other words, it was fine for others to hit him, but it was illegal for him to hit others. Interstellar mercenaries were that pitiful. They had no feelings or human rights. Cisco's concern for his race was a well-known weakness. However, if he had backed down every time someone threatened him with his race, the star pupil Protoss would never have gotten to where he was today. It could be said that Cisco had been scared since he was young. This was also the reason why he was so stubborn. Unless Han Xiao made up his mind to give up the Black Star Corps and become a universal wanted criminal like Escod, Threatening him with the star pupil Protoss was obviously just a bluff. Han Xiao felt that Cisco definitely knew this. However, even though he knew this, he did not use the Black Star Core to threaten me. This means that he still has some concerns and is not willing to force me into a corner. Han Xiaoxin's heart moved. The focus of the fight was the evolution cube, and both of them had concerns. In order to prevent both sides from getting hurt, they did not mention their respective organizations. However, Han Xiao was not willing to return the evolution cube to Cisco just like that. For most civilizations, the evolution cube was an unprecedented development opportunity, and no civilization could refuse such an opportunity. If he controlled the evolution cube, it would form a huge collection of benefits, and the influence of the Black Star Core would skyrocket by hundreds or thousands of times. Taking a step back, as long as he used the evolution cube to cooperate with the Red Empire as a Beyond Grade A, he would also be able to obtain the support of a universal civilization. The benefits that the Star Pupil Protoss enjoyed from the Arcane Church could be enjoyed by the Black Star Core as well. Furthermore, they could join the early exploration of the flickering world and make a bet for the future version. At the same time, the evolution cube could also attract countless calamity grades, and it might even be possible to rope in other Beyond Grade As. He wasn't a racist like Psyker. He wouldn't hide the good stuff and only let his own race use it. There was only one evolution cube, and the benefits were huge. It was fine if he did not have the chance in the past, but now that he had the chance and had the strength to protect such a treasure, it would be too disappointing if he gave it up so easily. When it was time to fight, Han Xiao would not back down at the last minute. Keeping the evolution cube had the greatest benefits, but it was accompanied by a certain amount of risk. However, with his tankiness and Aurora's potion, the Tyrant and Cisco might not be able to kill him even if they worked together. He was not afraid of the risk, and the evolution cube was top-notch. Returning it to Cisco, while there was no risk, he would be giving up the biggest cake and giving up a bright future. He could only accept the leftovers of others. This was a choice between a tree or an entire forest. Thinking of this, Han Xiao did not probe further and asked with a deep voice, "There's no need for that. Is there no leeway at all?" Cisco calmly said, "If a civilization wants to develop, competition is unavoidable. Competition for resources, competition for future. Since ancient times, regardless of whether a civilization is advanced or backward, it has been unable to escape this rule. If you do not compete, you will only be eliminated in the end. I'm sure you have heard of a saying in the universe, a civilization without ambition has no future." He would not say that the evolution cube was his to begin with and that he should return it to him. They were both peak existences, and it was useless to reason with them. In essence, the evolution cube was an ownerless item, and Cisco had taken it for himself with his strength. It was only after a long time that the other organizations had acknowledged that it was his. If it was a treasure created by the Star Pupil Protoss, Han Xiao might have been willing to return it. However, this thing did not belong to Cisco in the first place. Even if the other party was doing it for the sake of his race, the universe was not owned by the Star Pupil Protoss. Resources had to be fought for, so why should others give way to him? The Star Pupil Protoss was an intelligent civilization, and so were the other races. Cisco had occupied the evolution cube and was dedicated to transforming his race. He was the hero of his race, but in the eyes of other civilizations, he was also a selfish guy. Value was based on one's standpoint, especially in a complicated environment like the galaxy. There was no simple right or wrong. The development of a civilization was a process of going against the current. From Han Xiao's point of view, the Star Pupil Protoss had already enjoyed the benefits of the evolution cube. Even if they lost the cube, the Star Pupil Protoss was still a strong race. Cisco was only holding on to this benefit tightly and did not want to let go. He was not satisfied with the current situation and wanted his civilization to reach a higher level. A civilization without ambition has no future. This is not wrong. As the leader of a civilization, you do have to shoulder the future of the entire civilization. However, Han Xiao sighed. "I don't plan to pay for your ambition. Have you thought about it?" Cisco paused, and his tone became more serious. There is only one evolution cube, and neither of us wants to give it up. If the conflict cannot be resolved, there is no room for discussion. Han Xiao shook his head. He was never a good person who would keep what he picked up. After weighing the pros and cons, he had already made a decision. All right, I hope you don't regret your decision today. Cisco suddenly made his move. Thousands of shockwave-like psychic forces pierced out, leaving behind traces of distortion in the air as they attacked the mech legion behind, directly penetrating their formation. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of fireworks exploded within the mech legion, and broken parts flew all over the sky. Close to 100,000 mechanical soldiers were heavily damaged, and many of their machines were directly destroyed. TSK, mechanical soldiers created when they were at the calamity grade indeed. Even with the mechanical force bonus, they are still too weak against a beyond grade A, spread out. Han Xiao directly ordered the battle artificial intelligence in his mind. Following which, the mechanical arm transformed into a spiral drill wrapped in psionic energy and pierced toward Cisco, who was close by. Cisco's eyes were sharp, and his hands clasped together to catch the drill. Ci la ci la. The drill spun at high speed in Cisco's hands. His palms were covered with a psychic shield, and they rubbed against the drill crazily, creating a series of yellow and blue sparks. His eyes flashed. Han Xiao felt a sharp pain in his mind, and he was hit by another psychic attack. Before he could do anything, Cisco's entire body emitted a white light, and ripples of psychic energy spread out rapidly. Like an invisible wall, Han Xiao was pushed thousands of meters away. Following which, Cisco's four arms clenched tightly, and with a boom, a powerful energy wave soared into the sky. Han Xiao stabilized his body, and looking closely, he saw that Cisco's appearance had undergone a huge change. Cisco's body had expanded, and the two jade-like straight horns on his forehead had lengthened. His white hair-like antennae had combined into a huge white tentacle that looked like a tail on his head. It swung here and there, and its texture seemed to be very tough. The 3 pairs of bone wings on his back spread out to their maximum extent, and they looked like 6 appendages. 7 eyes lit up with a dazzling white light, and the dark purple lines on his skin all lit up, exuding abundant energy. The bone armor around his joints grew sharp bone blades, and white cloud-like psychic energy was released from the surface of his body and wrapped around his body. Cisco was serious. This was his official battle form. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. Not everyone was willing to cooperate with him. Cisco refused to cooperate and hid his butt. In the end, he could only talk with his fists. Fists were always the most violent and direct way to solve a conflict. If verbal negotiation failed, then he could only convince the other party with physical force. Turning hostile just like that, this guy is really stubborn. But I'm not afraid of you. Who's afraid of who? Boom. Han Xiao no longer held back, and he gave himself many buffs, exploding with all his mechanical force. Hoo. The mech legion pressed forward and focused all their fire on Cisco. The destructive psionic particle cannon attacks were like a tsunami. Compared to the hasty sparring earlier, this was a real battle. This was also the first beyond grade A battle he had ever experienced. Chapter 754. 2 figures, one white and one blue, collided with each other like comet. Boom. The energy shockwave from the collision sent the mechanical soldiers around flying. Psionic energy gushed out of his body continuously. Han Xiao's fists landed heavily on Cisco's psychic shield, and a loud buzzing sound rang out. Without retracting his fists, the armor on his arm transformed into a huge hand cannon. The black muzzle of the cannon lit up with a burning red light. Boom. Violent dark energy annihilation rays poured out, and the light beam washed over Cisco, who was as still as a rock. This guy's psychic defense is too strong. The value of his shield is high, and new shields will be generated after it is broken. Although he is not immune to true damage, the premise is that the attacks hit him. Han Xiao frowned. A psychic shield was the same as a mage's magic shield, and it was even stronger in some aspects. The psychic shield had double resistance, and it could be adjusted according to Cisco's will. Because Han Xiao was a physical attacker, he reduced the psychic resistance of the psychic shield by 90% and merged it with the physical resistance, resulting in the shield being very tough. Luckily, Cisco's physique was not his forte, and he did not have true damage immunity. Han Xiao could also trigger true damage on the psychic shield and deal high damage. However, hitting the shield did not mean hitting Cisco's body. The psychic class was quite effective against him, so the most direct way to deal with it was to cover him with firepower. Rumble, the Mech Legion had spread out in formation and covered the sky as if there was no end to them. They flew around Cisco like a tornado. Psionic particle cannons, dark energy annihilation cannons, plasma-powered cannons, and other weapons were all focused on Cisco. Dozens of satellite cannons, including the Ice Age star freezing cannon, flew into the sky. The next moment, thick ion beams descended from outer space and smashed onto Cisco's shield like spears. At this time, Cisco suddenly opened all four of his arms. White psychokinesis gathered like a whirlpool and then suddenly exploded. The psychokinesis produced a huge repulsive force that sent Han Xiao flying. The psychokinetic impact ring swept past the mechanical soldiers that were too close. These mechanical soldiers were smashed into pieces as if they had been hit by meteorites. Then, Cisco bent his knees slightly and assumed a jumping posture, as if the air was the ground. Bang! He kicked off with both legs and launched himself into the air, creating sonic booms as he charged into the midst of the Mech Legion. The psychokinesis that enveloped his body began to spin at high speed. His entire body seemed to have turned into a drill, charging back and forth within the Mech Legion. He was unstoppable. As he charged, he released shockwaves of psychic energy into the distance. There were at least 100 of them each time. The formation of the Mech Legion was torn apart by Cisco. Countless broken parts fell like rain. The number of mechanical soldiers lost quickly climbed to hundreds of thousands. The two sides continued to fight. The battlefield moved rapidly on the surface of the planet. Everywhere they passed, the ground was covered by the firepower of the Mech Legion. The aftershock blasted into rifts and sinkholes. The height of the ground dropped by thousands of meters. It was as if a rock layer had been shaved off, causing the crust to become thinner. Han Xiao kept chasing after Cisco to engage in close combat. Cisco did not bother with him at all. He only focused on killing the Mech Legion. As long as Han Xiao got close, he would use his psychic energy to push him away. He was extremely fast, and his shield was thick. Many of the focused attacks were dodged by him, but some of the attacks still hit him. The combat information showed some of Cisco's attributes. His level was a question mark, but his HP was not as high as Han Xiao's. He only had around 2,200,000 HP. At this time, he had lost more than 100,000 HP and was slowly recovering. He recovered about 10,000 HP per second. His normal recovery rate was about 0.5%, but because his maximum HP was high, the actual recovery rate was not low either. While fighting, Han Xiao glanced at the interface and thought to himself, his beyond grade A talent didn't add eternal body. He should have added supreme power and a talent related to energy. Energy was the foundation of the psychic class. Psychics used up a lot of energy, but Cisco's energy was almost endless. Seeing that the Mech Legion's casualties were close to 1 million, Han Xiao waved his hand. His mechanical force stuck to the broken parts in the sky like spider silk and assembled them together. He directly used waste modification and basic machinery construction to pull up most of the broken mechanical soldiers and threw them back to the battlefield. At this time, the Mech Legion was relatively fragile, but he had all kinds of methods to recover the army, so they would not be easily wiped out. However, his expression was not relaxed. This guy saw that I did not update the Mech Legion and used my army as a breakthrough point. His energy recovery is too fast, and it will be difficult to fight a battle of attrition. He had taken more than 100,000 HP from Cisco, but he had lost around 600,000 to 700,000 HP. While Cisco was killing the Mech Legion, he would turn around and throw Psychic Blast or Psychic Pierce at him from time to time. Even though Cisco was cursed with luck, and the frequency of critical hits was obviously lower, his normal damage was still very high. Mechanics lacked mental defense methods and were countered by psychics. The psychic attacks used by the opponent were like directional skills, and he could not dodge them at all. However, he had already recovered his HP to full. Medium effect cell proliferation control converted energy into HP at a ratio of 1:5. Due to the upper limit of his energy, he could only recover about 25 HP per second. Although the psychic attacks would not give him mana, he could control the Watcher Protocol floating cannons around him to continuously attack him, which also had the effect of recovering mana. If this continues, I will be very passive. I can't let him attack my army so recklessly. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand, and a mechanical device appeared beside him. This was a high-level mechanical control trap electric arc traction reaction base. Its purpose was to control the target with a strong magnetic force. A golden mechanical force surged out from his palm and hit the electric arc traction reaction base. This special mechanical force merged with it and wrapped around the mechanical structure. On the interface, the performance of this mechanical device instantly skyrocketed. This golden mechanical force had given it a special buff. Emperor's Gift. The next moment, the electric arc traction reaction base was activated. Dozens of lightning bolts as thick as pythons exploded in the center of the base, and a strong magnetic force was released toward Cisco. Cisco, who was flying at high speed in the distance, suddenly stopped in midair. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed his tail. Without the buff from Emperor's Gift, the electric arc traction reaction base alone would not have been able to catch Cisco. The control time was very short, and Han Xiao directly escaped into the void dimension. The next moment, he appeared behind Cisco and grabbed onto Cisco's arm. The mountain ape mechanical suit changed shape, and nanoparticles climbed onto Cisco's body, turning into strong shackles that firmly held onto him. Sizzle, Han Xiao directly activated, gene liberation, and the entire army received a critical hit. The next moment, all the mech army opened fire toward the two of them. Heaven and earth live. Boom. Boom. The explosion created a shockwave thousands of kilometers away. Another energy ball was created on the ground, and a new crater was left on the planet. Han Xiao was blasted far away. He tumbled a few hundred kilometers in the air before stabilizing himself. He immediately recovered his health and looked around for Cisco. He saw that Cisco's main body was also blasted far away, and his condition was not good. At this time, Cisco's body was covered in burn marks. He had just been disturbed by Han Xiao, and his psychic shield was not able to block all the power of the explosion. It just happened to trigger true damage, and he lost a small amount of health. However, he had all kinds of psychic talents, so he was immune to negative statuses like dizziness. He would not be unable to move after being severely injured. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly felt a piercing sense of danger behind his head. He hurriedly turned around and cast a psionic shield. He saw a white figure that seemed to be condensed from fog suddenly appear behind him. The shield did not seem to exist, and the figure directly rushed into Han Xiao's body. Han Xiao could clearly feel that the white figure had directly rushed into his spiritual body's brain, wreaking havoc inside, and finally detonating himself, severely injuring his spirit. His brain was in so much pain that it felt like it was being smashed into paste. Cisco's skill took out nearly 200,000 of his health. Han Xiao's mouth and nose were bleeding. He hurriedly retreated, but he heard Cisco also let out a muffled groan. Enduring the pain of his brain being smashed, Han Xiao followed the sound and found that Cisco was also bleeding from many orifices, just like himself. This is right. Han Xiao hurriedly looked at the combat information and almost laughed out loud. Cisco's sneak attack just happened to trigger Supreme Piety, s 20% chance of spiritual damage reflection, and Cisco took the reflected damage. His luck was low, but Cisco was cursed with luck, so his luck was not much better. I don't know if I'm lucky or he's unlucky. This time, Cisco suddenly raised his head, and blood splattered everywhere. His 6 secondary eyes lit up, forming an incandescent ring on his face. The center of the ring was his main eye. Then, his appearance changed again. This time, bone armor spread on the surface of his body, covering his entire body, and only his 7 eyes could be seen. The combat information showed that Cisco had entered a new state, and all his attributes had increased tremendously. At the same time, a layer of fake white blood appeared on his health bar, which was a full 60% of his maximum health, increasing his health by more than 1,300,000. Again, Cisco said concisely. His voice was deep and deep, like the reverberating sound of a bell. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he felt a toothache. Seed burst again. Are you King Freezer? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a combat race? That's against the rules. Beyond grade as are indeed perverted. They have endless means. Han Xiao felt a headache coming on. Although Cisco did not have recovery means like him, he had different transformation states and various psychic abilities to provide himself with fake health and shields. Back then, he had been invincible in the Calamity grade, and his ability was close to a bug. However, in the Beyond Grade A realm, everyone was a bug. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Han Xiao pushed the energy in his body to a new peak. With a low roar, he led the Mech Legion and clashed with Cisco again. After the previous exchange, Han Xiao had a judgment of the combat strength of both sides. Overall, they were evenly matched. It would be difficult for him to kill Cisco, and Cisco would not be able to kill him. However, as the number of the Mech Legion decreased, his damage output would continue to decrease. Since the Mech Legion was going to be rebuilt, Han Xiao decided to ignore the casualties and seize this rare opportunity to test his combat strength. Only in a battle between Beyond Grade as would he have the chance to go all out. Boom boom boom. The two of them fought for a few hours, flying around the planet countless times. The surface of the planet was destroyed by the aftershocks. Many bottomless holes had been dug out on the surface of the planet. The intense crustal movement had pumped the high-temperature magma in the mantle out of these holes and spurted thousands of meters into the sky. The planet seemed to have turned into an orange that had been pierced with many small holes and then squeezed hard to spurt out orange juice. The magma that was spurted out quickly cooled down and solidified into a semi-solid state as if it was raining meteorites. Boom! The two of them clashed for the millionth time before bouncing off each other. Han Xiao hovered in midair. The mechanical suit on the surface of his body shattered and completely disintegrated, revealing his original body. This was already his 4th mechanical suit. Machinery continuation had reached its time limit, and the mechanical suit shattered into a pile of useless parts. The Mech Legion in all directions had become much sparser. Han Xiao had used the waste modification many times and had long reached the limit of repair. Even so, the Mech Legion was only left with about 4 million. On the other side, more than half of Cisco's bone armor had shattered, and his body was covered in blue blood. His psychic energy had become much thinner. More than half of the Mech Legion has been lost. If this continues, I'll be forced into a passive state. Han Xiao thought to himself. He can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to him either. There's no need to waste any more time. I'll just go back and build a new Mech Legion first. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he threw an observer's mark at Cisco. The psychic locator that Cisco had left in the evolution cube could not be removed. He could only return the favor and mark the two of them together. Only then would he not be at a disadvantage. Cisco's eyes narrowed. With his sharp senses, he could feel that he was being watched, but he did not know where it came from. He was not a mage who could control multidimensional energy. Although he could feel the observer's mark, he could not remove it. Furthermore, Han Xiao had reached the Beyond Grade A level, so it would be even harder to remove the observer's mark. At the very least, a Calamity Grade mage would not be able to do so. Clank! At this time, Han Xiao waved his hand and recalled the Mech Legion. Without saying anything, he activated Void Dimension Hyperdrive and disappeared in the blink of an eye. During the battle, he had intentionally destroyed the other party's spaceship. With the speed of Cisco's physical body, it would be impossible for him to catch up to him. Cisco watched as Han Xiao disappeared. He did not move, and his heart was heavy. He had already given it his all, but Black Star was not at a disadvantage. With him alone, he would not be able to snatch the evolution cube back. Not only did Han Xiao think that neither of them could do anything to the other, but Cisco also felt the same. He could not count how many times he had dealt mental damage to Black Star, but only the Mech Legion had suffered significant losses. Black Star himself was still alive and kicking. This situation reminded him of the Tyrant. A new beyond grade A mechanic with a body as strong as the Tyrant's. Cisco mumbled to himself, indestructible body. At this time, a figure flew over. It was Sardim. His appearance was extremely haggard, and he was wearing a simple rocket thruster modified from discarded parts. He flew very slowly. "You're still alive?" Cisco could not help but look over. "That was close. When you guys were fighting, I hid." Sardim still had some lingering fear. He did not have any equipment on him, and the shockwaves from the battle between two beyond grade as were enough to threaten his life. Thus, he had long escaped from Cisco's spaceship, left the battlefield, and found a place to hide. Looking at Cisco's appearance, Sardim opened his mouth. He could not help but ask with a trembling voice, "You didn't manage to defeat Black Star?" Cisco glanced at him and said, "He ran away. I couldn't stop him." Sardim held his breath. He had already expected this and only wanted to confirm it personally. However, even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. The birth of the fifth beyond grade A in the shattered star ring. The situation of the star field is going to change again. Sardim swallowed his saliva and said, "I have to pass this information to His Excellency Manison." "Not only the shattered star ring." Cisco interrupted him with a strange tone. The attention of the entire galaxy might be attracted by him. The evolution cube was not that easy to obtain. Cisco's eyes sparkled. Black Star carried the evolution cube with him everywhere, so it would be difficult for him to snatch it back alone. Cisco decided to work with some allies and plan for the long term. Before this, the evolution cube would be temporarily stored with Black Star. Since the psychic positioning was still there, Cisco felt that things were still under control. Looking up at the deep starry sky, Cisco did not plan to fly with his physical body. He turned around and looked at Sardim. "You're a mechanic, right?" What's wrong?" Sardim was stunned. Cisco pointed at the discarded parts scattered on the ground. "Build a spaceship." Sardim. Chapter 755. Han Xiao left Cisco, who had lost his spaceship, alone on that unlucky planet that had been used as a battlefield. He then used the void dimension jump to return to the shattered star ring after a few days. Midway, he contacted Hela and the others, who had already left planet Macipher, and asked them to pick him up in a spaceship. In a desolate area, the two parties finally met up. Kai. The sound of air leaking came from the air pump, and the cabin door slid open. As soon as Han Xiao entered the cabin, he saw Hela and the others waiting at the door. Fu Ding walked forward, carefully sizing up Han Xiao. After confirming that there were no missing parts, he could not help but feel relieved. "Phew, looks like you're fine. We've been worried about you for the past few days." Hela snorted. "It's you guys, not me." Han Xiao could not help but laugh. "Actually, it's not that dangerous. Don't you guys know how tenacious my life force is?" Speaking of life force, Aurora had a confused look on her face, and her tone was filled with disbelief. "If I'm not wrong, have you already what?" Hela interrupted with a frown. With a smile on his face, Han Xiao took out the evolution cube and played with it in his hands. "You guessed right. I've already fought with Cisco. He didn't gain any advantage, and I didn't lose anything. It's considered a draw. He didn't manage to snatch the item back." "A draw with Cisco?" Hela was stunned, and it took her a second to understand what Han Xiao meant. She took a deep breath, and a look of disbelief appeared on her usually expressionless face. She stared at Han Xiao with her eyes wide open. "Could it be that you're already a beyond grade A? It was just a fluke." Han Xiao waved his hands, but there was a smile on his face. Hearing his confirmation, Hela, Fu Ding, and Aurora were all shocked. Black Star had really become a beyond grade A? Although the three of them were looking forward to Han Xiao breaking through the limit and becoming a beyond grade A supers standing at the top of the galaxy, following Han Xiao for the past few months was like going on a holiday. They did not see any signs of Han Xiao advancing at all. In fact, they felt that there was little hope. However, things happened so suddenly. While they were not mentally prepared, Black Star had suddenly advanced and even fought to a draw with a famous beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring. They could not imagine how Han Xiao had done it. At this moment, the three people's minds went blank. After regaining their composure, a sense of pleasant surprise blossomed in their hearts. Although he was surprised, this was a good thing. Fu Ding was overjoyed. He grabbed Han Xiao's arm and exclaimed, "Great! I always believed that you had such potential. This way, we won't have to escape from the Shattered Star Ring. I never planned to escape." Han Xiao was helpless. Aurora also came forward with a look of surprise. "So, you're already at the level of teacher? Ames, it's time to have a good talk with her." Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he nodded. "You." Hyla hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed the words back into her stomach and only said a dry sentence. "Congrats." Her feelings were very complicated. She had always wanted to catch up to Han Xiao. When Han Xiao was at the calamity grade, she could still work hard, but this time was different. In the 10 years on floating Dragon Island, she had experienced the strength of the Dragon Emperor countless times. She was very clear about how strong a Beyond Grade A was and how difficult it was to become a Beyond Grade A super. There had only been 4 Beyond Grade as in the entire starfield for many years. Now, Han Xiao had surpassed them and become the 5th. Hela had known Han Xiao for almost 20 years. She had seen him at his weakest and most helpless state, as well as when he was invincible among calamity grades. She had witnessed almost every stage of his development. From an ordinary person to a new Beyond Grade A super, Han Xiao had only spent 20 years. He might be the fastest person in history to become a Beyond Grade A super. Because she knew Han Xiao's past too well, Hela knew how difficult it had been for him. Although Hela refused to admit defeat, she could not help but admire Han Xiao's achievements from the bottom of her heart. If Hela originally had thoughts of competing with Han Xiao, at this moment, she was willing to become the shadow behind Han Xiao's light. She had a feeling that she might be witnessing a living legend. Of course, with her personality, it was impossible for her to reveal her true thoughts to Han Xiao. Hela pursed her lips, changed the topic, and asked, "How did you do it? Can you teach me?" How can I teach you? You don't know how to cut leeks." Han Xiao coughed, put on a serious expression, and pressed his hands on Hela's shoulders. "No, you don't need me to teach you." "What do you mean?" Hela was confused. Han Xiao looked straight into Hela's eyes and slowly said, "I've always believed in your potential, just like how you believe in me. One day, you will stand at the peak of the galaxy with me." Hela broke free from Han Xiao's hands, turned around, and did not let Han Xiao see her panicked expression. She softly said, "Thank you. So, you trust me so much." "I didn't even know, there's no need to thank me between us." Han Xiao waved his hand. "We've known each other for 20 years. This time, Aurora grabbed Han Xiao's clothes and asked curiously, "What about me? What about me? Do you trust me?" Han Xiao helplessly patted her head. It was smooth and comfortable. "Wait until you reach the calamity grade." Humph, biased. Aurora turned her head away. No matter what, the news of him becoming a Beyond Grade A really surprised Fu Ding and the others for a while. Then, the topic returned to how to deal with the subsequent problems. "Black Star, you took Cisco's evolution cube. He won't give it up so easily, right?" He said he'll work with the tyrant to deal with me. Compared to the benefits of the evolution cube, this risk is very small. There's no need to worry about him in the short term. He's busy right now." Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. In his observer's mark, Cisco was still on that planet, supervising Sardine to make a spaceship out of the scrapped parts. Fu Ding frowned. If Cisco and the tyrant work together, that's very dangerous. Han Xiao waved his hands. "It's not a big problem. Although I'm a new beyond grade A, I'm not at the bottom of this level. Plus, I have allies. Isn't it just recruiting people? You make it sound like no one knows how to do it. Compared to the other beyond grade As, his biggest advantage was that he had a clear path to upgrade. When the other beyond grade As reached this level, they had to find their own path to continue evolving. It was like exploring in the dark, but he had a flashlight with him. All he had to do was harvest leaks and level up. The difference in growth efficiency was like heaven and earth. Then, what do you plan to do with the evolution cube? I'll bring it back to the army first and let the officers enjoy the effects of the cube. Han Xiao stroked his chin. After that, I'll use the evolution cube to form allies and find a new backer. Cisco had the support of the Arcane Church, and he would have the same effect with the evolution cube. The evolution cube was a godly tool. Compared to the previous owner, Cisco, his advantage was that the evolution cube was portable. With a beyond grade A like him carrying it around, there was no possibility of it being stolen. The news of him possessing the evolution cube would spread throughout the galaxy sooner or later. Cisco would definitely not help him hide it and would even create more opponents for him. At that time, all the organizations in the galaxy that coveted the evolution cube would have their eyes on him. Thus, just the Black Star Corps alone would not be able to occupy the evolution cube for a long time. He would have to find a new backer like Cisco. Beep beep. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao glanced at it and saw that it was a communication request from the superior of Section 0, Ralph. Han Xiao waved his hands and gestured for Hela and the others to pilot the spaceship. He then walked to the side and picked up the call. Blackstar, I have a huge piece of bad news. You make it sound like you have good news one day, Han Xiaoshan joked. However, Ralph did not pick up the topic. With an extremely serious expression, he said with a deep voice, just a few days ago, we confirmed a piece of information. The negotiations between the Red Empire and the Radiant Federation have ended successfully. The transfer of ownership of that new starfield has already entered the execution stage. This means that when the Red Empire takes over that new starfield, they will turn around and deal with the chaos caused by the Crimson Tide. Our secret war with Klent will also enter the liquidation stage of the Red Empire. There might only be half a year left before the war end. Oh! Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. This is indeed terrible news. Currently, the Bloodshed Land still occupied the territory of a few border star systems in the Colton star cluster. Klent was the loyal lackey of the Red Empire, and the Red Empire would use this as an excuse to divide these few border star systems into the star cluster territory of the Klent Kingdom. Defining the territory of a star cluster was the authority that the three universal civilizations had given to themselves. If they did not chase the Bloodshed Land away before that, Purple Crystal would very likely lose the territory of these few star systems. The Shattered Star Ring was under the management of the Radiant Federation. However, unless Purple Crystal gave up on its neutral stance and became a subsidiary civilization of another civilization, there was no way they could rely on him to uphold justice. The Red Empire and the Radiant Federation would have a higher level of exchange of benefits, and Amethyst Civilization would not even have the right to interfere. They could only watch as their territory was ceded. Of course, Purple Crystal could forcefully reject the decision made by the three universal civilizations and unilaterally refuse to accept the terms of dividing the territory, but the outcome would not be as good. As the ones who made the rules, the three universal civilizations would not allow any civilization to challenge their authority. The three of them were all powerful civilizations that had experienced the Dark Forest era of the Exploration era. It was unrealistic to expect them to be merciful. With the strength of a civilization that could look down on the entire galaxy, they had countless means to make the civilizations that challenged them submit. To the people who made the rules, only the officials were allowed to do whatever they wanted but not the civilians. Therefore, the appearance of the Silver Revolutionary Army did not surprise Han Xiao at all. However, it was still too early to talk about this. Black Star, your holiday is over. We need your strength. Every bit of territory that we can take back is worth it, Ralph said with a serious expression. Han Xiao stroked his chin and suddenly made a decision. He smiled and said, Clint's biggest reliance is the Red Empire, but I actually have a way to make the Red Empire stay out of this and not help Clint negotiate with the Radiant Federation. This way, even if the Bloodshed Land occupies the border star systems, it will be useless." Ralph's eyes sparkled, and he could not wait to ask, "What method do you have?" Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and dismissed the idea of telling the Amethyst civilization that he was already a Beyond Grade A super. He casually said, "In any case, it's quite feasible. I have to keep it a secret for now. Just trust me. The situation can't get any worse anyway." It was not that Han Xiao purposely hid his strength as a Beyond Grade A super, but that he suddenly thought that if Purple Crystal knew about this, they would definitely spread the news to deter the Bloodshed Land. This was actually a little bad for him. His original plan was to keep a low profile after becoming a Beyond Grade A super and continue to accumulate strength in secret. Then, when the tyrant attacked, he would make the tyrant underestimate his strength. However, because of the incident with the evolution cube, it was no longer possible to hide his strength. However, Han Xiao did not want the tyrant to attack immediately. He needed some time to build a new mech legion, a new Beyond Grade A base, and activate many of the Emperor mechanic skills to allow his combat strength to reach its peak. Instead of letting the Amethyst civilization spread the news, it would be better to let the information Cisco revealed slowly spread in the starfield. This would give him more time to prepare. There was actually another reason why he did not tell Purple Crystal. Han Xiao planned to raise the price. If he was a normal Beyond Grade A super, forming an alliance with a star cluster civilization would be the best choice because he would receive enough attention. That was what the tyrant had done. Although universal civilizations also welcomed Beyond Grade As, they would not treat them as highly as star cluster civilizations. After all, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. However, it was different with the evolution cube. This universal treasure was unique to the Scorpion Daddy. With Cisco as an example, the universal civilizations would offer a higher price. This way, the Black Star core would rise to a whole new level. Because of the flickering world, Han Xiao had already decided that the Red Empire was the most suitable ally. With his status with the evolution cube, after becoming an ally of the Red Empire, he would be able to solve the secret war from the root, causing the plan that Clint had been planning for 10 years to fail. According to the normal method, the Grade S main storyline of the Secret War should end in failure. Although he could still receive rewards due to the special nature of the mission rating would be lowered, and the players of the Black Star Corps would not receive the best rewards. Considering that he had to maintain the trust of the players in the Black Star Corps, joining the Red Empire was the best choice. Ralph wanted to ask more, but Han Xiao turned off the communicator and went to the cockpit. Aurora sat in the driver's seat, turned around, and asked, "Where are we going now?" Han Xiao smirked. Back to the army. A few days later, Sardim, who had disappeared for a while, finally returned to planet Macipher. At the same time, he brought back a shocking piece of news. He claimed that he had seen with his own eyes that the Beyond Grade A seed Black Star, who had the nickname Indestructible Body, had officially become a Beyond Grade A super. This news quickly spread throughout planet Macipher, but most of the travelers on the planet remained skeptical. Black Star had become the 5th Beyond Grade A super in the Shattered Star Ring? Why was it so sudden? Even the Amethyst civilization did not react. Could it be a rumor? This news was too much like a rumor, and there was no evidence. The galactic residents who had been baptized by the explosion of information were skeptical. However, this news was personally confirmed by Cisco, who had been a guest on planet Macipher. All their doubts disappeared and were replaced by unparalleled shock. The 5th Beyond Grade A super was really born? Oh my god, this is big news. The people of planet Macipher who first came into contact with this news were shocked and could not wait to spread this news through their networks. The news of the battle between Black Star and Cisco spread from planet Macipher to the entire starfield like a virus. A storm that would engulf the entire Shattered Star Ring began to brew. Chapter 756. At the border of the Shattered Star Ring, on a certain transit station planet. This was a retro tavern with an old-fashioned galactic style. Hadavy sat in the corner and silently drank the yellow, high-purity beast race cocktail in his glass. There was a mixed-blood elf race orchestra performing on the stage, and melodious music surrounded his ears. The surrounding booths were filled with guests of different races, and they were all chatting and laughing with each other. The atmosphere was relaxed, but Hardaway's face was gloomy. A few months ago, Jode had used him to plot against Blackstar, and Hardaway had ended their partnership in a fit of anger, withdrawing from the secret war. He had joined the Bloodshed Land at the start to make it easier for him to spar with Blackstar and squeeze out his potential through battle. Later on, they had fought dozens of times, and through the friction between them, he could not help but develop feelings for Han Xiao. In his eyes, Blackstar was a good opponent worthy of respect. Hardaway would rather be chased away by Blackstar time and time again than use despicable means to plot against him. After this incident, Hardaway no longer had the face to spar with Han Xiao. He planned to leave the Shattered Star Ring and explore the other star fields. It was for this reason that he had come to the border of the Shattered Star Ring. Just as he was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, a conversation at a table not far away suddenly caught Hadavy's attention. "Have you guys heard? The fifth Beyond Grade A of the Shattered Star Ring has been born." "What? A new Beyond Grade A?" He was a Beyond Grade A seed, and his goal had always been to become a true Beyond Grade A, so he was most concerned about this topic. Hardaway's ears suddenly stood up. With his Calamity grade senses, the conversation of the guests at the table next to him seemed to have happened right beside his ears. "So you've heard about it too?" "I know about Blackstar. It seems like there was a report a few years ago saying that he's the most likely person to become a Beyond Grade A super in the Shattered Star Ring. At that time, I thought it was just flattery, but I didn't expect it to be true. He's the leader of the Blackstar Corps. You guys know the Blackstar Corps, right? It's the famous armed force in the Colton Star Cluster. I have a merchant friend, and his merchant ship was once robbed by rogues. He asked the Mercenary League for help, and they sent the mercenaries of the Blackstar Corps to solve the problem. The mercenaries of this organization are very passionate, reliable, and have a good reputation. Hasn't he been quiet for the past few years? I heard that the rumors of him becoming a Beyond Grade A super are just rumors," another person asked curiously. "It's not a rumor. Even star pupil Cisco admitted that Blackstar fought to a draw with him. The evidence is conclusive. To be able to fight against a Beyond Grade A without losing, isn't that the only Beyond Grade A?" Crack. Hardaway crushed the glass in his hand, and the wine splashed all over his body. However, he did not seem to have noticed it, and his face was filled with shock. That Blackstar, who had fought with him so many times, had actually become a Beyond Grade A super first. Hearing the news that his old rival had surpassed him, Hardaway could not help but feel envious. He had spent decades, but he had not even touched the threshold of Beyond Grade A. He had already tried his best, but he had still been surpassed. This was a very sour thing. After the shock, Hardaway's heart was filled with bitterness. How did he do it? What trick did he use? Hardaway's expression changed. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up. The noise attracted the attention of everyone in the tavern. Ignoring the surprised gazes of others, Hardaway turned around and left with large strides. At this moment, he made a decision. He would not leave the Shattered Star Ring. He would personally go to the headquarters of the Blackstar Corps. This time, he would not be going as an enemy of the Bloodshed Land but as a private individual. Perhaps Blackstar would not recognize him as an old rival, and perhaps his life would be in danger. However, the problem of becoming a Beyond Grade A super had troubled him for many years, so he decided to take this risk. Regardless of whether Blackstar would give him face or not, he wanted to seize the opportunity and give it a try. Jellic Star Cluster, Mercenary League Headquarters. This was an enormous space fortress built by Blackstar, Sky Ring, Blades, and many other large mercenary groups. All the mercenary groups that had joined the Mercenary League had offices and strongholds there. Around this space fortress were more than 20 armed satellites, which were the branches of the various large mercenary groups. The Blackstar Corps branch was also among them. To all the army members of the Mercenary League, this was equivalent to a second faction headquarters. The millions of new players that were born on planet Deirdre had participated in different storylines. Some chose to take the army transport ships to Colton to participate in the Secret War, while others chose to stay in the Jellic Star Cluster and participate in the storyline of the Mercenary League, becoming free galactic mercenaries. The storyline of the Mercenary League also contained rich rewards. With the background of the Black Star Corps, the army players in the second leak farm had an endless amount of high-quality missions, and their benefits were also the best in the Mercenary League. They fully enjoyed the benefits of having a strong faction. Over the past few months, the average level of the players in the second leak farm had risen rapidly, gradually approaching level 60. They were also completely familiar with the galaxy environment. The news of Han Xiao had also spread to the Mercenary League, and the players of the Black Star Corps branch knew about it. After the news spread, the forums were in an uproar, and the players were in an uproar. Han Xiao was already a very familiar figure in the eyes of the old players, and the majority of the players acknowledged him as the leader of the faction. They had witnessed his changes from version 1.0 to version 3.0. In their eyes, Han Xiao was a legendary figure in the Shattered Star Ring. At this moment, the legend had turned to a new chapter. The players who had participated in the Secret War were even more shocked. Black Star had disappeared from the battlefield for a few months, and countless people had guessed where Black Star had gone. However, no one had guessed that he would return as a Beyond Grade A Super. This news flooded the forums and instantly became the hottest topic. The players of the Black Star Corps were extremely excited. As a part of the army, the promotion of their leader made them feel proud. What else is there to say? The army commander is awesome. Black Star is awesome. The Shattered Star Ring originally only had 4 Beyond Grade As, and Black Star is the 5th. Does this mean that our army is going to become a Beyond Grade A organization like Bloodshedland? Of course. We've struck it rich. Our Blue Star's Novice Guide faction is too awesome. One faction is comparable to all the factions of the players in the other regions. A growth-type faction is too domineering. Summer Night Flower, don't pretend to be invisible. Come out and talk. Summer Night Flower, how's life in Bloodshed Land? Come out and share with us. We won't laugh at you, ha ha ha. Tilda Summer Night Flower, Shia Eg, please begin your performance. Summer, the post that Summer Night Flower had made a promise about a few months ago was pushed to the front page. Countless players gloated and tagged him. This kind of face-slapping scene that they loved to see, the players were extremely enthusiastic and participated in it. Seeing that the crowd was so excited and that Summer Night Flower did not dare to say anything, his heart also turned cold. What's going on? The script should not be like this. Compared to the flowers in the summer night, Bun Hit Dog was ecstatic. Originally, Pork Bun had been troubled by the lack of good material in the past few months. Now, he had a pillow to sleep on. Black Star had actually become one of the strongest in the galaxy. There was no better material than this. He already had an idea. This material could be made into a milestone in the video series about Black Star. The old players were celebrating on the forums, and many newbies were watching. The newbies of version 3.0 did not have as deep a relationship with Black Star as the old players, but participating in this wave of discussion allowed them to understand Han Xiao more and have a deeper impression of Han Xiao. Very soon, the rumors turned into official intelligence and were placed on the tables of the various organizations, causing an even more intense shock at the higher levels. Different from the galactic residents who were watching the show, the various organizations of the Shattered Star Ring had to consider the impact of the 5th Beyond Grade A on the structure of the starfield and how they should deal with their relationship with Black Star. Planet Heba. Jode hurriedly finished reading the intelligence and stood up with a face of disbelief. Black Star has become a Beyond Grade A? How is this possible? Didn't I already? For a moment, his mind was in a mess. He originally thought that his methods would force Black Star to leave the battlefield, but he suddenly became a Beyond Grade A Super. His entire plan was messed up. Jode hurriedly went to the Tyrant's palace and looked up at the mountain-like tyrant. Just as he was about to report the situation, Heba spoke first. I already know about this. Clent just contacted me. They're panicking and are sending intelligence personnel to investigate the authenticity of this news. They also informed me to be prepared at any time. Heber's tone sounded a little happy. Jode heard this and forced himself to calm down. Then, what should I do? You don't have to do anything. Heber slowly said, wait for Black Star or Purple Crystal to personally admit that he's a beyond grade A. Then, the rest will be my business. Jode could not help but gulp. His Excellency Tyrant is about to make a move. Heber shook his head and told Jode to leave. He was the only one left in the palace. Beep beep. At this time, his communicator rang. Heber glanced at it and narrowed his eyes. Cisco. We haven't contacted each other in a long time. Why is this guy looking for me? In a certain area of the shattered star ring, the last Light Fox spaceship was escaping. This group of people was the last batch of Escod's subordinates who had survived the theft of the evolution cube. We've lost contact with Orozen and the others. We don't know where the evolution cube went. What should we do? They should be dead. Black Star became a beyond grade A and fought with Cisco. The evolution cube might be in his hands. Let's report to His Excellency Escod as soon as possible. We failed. Quantum communication made the transmission of news much more efficient than the galactic residents. The news quickly spread to all levels and regions, and more people learned of this news. The entire shattered star ring was shaken. As long as a new beyond grade A was born, it would definitely be the headline of this starfield for a period of time. Every beyond grade A was once the focus of the world, becoming one of the iconic figures that represented a starfield in the eyes of others. Now, it was Han Xiao's turn to enjoy such treatment. All eyes in the shattered star ring were focused on the Black Star core. After all, rumors were just rumors. Everyone was waiting for the new beyond grade A to announce his status to the entire starfield and for him to confirm it personally. However, no matter what the rumors were, Black Star did not appear in person. The Black Star Corps also did not make a positive statement. All the galactic media that heard the news were blocked outside the Black Star Corps headquarters. Even their ally, the Amethyst civilization, was strangely silent. The more this was the case, the more impatient the various organizations were. They desperately wanted to confirm Black Star's strength. Countless people were waiting to see what would happen next. At the same time, Han Xiao and the others had quietly returned to the Black Star Corps and gathered all the officers in private. Chapter 757. The spaceship entered the private port of the army headquarters and slid into Han Xiao's personal port. This port was not open to ordinary army members and was the back door for the upper echelons. It was not as lively as the other dozens of ports. This place was rather quiet and had a solemn atmosphere. Dozens of upper echelons were gathered at the port. They had been waiting there for a long time with solemn expressions. Among them, there were many calamity-grade supers fighting on the front lines. Due to the rumors of Han Xiao advancing to the beyond grade A realm, the situation of the secret war took a strange turn. The two sides had been fighting for months, but as soon as this news came out, both sides tacitly gathered their troops and reduced the number of battles. Everyone began to observe the situation, and the Black Star Corps was also able to withdraw their officers. Both sides knew that if both sides had beyond grade As, the direction of the war would not be something they could decide. Although Han Xiao did not appear, the influence of him becoming a beyond grade A affected the situation of the secret war. Kai. The cabin door opened, and Han Xiao walked out. The gazes of all the officers, including Sylvia, gathered on him. Their eyes were filled with excitement, joy, and anticipation. The officers sized up Han Xiao. Although there were no obvious changes in his appearance, everyone could feel a faint pressure. This was a natural suppression that originated from the difference in life form. Everyone looked at each other with strange expressions. They then looked at Fu Ding behind Han Xiao. Fu Ding smiled and nodded to everyone. Han Xiao stepped onto the port, glanced at everyone, nodded slightly, and walked forward. The officers made a path for Han Xiao to pass through. They then followed behind him and entered the army. The group came to the army commander's office in the headquarters. Sylvia was the last to enter. After closing the door, Han Xiao then turned to face everyone, nodded, and said, "I know that you're all very curious about whether the rumors outside are true. I've been sending out notices to all of you. Now, I can tell you in person that the rumors are true. I'm already a beyond grade A super." When the crowd heard Han Xiao's confirmation, their tense faces immediately relaxed. Some of them were ecstatic, while others were envious. Sylvia and Hurles were the most excited. The two of them were the most loyal to Han Xiao and had long been tied to the Black Star Corps. Reynold could not wait to ask Han Xiao for advice on mechanical skills. He was very passionate about learning. Many of the Calamity grade supers who had joined a few years ago were overjoyed. Back then, they had joined the Black Star Corps because of Han Xiao's reputation as a beyond grade A seed. Their goal was to bet on his potential. If Han Xiao could become a true beyond grade A one day, they would become the core members of a beyond grade A organization. Now, it seemed that this group of people had won the gamble. Their future was like a picture scroll that was unfolding, a smooth path. Vice Captain Lagi shook his head and sighed. "Now that you've become a beyond grade A, we will most likely be dragged into the vortex of beyond grade A battles in the future. We will encounter stronger and stronger opponents, and I feel that my life is becoming less and less secure. I really want to step down from my position as vice captain. Reynold, is the logistics department still lacking people? Is there a more leisurely position?" Reynold was expressionless. "Sure, I happen to be lacking a high-level enchantment engineer. I'll give you a daily salary of 2,000 aners, and you'll work 15 hours a day with overtime occasionally. Do you want to give it a try?" "Forget it. Vice captain is more suitable for me. I can get paid without working." "How great is that?" Han Xiao's veins bulged. "Talking about slacking in front of me, do you think I don't exist? By the way, where's Tomar, who I handed to you? How's his learning?" Lagi's expression became even more worried. This person was filled with negative energy, as though he would squat in the corner and draw circles at any moment. "Where did you find such a genius? He makes me feel that all my years of learning magic have been wasted. Indeed, I shouldn't have become a mage back then. All right, go to the side and shut yourself in." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He calmed himself down, regained his serious expression, and spoke with a deep voice. "There are two main reasons why I've gathered everyone here today. The first is to inform you that I've already become a beyond grade A super. I believe I don't need to emphasize the status of a beyond grade A super. Because of this, the business of the Black Star Corps will welcome an opportunity to expand far beyond the past, becoming a true beyond grade A organization and fighting against bloodshed land." When it came to serious matters, other than Lagi, who was still mumbling, the expressions of Sylvia and the other officers all became serious. "This matter should be handled in a high-profile manner and let the entire starfield remember my existence." Han Xiao raised a finger and waved it. "However, due to certain reasons, it's not convenient for me to confirm that I've become a beyond grade A super for the time being, and I don't plan to make an announcement within the army immediately. The announcement will have to be delayed for a period of time. However, personally admitting it is just a formality, and some organizations have already confirmed the authenticity of the rumors. Even if I don't make an announcement, they will definitely send various emissaries to contact us. Therefore, I need you to conceal it to a certain extent and contact these organizations that are interested in cooperating with us in private. Select the candidates and form a cooperative relationship. This matter involves the scale of our organization after becoming a beyond grade A super, so it's best to do it as soon as possible. As for the specifics, you're all veterans of the army, so you should know." Everyone nodded. Wasn't it just a matter of establishing relationships? They had learned it from their army commander long ago. Han Xiao raised a second finger. "The second thing is to give you benefits." As he spoke, he took out the evolution cube and let it float in midair. He looked around and smiled. "This is the evolution cube. That's right, it's the universal treasure in Cisco's hands. Due to some coincidences, I intercepted this item and fought with Cisco. Now, This item is in my hands. He then briefly explained the use of the evolution cube. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They were dumbstruck. The outside world had heard rumors that Black Star and Cisco had fought, and there had always been people guessing why the two of them had fought. The officers of the army were also very curious about this, but they did not expect the reason to be the evolution cube. The evolution cube had changed owners. In the hands of the Black Star Corps, one of the Calamity Grade officers, Mr. Sek, swallowed his saliva and stuttered, You mean to let us enjoy the effects of the evolution cube? Han Xiao nodded and smiled. I have already given it to Fu Ding and the others. Since the cube is in my hands, I will naturally treat it as a benefit for the army. You are all the backbone of the army, and helping you obtain stronger strength is beneficial to the army. The Calamity Grade officers who had joined later were overjoyed. They did not expect to receive such benefits. For most of the Calamity Grades, any method to increase their strength was something they were extremely passionate about. Lagi also did not remain silent. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Han Xiao's hand with a serious expression. As your deputy commander, I have the duty to remind you that the order of enjoying benefits should be based on the rank of the army. I have sweated and bled for the army, and I am still the deputy commander who is only below you. You know what I mean. Han Xiao shook off his hand and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. I admit that you've sweated for the army, but it's hard to say if you've bled before. Lagi immediately clutched his chest and said with a weak expression, Actually, I was seriously injured at the front lines. Go away. You will not lose out on benefits anyway. Han Xiao was not in a good mood and did not want to talk nonsense with him anymore. You lie down the moment we talk about work, but you jump up and down the moment we talk about benefits. You are really getting more and more cunning. However, even a salted fish like Lagi, who was not interested in most things, was attracted by the evolution cube. It could be seen how tempting the benefits of the evolution cube were. The evolution cube was given to the officers for free, and Han Xiao did not intend to hide it from the other army members. He planned to form an alliance with the Red Empire and completely protect the evolution cube before opening the usage of the evolution cube to the entire army. According to the rank of the army members, as long as they spent enough merit, they would be able to enjoy the benefits of the evolution cube and increase the combat strength of the army members. This would also attract countless supers to join the army. At the same time, this was a new service for the players. The 40% experience penalty was only used to level up, which was not a big problem for the players. As long as they used the evolution cube after reaching the level limit of the version, the experience penalty would be the same as if there was no experience penalty. Even if the players could not help but use the evolution cube before reaching the level limit of the version, it would only benefit Han Xiao. Since there was a penalty for leveling up, the players would be more inclined to use the experience to improve their skills and learn knowledge. This would indirectly stimulate the players' desire to spend, and the experience that the players spent to learn knowledge would eventually flow into his pocket. It was perfect. Thinking of this, Han Xiao could not help but smile. Putting away his thoughts, he returned to the topic at hand and said, That's basically it. I will use the evolution cube to help you optimize your genes in a while. Before that, I would like to announce a new personnel appointment. Hearing this, everyone quietened down. Han Xiao turned to look at Hela and said, From today onwards, the Black Star Guards will be officially established, and Calamity Grades will be selected to join. This will be an elite combat team that will only listen to my orders. They will not hold any other important positions and will have the authority of a senior officer. Hela will be the first captain of the Black Star Guards. Does anyone have any objections? Although beyond grade as did not need protection, they all had their own elite armed forces under them. For example, Heba's Vanguard official, Austin's Forbidden Sorcerer, Cisco's Grand Priest, Ames's, her Black Star Corps. Beyond grade as rarely took action, mainly to intimidate others. Thus, Han Xiao also needed to build an elite armed force to deal with most situations on his behalf. Beyond grade as had their own beyond grade as, facing opponents who were not qualified, it was not suitable for them to personally take action. Hela took a step forward and looked around at everyone with an expressionless face. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Although Hela had only returned to the army for a few months, most of the old officers knew her and naturally did not have any objections. A portion of the Calamity grades who joined later also knew that she was the disciple of the Dragon Emperor, so they naturally would not question her ability. No one had any objections. Seeing this, Hyla nodded slowly and returned to Han Xiao's side, not saying a word. Fu Ding, are you interested in joining the Black Star Guards? Han Xiao turned and asked. Fu Ding's position in the army had always been similar to that of a guest, but after spending a few months together, Han Xiao felt that the relationship between the two of them had warmed up, and he should be able to invite him to become a direct officer. Fu Ding tilted his head and thought for a while before revealing a warm smile. All right. This guy is finally one of my people. Han Xiao was overjoyed. He then turned to look at the other officers and selected another 2 Calamity grade officers to join the Black Star Guards. One of them was Marion, who had joined earlier. The Black Star Guards now had 4 people and could be considered barely formed. This was just a prototype, and when the Beyond Grade A level was officially announced, the Black Star Guards would be recruited again. After talking about official matters, Han Xiao activated the evolution cube and performed gene optimization on all the officers at once. As long as the energy output of the evolution cube was adjusted, it would be able to optimize many people at the same time. After completing all this, Han Xiao told everyone to disperse and locked himself in the machinery modification room. He began to build Beyond Grade A combat equipment in seclusion. This was the most important mission at the moment. No matter what, strength was the foundation. The other chores had to be prioritized after recovering his combat strength. The Mech Legion, personal mechanical suits, firepower weapons, and so on all had to be rebuilt and updated with Beyond Grade A standards. His already a Beyond Grade A super. When Arosha returned to the room, Rizda appeared in midair and spoke immediately. He already has the ability to save our race. Arosha, you have to find a time to talk to him. Arosha slowly shook her head. At the very least, we have to wait for him to get through the current crisis. Before the Black Star Corps stabilizes, he won't help. Why don't we wait a little longer? I've already waited for a long time. Thinking about how my compatriots are being oppressed by Manison every day, I don't want to wait a moment longer. Rizda was a little dissatisfied. I can see that Black Star has been holding us back. Arosha calmly said, I don't think that the 2 of us can make Black Star make up his mind to deal with another Beyond Grade A super. She had already recovered her memories, and her past memories had completely merged with the current 3 personalities. She was still the same her, just not as muddle-headed. If you're not willing, I'll find a time to ask him, Rizda slowly said. There will always be a way. After saying that, Rizda cut off the connection and disappeared into thin air. The silence of the Black Star Corps did not cause the popularity of the starfield to die down. Instead, it became even more mysterious, arousing the curiosity of even more people. Everyone guessed that Black Star's silence definitely had an unspeakable reason. There were many theories, but they all believed that Black Star would not remain silent forever. As the news continued to spread, the influence of the starfield became even greater. In unknown places, many things were happening. Under such circumstances, more than half a month had passed. Han Xiao ended his seclusion. He had already created the embryonic form of the new army. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 758. Black Star Corps Headquarters, Private Machinery Factory. Dozens of army boxes were neatly stacked together, and hundreds of different models of mechanical soldiers were lined up in a row. From tall to short, from light to heavy, they were displayed before Han Xiao's eyes like an exhibition. 70% of the soldier types haven't been changed. Part of the new blueprints came from Sardim's accumulation, and they're basically all giant soldiers. The other part is new blueprints created through the fusion of knowledge. Although the knowledge hasn't been updated, as I became a Beyond Grade A, new blueprint combinations were unlocked. The experience I've accumulated during this period should be enough to gamble on blueprints. Looking at the models of the mechanical soldiers with his hands behind his back, Han Xiao pondered. The update of the new army was mainly to create machines with better performance and reach the level of a beyond grade A super. The innovation of the models was secondary. Because of the lack of time, he did not have the means to learn the new knowledge. Therefore, most of the mechanical soldiers were still the old models, but their performance was much better than the previous generation of the army. With his increased intelligence, mechanical genius, and supreme power, the upper limit of the performance of the mechanical soldiers was raised by a lot. However, even if they were the old models, they were still the mechanical soldiers that Han Xiao had improved over the years. The designations of the ordinary armies were all restored, and the elite armies such as the Oathkeepers and Illusionists were also rebuilt. There were also many new units, such as the Giant Soldiers, the Star Destroyer Bombardment Group, the Black Knights, and so on. These were all new models of machinery. In terms of large firepower weapons, Han Xiao had modified the satellite strike weapon and other heavy cannons. Because he had yet to learn the relevant class knowledge, he had not been able to create a true planet destroyer cannon. However, the modified planet destroyer cannon's power was on par with the Ice Age star freezing cannon, and its penetrative and explosive power were stronger. It could not directly blow up a planet, but it would not be a problem to blow up a small continent. With firepower reaching the threshold of a beyond grade A, Han Xiao also built a new mechanical suit, replacing the original mountain ape. The new mecha was still mainly black in color. It was yellow and black and looked steady and heavy, like a ferocious beast that was growling. It had a rough and ferocious feel to it. The armor was made of a very expensive and special alloy, and it was further strengthened with nanodeformation technology. It had a certain self-healing ability, and its shape was changeable, and its defense was superior. Its strength was movement. It was equipped with a quick jump device and could use instant jump multiple times in battle to attack or retreat. It was extremely mobile. In terms of firepower, other than the conventional energy weapons and melee weapons, it had also strengthened the output power of the psionic furnace. The model of this mechanical suit was called Battle Tiger. The original mountain ape was a piece of equipment suitable for level 165, but this Battle Tiger was a level 215 orange equipment. Its performance was improved in all aspects. Its armor value was in the hundreds of thousands, and its power level was more than 1. Before he obtained the ultimate knowledge to create his own trump card battle armor, Han Xiao would temporarily use this mechanical suit to deal with beyond grade A battles. Among the supplementary abilities of the mechanical suit, there were many melee and charging abilities, mainly crushing strike, pounce, and grab. There was also a sonic attack named Tiger Roar, and so on. In terms of violence, it was above the mountain ape. Be it the power of the armor or the energy output, it was far higher than the mountain ape. It was a killing machine suitable for many battlefields. These machines have reached the beyond grade A combat level. As long as I stack them up, I will be able to fight normally. Han Xiao nodded. These were the normal combat methods of a beyond grade A mechanic. Some larger machines had not been built in time, such as Eternal Light and the new base. When he activated Secondary Dimension Army, he would be able to break through the restrictions of the compressed orbs. Then, he would not only be able to bring an army with him, but he would also be able to bring along large machines such as satellite bases. Boom! At this moment, the room shook slightly. What's the situation? Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he contacted Philip. What happened? Someone forcefully broke through the defense line of the headquarters and landed on the surface of the headquarters satellite. I will now connect to the satellite image for you. The next moment, Han Xiao's vision changed, and he connected to the headquarters satellite. Looking down at the surface of the headquarters satellite from high up in the sky, he saw a man breaking through the defense line of the fleet and landing heavily on the surface, causing the headquarters to sound the alarm. Countless army soldiers swarmed out like a tide and surrounded this person. Seeing the appearance of this person, Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Hardaway. Master, your Black Star guards have already rushed over. Do you want to deal with it personally? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly raised his hand. The Battle Tiger mechanical suit turned into a stream of black particles and climbed onto his arm, turning into a bracelet. He then opened the door of the workshop and walked out. Inform Hela. Don't let him escape. I'll be there immediately. At the same time, around the Black Star Corps headquarters, hundreds of spaceships of various models were turning toward the headquarters and recording this scene with their cameras. These spaceships were news spaceships from many galactic media outlets. In order to find out the true state of Black Star and obtain first-hand information, they had been loitering here for more than half a month. However, they were blocked by the Black Star Corps defense fleet and could only stay nearby. However, just a moment ago, a Calamity-grade super appeared and forcefully broke through the defense line of the Black Star Corps headquarters, landing on the surface of the headquarters satellite. This movement immediately attracted the attention of these galactic reporters, and everyone became alert. It was rumored that Black Star had become a Beyond Grade A, and someone had actually come to provoke him. These reporters were shocked, but through their keen sense of smell, they realized that this was an opportunity to dig up big news, so they all gathered together to watch. I know this person. His name is Hardaway. He appeared in the Secret War before and is from the Bloodshed Land. Could this be a provocation from the Bloodshed Land? Are they openly declaring war on the Black Star Corps? There's going to be a good show. At the entrance of the headquarters satellite, the army soldiers had already surrounded Hardaway, and countless cannons were aimed at him. However, Hardaway did not panic, patting his clothes and speaking loudly. I'm here to find your army commander. Your fleet won't let me in, so I can only force my way in. Because Han Xiao had given the order before he went into seclusion, he would not accept any visitors for the time being. These chores were all handed over to Sylvia and Hurlus, and the defense fleet faithfully carried out this order. Even though Hardaway had announced his name, he did not receive any special treatment, so he had forced his way in. This was intentional. This time, a red light shot over from afar and landed in front of Hardaway. It was Hela. Don't move. Hela's face was cold, and her aura was overflowing with red light, attracting everyone's attention. Hardaway stopped in his tracks, sizing up Hela seriously. Who are you? Black Star's Black Star Guards captain, Hela. Black Star Guards? Hardaway's eyes sparkled. I haven't been in a good state for the past few days, and I suddenly had a social engagement tonight. I only wrote half of today's post. I'll post the rest when I get home tonight. Sorry. Remember the mobile version of the website, M767 announce, 1. Page 11, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 759. This was the first time Hardaway had heard of the Black Star Guards of the Black Star Corps. However, he was not unfamiliar with Hela. For a period of time, Han Xiao had brought Hela to many frontlines of the Secret War. Before Hardaway left Bloodshed Land, he had browsed through the intelligence on Hela. This was the first time they had met. He glanced around and saw that the army's warriors had blocked off all paths of retreat. Warships were floating above their heads. Where is Black Star? I want to see him, Hardaway shouted. Hyla acted as though she did not hear him and coldly said, Our army commander is not someone you can meet just because you want to. Hadavi, you ambushed our army headquarters. Surrender immediately. Hearing this, Hardaway's gaze returned to Hela. He narrowed his eyes and said, Otherwise, what? You're going to capture me? Who? Hyla had long since lost her patience. Hearing this, she brazenly took action. Blood-red energy gushed out and blasted into Hadavi's chest, sending him flying into the air and exploding in a circle of blood-red shockwaves. The light dissipated, and Hardaway floated in midair. His frivolous expression disappeared, and his expression became serious. As a famous Beyond Grade A seed in the Shattered Star Ring, an ordinary Calamity grade would not be able to hurt him at all. However, a casual attack from Hela had caused a portion of his body cells to lose their activity due to the impact of death energy. It was as though his life force had been sucked away. Although the damage was not great, It meant that the destructive power of this red-haired woman was not something an ordinary calamity grade could compare to. After Hela had obtained the benefits of the evolution cube, her combat strength had increased significantly. Her destructive power had become even more shocking. The death energy could steal the target's activity and cause special damage. Even Hardaway could not completely block it, so he had no choice but to take it seriously. Bang! Hela stomped on the ground, creating a sonic boom, and charged into the sky. Dense death energy surged like a tsunami toward Hardaway. The two of them collided in the air and fought fiercely. Energy shockwaves visible to the naked eye exploded one after another. The surrounding army warriors did not interfere and left a battlefield to watch the two of them fight. A portion of the Calamity Grade officers who remained in the army raised their heads to look at the two figures chasing each other in the sky. They had no intention of helping. "Sylvia, are we really not going to interfere?" a Calamity Grade officer asked. Sylvia shook her head and narrowed her eyes. The reason why His Excellency Blackstar wants to form the Blackstar Guards is not to protect himself, but to let the major powers know that he has an elite armed force under him. Hardaway is a powerful fellow, and as the captain of the Blackstar Guards, as long as Hela doesn't lose, she will gain fame and create a first impression of the Blackstar Guards for the major powers. But if we lose, won't we, someone personally appointed by teacher? Sylvia pursed her lips. She won't be defeated so easily. The scene of Hela and Hardaway fighting was recorded by the galactic news ships around them. These reporters watched the two of them fight without blinking, but they were already writing articles in their hands. They recorded the process of Hardaway barging into the Blackstar Corps headquarters and how Blackstar's Blackstar Guards attacked. Bang bang bang! The two of them were both Calamity Grades, and the commotion caused by their battle was not small. Hela trapped Hardaway within the encirclement and poured all her death energy on him. Although Hardaway's body-hardening Esper ability had been developed to a perverted level by him, being bombarded like this still left quite a few scars. It was not that he did not have a way to escape, but this time, he was there to find Han Xiao, so he naturally would not run away. The red waterfall condensed from death energy shot Hardaway down from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a crater. Bang! Hardaway hurriedly bounced up and rolled forward to avoid Hela's follow-up attack. He then turned around and stared at Hela in surprise. Although Hela's attack was not enough to threaten his life, it had indeed put him in a difficult position. Hela's strength had shocked him. The Blackstar Corps now had quite a few Calamity Grade officers. Previously, only Lagi was able to make Hardaway feel pressure, and Hela was the second. There are more and more experts under Blackstar, Hardaway thought. What a strong body. Hela frowned, and her hands intertwined as she prepared a big move. The death energy condensed on her body, and her entire person seemed to be burning with scarlet flames, so dense that it was almost tangible. The energy fluctuations quickly rose, and Hardaway's expression became serious. He got into a defensive posture, and the muscles under his skin moved like pythons before tightening like steel bars. The surrounding army members all retreated. The intense energy fluctuations showed that the aftershock of this attack was definitely not small. If they were too close, they might even be injured. At this critical moment, a deep voice sounded from behind the crowd. "Hela, stop." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Han Xiao slowly floating over. An invisible life-level pressure descended, and the place fell silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Han Xiao. Hela heard this and snorted coldly. She retracted her death energy and landed behind Hardaway. The crowd opened up a path, and Han Xiao passed through the crowd to arrive in front of Hardaway. He raised his brows and said, "You wanted to see me." In truth, he had arrived long ago and let Hela and Hardaway fight for a while before stopping the two of them. Just as Sylvia had guessed, since he had formed the Blackstar Guards, he wanted to help Hela establish her reputation in the starfield. Hardaway was a typical meat shield with weak attack power. With Hela's current strength, she would not be at a disadvantage for a while. This was the perfect opportunity to make a name for herself. The galactic reporters around were energized. The rumors had been circulating for so long, and this was the first time Blackstar had appeared in the outside world. All the reporters' attention was on him. "You're finally out." Seeing Han Xiao appear, Hardaway's eyes flashed. This was the effect he wanted to achieve by forcing his way through. He said with a deep voice, "Do you still remember me?" "How could I forget you?" Han Xiao nodded with interest. "Aren't you from the Bloodshed Land? Are you provoking me by coming to my headquarters alone?" "I've already left the Bloodshed Land. This time, I'm here as a private individual," Hardaway explained. "Oh, then what's your goal?" "I want to challenge you as a private individual," Hardaway suddenly said loudly. "For this, I'm willing to use myself as the stake." Han Xiao was stunned, and his eyes were filled with suspicion. "What do you want?" "If I lose, I'm willing to join the Blackstar Corps and work for you, just like how I once worked for the Bloodshed Land." "If I win?" Hardaway rolled his eyes. "I want you to become my subordinate." Hearing this, Han Xiaoshan could not help but laugh. He had already seen through Hardaway's true thoughts. This guy most likely came because he heard the rumors that I've already become a Beyond Grade A Super. Knowing that I'm already a Beyond Grade A Super, he still wants to challenge me. He probably has two goals. First, he wants to spar with a Beyond Grade A Super. Seeing that we're old rivals, he probably thinks that I won't kill him. Second, he wants to become my subordinate if he loses. As for Hadavi's thoughts, Han Xiao had a rough idea. This person had always been aiming to reach the Beyond Grade A realm. Seeing that Han Xiao had reached this realm before him, he could not help but want to learn from him. If he joined Han Xiao, he would have a legitimate reason to ask Han Xiao. However, although Hardaway was tempted, he did not want to directly join the Blackstar Corps because of his face. He also did not want to directly lower his head to this old rival of his. Thus, he put on a show and wanted to lose by challenging a Beyond Grade A Super so that he could be accepted into the army to save his face. To Hardaway, losing was not shameful, but directly lowering his head made him feel ashamed. After pondering for a while, Han Xiao nodded. He did not expose Hardaway and agreed. When he was an opponent, Hardaway was extremely annoying. However, now that this super meat shield wanted to join him, he became a rare talent in his eyes. After all, there were very few Beyond Grade A seeds. Putting on a show and gaining a strong fighter, this deal was way too worth it. Furthermore, Han Xiao felt that he could use this opportunity to announce his Beyond Grade A strength to the Starfield by subduing Hardaway. With Hardaway's confirmation, his influence as a Beyond Grade A Super would be even greater. He had already created the prototype of the new Mech Legion and could adapt to the battle between Beyond Grade As. Furthermore, the tyrant would not allow him to drag this out. Han Xiao knew the enemy's thoughts like the back of his hand. If this dragged on, Clint would announce that they did not dare to announce it because they were afraid of the tyrant. This would affect his influence as a Beyond Grade A Super and indirectly increase the tyrant's deterrence. He had been silent for more than half a month, and Clint was already showing signs of doing so. He decided to avoid this situation before Clint's method took effect. "Come." Han Xiao stopped thinking and stared at Hardaway. Tiny sparks of electricity flowed around his body. Boom. Hardaway did not hold back. He stomped on the alloy floor and charged toward Han Xiao's chest like a cannonball. The muscles on his arms bulged, and explosive power flowed through his muscles. He punched out and went straight for Han Xiao's face. However, Hardaway's fist suddenly stopped 10 centimeters in front of Han Xiao. The wind created by the punch was like a sharp knife, making loud noises. However, Han Xiao did not even blink. At this moment, an arm covered in the Battle Tiger mechanical suit grabbed onto Hadavi's throat. The powerful impact did not even cause Han Xiao's arm to shake. Hadavi could not even move an inch after being grabbed by this arm. With the boost from the Beyond Grade A Super and the Evolution Cube, Han Xiao's attributes completely surpassed those of the Calamity Grade. Even Hardaway, who focused on his physical body, was not his opponent. Hardaway's forte was endurance, and strength was not his main attribute. He was pressed to the ground by Han Xiao's more than 3,000 points of strength. Hardaway's pupils constricted. Before he could react, The mechanical suit structure on Han Xiao's arm suddenly rotated, providing a powerful force. The spiral force followed Han Xiao's palm and blasted into Hardaway's body. A special vibration sound wave reverberated crazily in Hardaway's body through his skin, flesh, and bones. The frequency automatically adjusted to the resonance state, and a loud roar sounded in Hardaway's ears. It was as if all the sounds in the world were pouring into his ears at the same time. They were all sound waves produced by the vibrations of the organs and tissues in his body. Tiger roar. Restricting the special vibration sound wave within the target's body, directly using the target's body as a medium to form a special frequency vibration attack. The armor-piercing and vibration effects were extremely strong, and it could be used in both close combat and long-range combat. In a vacuum environment, it could only be used in close combat. This was an attack device that Han Xiao had imitated Stephanie's Esper ability. Pu. Hardaway spat out a mouthful of blood. Because it was not true damage, he was not immune. Immediately after, Han Xiao grabbed his throat with one hand and threw him to the ground. Bang! Hardaway smashed a hole in the ground and was embedded in it. Without waiting for him to get up, Han Xiao put his hands together, and a dazzling electric light flowed out of his body. The scattered mechanical force merged with the alloy surface. Rumble. The next moment, the alloy surface suddenly moved. A large piece of the surface was modified by mechanical force, forming a whirlpool-like shape with Hardaway firmly in the center. Layers of metal made the whirlpool rise, turning into a metal spiral mountain. The powerful pressure made Hardaway almost unable to move. Pa. Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and two planetary strike cannons opened up behind him. The muzzles were raised and locked onto Hardaway, who was controlled by the metal spiral mountain. If he fired from here, the energy cannons would shoot into outer space and would not destroy the headquarters. The muzzles of the cannons lit up, and an energy that made everyone's hair stand on end began to brew. My destructive power is completely different now, Han Xiao said slowly. If these two cannons hit you, you might be crippled. Admit defeat. Hardaway swallowed his saliva and was shocked. He had come to challenge Han Xiao because he wanted to see the difference between the Black Star and the Black Star of the past. In the end, he realized that the difference between the two of them had become a huge chasm. It seemed like he did not even have the qualifications to make Han Xiao take him seriously. Is this the change of a beyond grade A? Hardaway's heart became more and more excited. I admit defeat. Hardaway took a deep breath and decisively admitted defeat. Han Xiao had expected this and turned around without changing his expression. Hella, take him down first. Clatter, the metal spiral mountain collapsed, and Hardaway landed on the ground. Hella immediately walked over and put on a pair of electromagnetic shackles. They did not have much effect and were mainly for show. She then escorted him into the army and left the scene. Han Xiao then turned around to look at the hundreds of news ships around him. He tilted his head and connected to the quantum network. The many reporters on the ships were recording and writing about how easily Han Xiao had subdued Hardaway. At this moment, every screen on every ship suddenly flashed, and Han Xiao's face appeared. Everyone was shocked. Then, Han Xiao's voice came from every screen. I know. You guys have been loitering nearby because you want to hear the recent rumors from me personally. Yes, I'm already a beyond grade A super. Please help me officially announce it to the entire starfield. As soon as he said that, Han Xiao disappeared from all the screens, and the original interface was restored. The mouths of the reporters were slightly agape. They quickly rushed to the porthole and looked at the Black Star core satellite. Han Xiao had already turned around and entered the headquarters, leaving behind only his majestic back. It's confirmed. Black Star confirmed it himself. All the reporters were overjoyed. After waiting for so long, they finally got first-hand news. After all, rumors were limited. However, an official announcement was different. Rumors ignited the flames of curiosity in the entire starfield, and Han Xiao personally announced his status to the entire starfield. This was equivalent to pouring oil on the fire. By personally creating momentum, The influence of a new Beyond Grade A Super would reach the peak. Recommended book: Building a Ninja Village in the Devil Era. Take the Naruto mobile game system and travel through the Devil Era in Japan. Build a ninja village, recruit ninja families, and develop top-notch ninjutsu. Are you afraid when you see the 10-tailed Jinchuriki behind me? Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 760. Hardaway was brought to a room by Hella and tied to a chair. Hella stood at the side with her arms crossed, staring coldly at Hardaway. Wait here. Black Star will be here soon. Hardaway did not struggle and sat there for a while. As if he felt that the atmosphere was a little cold, he looked up at Hella and curiously asked, "What's your Esper ability? I've been in the Shattered Star Ring for many years, but I've never heard of you before. An expert like you shouldn't be unknown. What civilization are you from?" Hella ignored him and did not intend to answer. Hardaway laughed dryly and said, "Seems like you don't like to communicate with people." This time, the door opened, and Han Xiao walked in. He smiled and casually said, "She's my compatriot. We're both Blue Star people. She has been training with Ames and only recently came out to help me." Dragon Emperor's student? Hardaway was stunned. He looked at Hella with envy. Blue Star was a surface civilization, and there were actually people like Black Star and Hella. Hardaway could not help but be surprised. Crack. Han Xiao moved his finger and removed the restraints on Hardaway. He suddenly said, "Okay, you can go now." Hadavi was stunned, and his jaw dropped. "You want me to leave?" "That's right." Han Xiao smiled. "No matter what, we've fought so many times, and I recognize your strength. I'll let you go this time. Let's call off the bet." "No, no, no." Hardaway stuttered. "I'm a man of my word. Since I've lost, I'll definitely fulfill my promise and work for you." An expert like you shouldn't become someone's subordinate because of this." Han Xiao held back his laughter and said seriously, "I'm a Beyond Grader now, but I still have respect for a peak Calamity Grade Super like you. I won't force you." Hadavi was so anxious that his face turned red. He had originally thought that his plan had succeeded, and he would be able to join Black Star through the bet. However, he did not expect that Black Star would reject him like this. Furthermore, the reason was so ridiculous that he did not know what to say. You. Hadavi stuttered, unable to open his mouth. "Directly say that I want to work for Black Star?" Hardaway felt a little embarrassed. However, walking away just like that was not in line with his goal. He was in a dilemma and did not know what to do. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and said, "I won't tease you anymore. If you're willing to join the Black Star Corps, I'll welcome you very much. If you want to use such a clumsy trick to fool me, then let's not talk about it anymore." Hardaway's face turned red. "You already know?" His thoughts had been seen through. He was so embarrassed that he only wanted to find a hole to hide in. Even Hyla, who was standing at the side expressionlessly, could not help but smile at this scene. Han Xiao raised his brows and said slowly, "Then, I'll officially invite you. Hardaway, my army needs you. Are you willing to join me?" Hardaway found it difficult to speak. His lips trembled as though he had used all his strength to squeeze out his answer. I'm willing." After saying it, Hardaway felt his entire body go soft. It was as though he had gone through 10 battles of life and death. "Okay." Han Xiao nodded and smiled. "On behalf of the army, I welcome you to join us." Seeing that Han Xiao was no longer teasing him, Hardaway heaved a sigh of relief. Suppressing the shame in his heart, he asked, "What position do you need me to take?" Han Xiao thought for a while before pointing at Hella. "You'll join the Black Star Guards and listen to her orders." With Hardaway's fame, joining the Black Star Guards would indirectly increase the prestige of the Black Star Guards. Black Star Guards? Hardaway scratched his neck. "All right, but I have a request. I hope you can impart some of your experience regarding the Beyond Grade A realm to me." Han Xiao nodded, then shook his head and pretended to be serious. "The advancement of every Beyond Grade A is different. Everyone has their own path, so I can't impart my experience to you. However, I'll allow you to spar with me and feel how extraordinary a beyond grade A is. It might give you some inspiration. Is that so? Hardaway nodded helplessly. All right. Although it was a little different from what he had imagined, being able to spar with a beyond grade A super was in line with his expectations. He had always liked to squeeze out his potential through battle. Ordinary people would not be able to make him feel threatened, but facing Blackstar, Hardaway would always recall the fear he felt when facing a wild beast when he was at his weakest. This fear was the best catalyst for his potential. Han Xiao waved his hands and told Hela to bring Hardaway to meet with his other companions. He now had a total of 5 Blackstar guards. Among them, Hela, Hardaway, and Fu Ding were the strongest. They were all high-level calamity grades. The other 2 were Marion and a pugilist called DeLuno. Their combat strength was also extraordinary. Although they could not be considered big bosses among the calamity grade supers, they were at least at the level of small bosses. From this, it seemed that the members of the Blackstar Guards were all elites. After dealing with Hardaway, Han Xiao called Sylvia over to discuss the expansion of the Blackstar Corps. He had already personally announced the status of the Beyond Grade A Super, so it was time for him to make a big move. He would use his influence to make allies in the Starfield and make the Blackstar Corps reach the level of a true Beyond Grade A organization. However, before that, there was something that he had to deal with first. Sylvia, help me prepare a fleet. I'm going out. Okay, where are you going, teacher? Floating Dragon Island. Han Xiao paused for a moment, and his tone was inexplicable. Countless galactic media outlets published the news that Han Xiao had personally announced that he was a Beyond Grade A Super. In an instant, 95% of the news channels in the Shattered Star Ring were talking about this matter, setting off a new wave of public opinion in the Starfield. With the official news confirming it, this matter was already confirmed. During this period, almost all the media outlets in the Shattered Star Ring were flooded with this news. The galactic media outlets had many channels of communication, and it was not something that could be compared to rumors. With them spontaneously spreading the news, as long as there was a galactic resident in the village who had internet access, there was not a single person who did not know of Han Xiao's name. Similarly, such sensational news was also republished by the media outlets of the other starfields. The organizations of the other starfields also knew that a new Beyond Grade A Super had appeared in the Shattered Star Ring. The forums of the players exploded because of this situation. Although Han Xiao often flooded the forums, that was only the discussions of the players. However, now, the players of the other starfields could actually see Han Xiao's name in the news channels of their own starfield. The players of the other starfields could not help but be shocked. In version 3.0, the players had not started to cross starfields yet. In their eyes, each starfield was like an independent server. However, a famous NPC in the Shattered Star Ring had actually crossed servers. Because Han Xiao had already established his main storyline status in the Shattered Star Ring over the past few versions, the players of the other starfields more or less knew of his name. This wave of public opinion aroused the interest of the other players. Han Xiao was not only flooding the forums of the Shattered Star Ring but also the forums of the other starfields. He was one of the top 3 trending topics in all the channels. The official channels had their own rules, and the various organizations of the Shattered Star Ring also gave a public response. The upper echelons of the Amethyst civilization were very happy. More than 7 years ago, they had seen the potential that Han Xiao had displayed and decided to bet on him. Now, Blackstar had become a true Beyond Grade A Super, and the Amethyst civilization had a Beyond Grade A companion like Klent. Of the 7-star cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, only the 2 of them had such a powerful ally. Placing the bet in advance was undoubtedly a win. Most importantly, Blackstar had only spent about 20 years or so to become a Beyond Grade A Super, and he was not even 50 years old yet. In terms of the lifespan of a Beyond Grade A Super, he was still a baby. To be able to become a Beyond Grade A Super at such a young age, his potential was limitless. After Han Xiao personally confirmed it, The Amethyst civilization immediately took many measures to increase their investment in the Black Star core, increase their policies and resources. Their attitude became more serious, and they worked hard to build a more stable relationship with Han Xiao. At the same time, the Amethyst civilization also made an announcement to the entire star field through the media. In the name of the entire civilization, congratulations to Black Star for becoming a Beyond Grade A Super. This action was to express their attitude to the entire star field, conveying the message that their alliance was extremely stable, and those who wanted to interfere should save their energy. Ghidorah did not want to fall behind and followed suit. Serbia V made a public speech, first talking about the various contributions that Han Xiao had made in Ghidorah, emphasizing that he was the recipient of the Golden Gal badge. Finally, on behalf of the entire Ghidorah, he congratulated Han Xiao for becoming a Beyond Grade A Super. At the same time, he also revealed that they were preparing to add a new celebration in the civilization called Black Star Day to thank Han Xiao for everything that he had done for Ghidorah. This was already on the agenda. If it was any other civilization that made a Black Star Day, it would seem like they were trying to curry favor. However, Ghidorah was different. Han Xiao was deeply involved with Ghidorah, and whether it was the elimination of Darkstar or the discrimination transformation movement, it was of great significance to the entire civilization. Creating a celebration to thank Han Xiao was not out of line. As soon as Purple Crystal and Ghidorah expressed their stance, they immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. Hundreds of star system civilizations congratulated Han Xiao in the name of their civilization, forming a trend. These star system civilizations were all semi-allied civilizations that had chosen to rope in the Black Star core and provided them with the rights to develop resource planets. Now, they were fighting to be the first to express their stance, as if they were afraid that others would not know of their relationship with Black Star. The actions of these star system civilizations were actually understandable. The Amethyst civilization was the leader of the star cluster, and they started to promote Han Xiao. The other civilizations also wanted to maintain a good relationship with a Beyond Grade A Super, so they also expressed their goodwill. However, this created a shocking scene for the onlookers. The civilizations of the Colton star cluster were all standing behind Black Star, cheering for him. The entire star cluster was celebrating for one person. This situation made countless onlookers dumbfounded. Black Star's reputation in the star cluster was actually this terrifying? When the other Beyond Grade as of the Shattered Star Ring were born, there had never been such a commotion. At this moment, the entire star field remembered Black Star. Like the other four, he became the symbol of the Shattered Star Ring in everyone's hearts, the fifth Beyond Grade A Super. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened, causing the influence of public opinion to soar to a whole new level. Heba the Tyrant and Cisco the Star Pupil publicly challenged Black Star. Heba's reason was the secret war. Since Purple Crystal had a Beyond Grade A, he had to take action. Both sides were representing Purple Crystal and Clent, so there was nothing wrong with it. However, Cisco's statement caused an uproar. He announced the information about the Evolution Cube to the entire starfield and announced that Black Star had snatched the Evolution Cube from him, requesting Black Star to return it immediately. The Evolution Cube was in Black Star's hands. Two veteran Beyond Grade as challenging a new Beyond Grade A Super. These two pieces of news caused a huge commotion. The entire starfield was in an uproar. Beyond Grade as, we're going to publicly challenge each other. This was something that had not happened for many years. Just as the various organizations and onlookers in the Shattered Star Ring were shocked by these two pieces of news, Han Xiao had already arrived at Floating Dragon Island with his fleet. Chapter 761. Godly Mechanic, taking a day off. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.